shown through. What happened to those faces?
You're going to find out, Mike. Just as Red and Limpy learned.
Red and Limpy?
These busts are their death masks, taken in soft plaster, after they'd lain here helpless. Helpless! Helpless as rats in a trap. And you're going to lie here, helpless, while your punishment fits your crime.
God! You're the guy...
I'm the husband of the girl you brought to death.
I'm going to get out of here.
You can. You can rise from that chair.
You dope me liquor. I can't move.
I'll move you. Down to my cellar below. Down to my cellar for which I've saved you from the gallows. The news for you'll be too easy, Mike. Your punishment will fit your crime.
No, let me go. Let me go. What you gonna do?
Your punishment will fit your crime. Your punishment will fit your crime. You can't see a thing in this cellar, can you, Mike? And no one's so helpless as when they're in the dark. I want you to be very helpless, Mike. More helpless than a rat in a trap. Helpless as a woman alone in the house in the woods. Helpless as a man who loved her and who heard you 50 miles away. Helpless as a man who heard the shot that killed her. He couldn't raise his hand to save her.
What you gonna do to me? Hey, you got me tied to stakes and spread eagled on the floor. But how you gonna kill me? What you gonna do?
You're struggling, Mike. But your bums will hold. I tied them very tight.
What did you do to Red and Limpy that you're gonna do to me? In them plaster busts upstairs, what happened to their faces?
Guess, Mike, guess.
If you don't tell me, I go nuts. Nuts, I tell you, raving nuts.
Oh, no, you won't. Not for many hours. I've investigated the length of time required to drive men mad. Your brain's undeveloped, so it'll take you longer than most.
Help! God, if I could only see you. You're putting something over me head.
Yeah, part of a little apparatus that made Red and Limpy featureless. Use your imagination, Mike. You may guess how it's done.
Oh, God, why don't you curse at me, beat me, kick me, do something I can understand? What are you going to do to me when you leave me? How am I going to die?
When I reach the top of these stairs, you'll know. When I open the secret panel, it'll soon be the door of your tomb. Then you'll have a moment's light. Just enough for a quick, short glimpse around you.
Two skeletons beside me.
The bones of Red and Limpy. What else do you see?
There's a cage coming over my head. A cage like a rat trap. Oh, I see the rat trap. A rat is in it. A rat is in the cage with me. And soon he'll be crawling over my head and biting. That's what happened to the other faces. A rat. No! Don't leave me in the dark waiting, helpless, guessing when that rat's going to start a bite.
That's your punishment, Mike.
Oh,
goodbye.
The third, Lucy. And the last. I remember. And I repay.
Martin! Dave Martin! Martin!
Yes, Tom. I hear you.
For God's sake, let me in! Quick as you value your life!
I'll let you in, Tom. What's the matter, Tom?
What you knew would be the matter when you got Big Mike acquitted. A lynching mob is formed and a tenant for this house.
They won't find Big Mike here. He's gone.
They ain't after him. They're coming here with the rope to hang you, Dave.
They can hang me if they want to, Tom. They think I wish to live. I don't.
Why, you're talking like a fool. Come on. There ain't time to talk.
But I want to talk, Tom, about imagination. Imagination that can see a living rat in a crumpled old gray rag and mutilated human faces in two old broken plaster busts of poor blind justice. Imagination that kills more horribly and surely than if the things it sees were real.
Dave Morton, I think you're mad. That mama's almost here. And if they find you, they'll hang you to a tree. Keep away from that front door. Here, what are you going to do?
I'm going to meet them. Those who usurp the place of justice must expect a punishment to fit their crime.
Satan, Satan. Next time we'll have another purty yarn to spin these folks. A very purty yarn.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
Hannah and 2-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, Hannah and 2-year-old. Well, Satan, what kind of a cheerful little yarn will we spin these folks tonight? A love story? Well, if you ain't a sentimental old cat. You say you're not too old to be romantic? I never know the nail put of the glove in his mind. Now set yourself down in the corner, Satan, and I'll sing the kind of tale you asked for. But thou shalt then lights, everybody. Nancy's love yarns is best listened to in the darkness. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into them birds. Soon you'll see inside a happy home across the sea in France. It's down in the country where them old heathen Romans used to live 2,000 years ago, and where they left some funny things lying buried in the earth. Funny things that men today sometimes discover. Gaze into them birds deep, and here are yarns of the bronze Venus. The bronze Venus. Mama, Howie should be here any minute. If you don't hurry, I shan't be dressed in time to meet him.
Stop squirming if you want me to finish. Oh, I'll be glad when Henri takes you off my hands. Then I won't have to tie ribbons on a creature who can't stand still a moment.
You won't be glad at all. You'll weep constantly after I'm married and go to live in Paris.
I shan't shed a single tear. The sooner such a nuisance as you is out of my sight, the better. Oh, my baby, you will be leaving me soon.
Mama, stop that.
My little daughter.
Stop it or I'll cry too. Mama, please don't.
No, I mustn't. Anyone who saw me would think a funeral was to take place here in 5 days instead of a wedding. And I'm really very happy. Your Henri is a good man. He loves you, and you love him.
Oh, so much, Mama.
So much. Stop your crying and let me finish with these ribbons. Oh, I suppose I died the same foolish way before I married your father. And that's the only thing I have against Henri. He's so much like your father.
Why, Mama.
His ridiculous interests, I mean. How the daughter of an antiquary can ever wish to become the wife of one is quite beyond my comprehension.
Oh, you really don't mean that. With all his constant delving among old ruins and buried cities, Papa has remained as close and dear to you as Henri will be to me.
Yes, of course, physically. But I long ago discovered that to a man with the archaeological bee in his bonnet, no mere woman can compete spiritually with a 1,000-year-old trifle that he's dug up from the earth. And I don't approve of such work. I never have. It's too much like robbing graves.
Mama.
To my mind, the dead and their possessions are best left undisturbed.
Oh, that's silly superstition.
All right, have it your own way.
But I do wish Papa hadn't found something to disturb this morning. He should have got him in hurry instead of merely sending old Jacques to the station with the carriage.
Henri won't be annoyed by that apparent rudeness when he learns it was caused by a new discovery. Chances are he'll even forget he's been away from you for an entire month, while he and your father indulge in scientific rapture.
Oh, not Harry.
We'll see. What is it your father found this morning? You haven't told me much about it yet.
Oh, it gave me an awful fright.
Fright?
For just a moment. This find was purely accidental. 3 of our peasants were digging up that old olive tree that was frozen last winter, and Papa and I were standing beside them, talking about Harry, when one of the men dug his pick into the earth and we heard a bong, as though it struck a bell. Then, suddenly a black hand seemed to rise from out the earth. I thought it was a pig man at first. But it was only the hand of a bronze statue. And when I left, Papa was delirious with joy and down in the pit with a shovel helping the men unearth the rest of it.
Oh, then he'll be covered with dirt when he returns to the house, and he'll track it all over my carpet. Oh, but what's the use? I discovered long ago that men can't be made over.
Whoa, Sarah, whoa.
Oh, Mama, there's old Jacques outside. The carriage is returned, but hurry.
Georgette!
Here, Mama, he's here. I'm coming, Harry. Hurry, Mama.
I'm right behind you.
Hurry. Hurry.
Georgette, darling. Oh, my little sweetheart.
Good afternoon, Henri. Welcome back.
Madame de Marsay, I salute you.
Don't waste your kisses on an old woman such as I. But tell this girl of mine how much you've missed.
Oh, I already know, Mama, for I know how greatly I've missed him.
Have you, dear? To me, every moment that I've been away has seemed an hour. The hours like days, the days as years.
A very pretty speech for an antiquary. I hope that after your marriage you won't neglect to tell Georgette the same charming lies.
Lies?
Your mother's only joking, dear. She knows that nothing is important in my life, excepting you.
Hey, Georgette!
Oh, here comes your father, Georgette, covered with dirt from head to foot.
Henri, you have
Just
arrived!
now, Monsieur de Marsay.
And no thanks to you, Francois. You should be ashamed you didn't leave him at the station.
Oh, I have been doing something more important. Something that will make Henri's eyes grow wide with envy.
You've unearthed the statue, Papa?
The men are bringing it. Just wait until you see it.
Statue? What statue?
Didn't Georgette tell you of my find?
Henri just stepped from the carriage. Besides, I don't yet know what you found. I left for
Wait until you see. Hurry, you men.
It looks as though they were bearing a corpse.
I have your taffy there. Now face it up right there.
Monsieur de Marsay. Why, it's an antique bronze.
Yes, a life-size bronze of Venus. A Venus of the ancients.
Where did you find her? How did you...
Look at her, my boy.
Oh.
And envy me my luck. This statue may prove the greatest find of the century.
She's gorgeous.
Superb.
A masterpiece.
A chef-d'oeuvre.
She's of the early Roman period. Her face is not the classic style.
Oh, no. Here you have none of the immobility of feature which the Greeks gave to their sculpture.
She seems almost living.
I've never seen such an illusion of life and metal.
She has such a cruel face.
Hasn't she a heart for beauty, though? If she were a living woman, Henri, how she'd make her lover suffer. She'd send a man to death without the slightest pity.
Yes. She's almost devilish in her charm. She's the loveliest thing I've ever seen.
That's a fine thing for a prospective husband to say in the presence of his future wife.
Well, I hardly think Georgette will be jealous of Henri's compliments to a statue. Helene, what an excellent omen! She is for these children. 5 days before their marriage, I bring them Venus, the goddess of love.
Excellent omen indeed. A heathen idol buried by the dead. I don't like her looks at all.
Oh, you have no appreciation. Henri, Georgette, we must take full advantage of this excellent portent. Your marriage was to be on Saturday. Friday is Venus Day.
You're not suggesting their wedding to be advanced to Friday?
Certainly.
Yes, that's a whole day sooner.
Never. A marriage on Friday would bring all sorts of bad
On the
fortune.
contrary, it will bring only good. For my goddess on the earth will smile upon their union.
Mama, I'd like to be married that much sooner.
Oh, and I, Madame de Marsay.
Well, I suppose one superstition is as foolish as the other. All right.
There, it's all settled. Drongo, you and the men fetch scraping tools. Yes, monsieur. Now, Henri, you and I will remove the encrusted earth from my Venus. We may find inscriptions.
No, you may scrape the dirt all you wish, but not on.
Oh, but it would be a privilege, Madame. Oh, this find is stupendous. Every archaeologist in France will go mad with envy when they hear of it. And since Monsieur has offered to
You
let me
see,
share...
Georgette, what you must expect from an antiquary. Your affianced husband, whom you've not seen for a month, would desert you the hour he returns for a dead thing out of the earth.
Oh, Madame, you know I...
You may help Papa if you wish, Harness. I'm going in the house.
Oh, darling, wait. Forgive my thoughtlessness. I won't touch the statue or even think about it. Instead, you and I'll take a stroll in the garden and talk.
How did that sound?
Oh, it came from inside my Venus. Some loose fragment of a hollow form must have fallen and struck against the metal side. Coming as it did, Ollie, it seemed a protest against your desertion of her.
Well, protest or not, I am deserting her.
Well, run along then.
Henri, when you and Georgette reach the garden, try to act like a lover instead of an archaeologist. I'm going in the house.
I shall take your advice, Madame. Come, Georgette. Oh, later, if your daughter permits, Monsieur, I shall be delighted to return and help you.
I shall be delighted to have you, madam.
You would rather stay with that old statue now than be with me.
You know I wouldn't, darling. And you shouldn't feel bitterness toward anything that's been so kind to us. Just think, she's advanced our marriage a day.
You don't believe it, Mama does, that Friday is unlucky.
If your love for me is as strong as mine for you, nothing can be unlucky. Dear, see what I brought you from Paris.
That ring upon your little finger?
Uh-huh.
Oh, goodness. Let me put it on.
No, not yet. It will only leave my finger for that of my wife. It won't be yours for 4 whole days.
It's to be my wedding ring.
Yes. There's a Latin inscription inside that means, yours forever.
You shall be mine, and I will be yours forever. After Friday.
Just 4 short days. But they'd seem terribly long if your father hadn't found that statue. Fortunately, I can occupy my time assisting him with her.
Henri, you're thinking more about that statue than you do of me.
Georgette.
Mama was right. To such men as you and Papa, nothing matters but dead things from the earth. I hate your ugly Venus. I hate her. Hate her.
What?
What was that?
What?
That sound. Henri, it came from that statue back there.
Oh. Well, your father, Jean-Paul, must have struck it with a tool.
I suppose so. But as she seemed to protest against you leaving her a while ago, now she seemed to answer what I said. You know,
You silly little goose. Well, if you think she has understanding, I'll anger her still more. Do you think I could give that ancient lump of metal a single thought when you are near? If she were the living Venus, goddess of beauty, to me you'd be more beautiful. And I'd love you more than Venus, the living goddess of love.
that sound again.
Someone call.
Help! Help!
Papa!
He's hidden by those trees. Run!
Papa! Papa!
Georgette!
He's not hurt, thank heaven.
The Venus is
And
fallen.
a man lies on the ground beside
Monsieur
her.
de Marseille, what has happened?
The statue fell upon Jean-Paul!
He's not.
Oh, he's only stunned, I think. He's breathing. Georgette, send shots for Dr. Babout.
At once. But how did it
I
happen?
don't know. For no reason at all, my Venus toppled over. And my old eyes are playing tricks.
What do you mean?
Why, before she fell, it seemed her bronze arm struck out in rage, blindly, as a person of temper strikes when something is said to anger them.
It happened when you said you loved me more. That ain't the end of our love story about the bronze Venus, Satan. But if these folks wants to hear the rest about her, they got to come and see us next time on her birthday. Hummer and 4-year-old, I be real soon. Hummer and 4-year-old.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
111-year-old I've been today. Yes, sir, 111-year-old. But instead of celebrating my birthday with a good rest, Satan, we got to go to work and tell the finish of that pretty love story we begun last time these folks was here. Let's see. You keep track of our romantic yarn, Satan. Where'd we leave off? That's right. We told about that nice young girl who was fixing to marry a young archaeologist fella, and how the girl's father, who was also in the archaeology business, discovered the statue of a heathen goddess that was buried in the earth. It was an awful lifelike looking statue, and right while we left off our yarn, it seemed as if it had got mad and struck a man with its metal fist. Douse out them lights, so's we'll have it nice and dark for the finish of our tale. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into them embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon they'll be back with us in trance, while once them heathen roamings lived. Soon you'll see once more the bronze Venus. The bronze Venus.
It's an ill wind that blows no one good on it. If it hadn't been for Jean-Paul's bruises, Madame de Marsay would never have permitted you to help me complete this delightful task of scraping the encrusted earth from my Venus. She's used to me getting dirty, but she doesn't want our future son-in-law to follow in my sinful footsteps.
Well, if I didn't help you, no one else would. Your goddess has certainly struck terror into the peasants around here.
They won't come within 100 meters of her now, even though Jean-Paul is far from better than he claimed to be when he came to. Oh, dear. Very strange the way that accident occurred. I must consult an oculist about my eyes. I could have sworn the statue's arm lashed out in blind rage and struck him.
Georgette still maintains the reason for that rage was something I said about your beautiful bronze lady. Oh, it's all too ridiculous.
Of course it is. Well, we're progressing splendidly. The upper part of my Venus is quite clean now.
She's a gorgeous thing, your Venus.
You admire her as I do. This divinity dug from the earth.
Yes. It's easy to understand why men of long ago adored her.
You and I are pagans at heart. We could adore her now.
Yes. We could adore her now. Look at her. The bronze seems to glow as we pay tribute to her beauty.
One could almost fancy that she smiles. Shows yet in another aright. There is an illusion of life about this figure that's often startling.
Yes. Oh, it's caused by shadows in the sun, I suppose.
It couldn't be anything else.
Oh, confound it.
What's the matter?
Now, this ring. So thick and heavy, I can't hold the scraper properly.
That's the wedding ring you're to give Georgette on Friday, Venus Day.
Yes.
You owe me a debt of gratitude for advancing your marriage to that afternoon. Finding this lovely goddess was too good an omen to be disregarded.
I can't work any longer with this ring on. It's cutting into my flesh.
You shake it off.
Where shall I put it?
What's the matter with your pocket?
Well, There's a hole in each of them. I'm still a bachelor, you know. I see the perfect place. The statue's outstretched finger.
Perfect. And another good omen, always. Your wedding ring will be blessed by the goddess of love herself.
Now, with it there out of the way, I can certainly use my hand more freely.
But beware, Henri. With that ring on her finger, Venus may think you've married her.
Fortunately, the thoughts of a bronze lady are very unimportant.
Oh, but with that face, if she were more than bronze, what a jealous fiction she'd be. And inside that ring is inscribed in Latin, yours forever. Latin was her language.
And I refuse to worry about that. Say, we must be getting to work in earnest if we hope to find an inscription.
If there is one, it'll be here up on the base where I'm working.
We should have begun there.
It was your idea to clean the upper body first.
I know. I wanted to see how she really looked. She was so beautiful, even underneath the dirt. So beautiful. So beautiful.
Polly!
Well, Georgette is coming to join us.
Darling, I thought you said you wouldn't come near our goddess again.
I don't want to. But I'm not going to let her take you and Papa away from me altogether.
Sweetheart. As though anything could take me away from you for long.
Don't. Please don't say anything nice to me when she's so close.
Georgette.
I know I'm foolish. It must have been coincidence that Jean-Paul was hurt by her when you said you cared more for me, but I'm afraid of her somehow.
But that's so utterly ridiculous.
Sorry, look, what? An inscription. No. My scraper just uncovered. Oh, let's see. Where? Here. Now we shall learn something of my Venus's history.
Badly worn, very faint.
You can make it out with your young eye.
I think I can.
Yes.
It reads, Cave Amentum.
That can be translated, beware of him who loves you.
No, wait. The more likely translation is, look out for herself, yourself, if she loves you.
You're right. That's it.
No more.
Not another word.
Look out for yourself if she loves you.
No, that doesn't tell us very much.
Oh, yes, it does. Hurry, come away. Don't stay near her any longer.
Georgette.
Oh, please, keep away from her. She's more than metal. She looks almost alive. And she's dead. Cruel. Oh,
God, what's that?
my ring. My wedding ring is on her finger.
Oh, well, it impeded my work. I
You
thought
said it would only leave your finger for that of your wife's. And she has it.
She's only a statue.
She's more than that. She's a symbol of a goddess. People built temples to her. She was worshipped, honored, feared. Her worshippers are dead, but maybe thoughts don't die. Perhaps the shadow of her face still lives. Perhaps the power it gave her lives.
Child, such talk is madness.
I don't care if it is. Hurry, don't let her have my wedding ring.
Well, I'll get it at once, dear, since you wish it.
Oh, quick. Hurry. What's the matter?
Wait, it's stuck. It won't come off.
Oh, poor heart.
I am. Something has changed here.
Changed?
Yes. When I slipped the ring on, this finger was straight.
Venus has closed her hand.
She won't give back your wedding ring.
Francois, come in here and shut the door.
We shouldn't leave our guests just before the wedding.
Wedding. It's more as though a funeral were to take place here today.
No, it's this storm that has depressed everybody's spirit.
No, you know what's caused it.
Because the hand of my statue was accidentally bent so the ring can't be taken off. There's no reason for everyone to be in a state of superstitious terror.
I've been your wife for nearly 30 years, Francois. You can't hide your fears from me.
Adelaide,
You know the metal finger that no file can touch was not accidentally bent.
I don't know how it
Oh, what are we going to do? Henri has acted like a man in trance today. It's as though some awful spell was on him. Georgette is pale and trembling. She looks ghastly in her bridal dress. Fear is eating all our hearts.
There's nothing to be afraid of, nothing. We simply imagine things, that's all. We imagine things now. And our imaginations play us tricks.
That pagan goddess in our garden is not imagination. I can see her from this window, and as the lightning plays about her, she looks like some fiend of hell.
She's only a metal statue, just a metal statue that can't do any harm.
Listen. Francois, that sound is coming from your Venus.
Oh, it's caused by the rain beating against her copper side.
It's been raining for hours. We haven't heard that sound before.
Oh, it's raining harder now. That must be the reason for that sound. There's nothing else to cause it.
It's growing louder, as though she wanted someone to hear, as though she was calling someone.
Elaine, you're talking madness.
Oh, Francois, I'm so afraid for Georgette and the man she loves.
My dear. Come in.
Your presence is required. The curé is ready to begin the ceremony.
We should come at once, Mary. Now you're kidding. Everything will be all right. Come, my dear. The jury is waiting for us.
Yes. Waiting to perform a marriage. On Friday. Venus Day.
Henri Michel de St. Clair, wilt thou take Georgette Cécile de Marseille here present for thy lawful wife, according to the right of our Holy Mother the Church?
I will.
Georgette Cécile de Marseille, wilt thou take Henri Michel de St. Clair here present for thy lawful husband, according to the right of our Holy Mother of the Church?
I will.
Join your right hands and repeat after me. I, Henri Michel de St. Clair, take thee, Georgette Cécile de Marseille, for my lawful wife.
I, Henri Michel de St. Clair, take thee, Georgette Cécile de Marseille, for my lawful wife.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in health, until death do us part.
In sickness and in health, until death. Death! No! Venus, I am yours forever!
Henri!
Venus, your bridegroom is coming to you!
Stop him! Henri, come back!
He ran out to that storm.
He's
going to that statue. That statue is moving.
Reach out to clasp him!
The bridegroom, Venus, has come for his embrace!
He's in her metal arms. She's crushing him to death.
Henri! Henri, my darling!
Georgette!
Henri! Henri! My sweetheart!
Venus Day. Venus Day. Venus Day.
Come see me and Satan next time I have a birthday. We may have another pretty love story to tell ya.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. The Witch's Tale.
It is our purpose in these programs to perform a double function by providing thrilling entertainment and also by bringing you important information in a brief message. Tonight's message may save you or other members of your family needless suffering from distressing pain. I refer to pains which you recognize as rheumatism or neuritis or discomfort in the kidneys and the back. Now, most of you know that for many years, wealthy people were sent to famous European mineral springs and came back reporting enthusiastically that the expense of the trip was well worthwhile. Those European mineral waters relieved them of the pains of rheumatism, neuritis, and kidney troubles, and renewed vital energy was reflected in their faces and in every step they took. Now, I've reminded you of this so that you will understand why Crucian salts relieves pains of rheumatism and similar ailments so quickly and effectively. You see, Crucian was developed to duplicate the therapeutic effects of those famous European springs. Crucian contains those elements in a balanced combination of 6 mineral health salts. Doctors know this remarkable Crucian formula, know that it is absolutely harmless and marvelously effective. That is why Crucian is prescribed by more doctors throughout the world than any other medicinal salts or crystals. If you are subject to rheumatism or neuritis or kindred ailments, let Crucian gently but surely rid you of the poisons which have secretly accumulated in your system, and you will be amazed at the result. For these poisons circulate through the bloodstream and set up an aggravated pain that gradually gets worse if it isn't properly relieved. Don't put up with it needlessly another day when your nearest drug counter has Crucian. That word Crucian, spelled K-R-U-S-C-H-E-N, has meant joy to millions of grateful people. In countless homes, it keeps happy folks free from acidity, free from acid-caused headaches, sour stomach, and flatulence, and free from the aches and pains of rheumatism, neuritis, and distressed kidneys. As your doctor will confirm, all these troubles can be related to each other. So tomorrow, join the millions who keep themselves feeling fit and looking fit due to Crucian. Learn for yourself what it means to always have that Crucian feeling. And now for our visit to old Nancy and her wise black cat.
Hannah and 5-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. Hannah and 5-year-old. Real Satan. It's a real bedtime story we got for folks tonight. Everybody doubts out them lights, so's we have it nice and dark. Our little tales is best listened to amongst the ghostly shadows. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon you'll be across the sea in England. There begins our yarn of Rockabye Baby. Rockabye Baby.
Mr. Melvin, you don't honestly believe what you just said.
Oh, yes, my dear fellow. There's a room in the east tower of this old mansion which is positively haunted.
Mrs. Beckett, he's just fooling, isn't he?
No, indeed, Mrs. Christie. I share Mr. Melvin's opinion that his tower room is queer.
So do I. I wouldn't enter the place after sundown for £20,000.
Robert, I never heard of such a thing. 3 grown-up people believing in ghosts.
Well, everybody's entitled to their own opinions, honey, but I warn you, ladies and gentlemen, that my wife and I came from Missouri.
Missouri? You know, so many Americans say they come from that great state. It must be very populous.
But, George, I understood Mr. and Mrs. Christie to say their home was in, such a difficult name.
Robert and I were born in Kentucky, Mrs. Beckett.
It's only since you mentioned spooks that we've been from Missouri.
I don't understand.
I do. But whether you believe us or not, Mr. Christie, the fact remains that no one can pass a night in the room I speak of.
You mean to tell me that I couldn't stay there?
My dear fellow, you'd find it an utter impossibility.
Is that so? Well, say, now look
Robert,
here, I'm
you
just...
be still. Let Mr. Melvin tell us about the place.
What's supposed to happen is so scary, Mr. Malvin.
Wait till we have another drink to make the yarn seem better.
Yes, capital idea. I'll be the barmaid.
You better not take any more, Blanket.
Of course I'm having more.
But this will make you sick this evening.
Well, what if it does? I know how to handle my liquor, Susie.
When I hear you married couples quarrel, I truly appreciate my bachelorhood.
Oh, please don't think that Robert and I were quarreling, Mr. Malvin.
Oh, I should say not. Our little arguments never mean anything, do they, Rockabye Baby?
Rockabye Baby?
Now, that's just a little family secret.
Yep, one that goes way back. Way, way back, don't it, honey?
But now, Mr. Malvin, suppose you tell us what awful things happen in that haunted room of yours.
Yeah, just what sort of a person is your family ghost?
Well, it's the uneasy spirit of an ancestor of mine. His portrait hangs here upon his wall.
That old gentleman in the red suit?
Robert, he looks just like pictures of Sir Walter Raleigh.
He lived in the same age, and like Raleigh, he died by the headsman's axe.
His head was chopped off?
Yes, he went to the block for murder. I blush to admit that my ancestor was a cold-blooded killer of the most depraved type. He was a sadistic strangler.
Whom did he strangle?
Old records placed the number of his victims as between 30 and 40.
Say.
That room in the tower was the scene of his crimes, which may be the reason his evil spirit lingers there.
Oh, bunk. Pardon me, Malvin, but you can't convince me that spirits linger anywhere on Earth.
Still, the fact remains that no one can remain in that room after nightfall.
You said that before, so I reckon you believe it, but I'll remain in your haunted room any night you say.
If I permitted it, you wouldn't see it through.
Is that so? Say, you a betting man?
On occasion, why?
Because I'll bet you $100 that I'll stay in your tower room tonight.
Me too, Robert. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Sorry, old chap, but I never make a wager of less than £1,000.
£1,000? That's $5,000.
Well, if Mr. Malvin insists on throwing money away, I'll just take him for $1,000.
Very well. I'll make out my check. You cover it. And Beckett here will hold the stake.
I'll cover it. Where's the fountain pen?
Oh, you can use mine, old chap.
The terms are that you will remain in that room from midnight until sunrise. If you fail, your wager is forfeit.
And when we come down cheerfully to a late breakfast, you forfeit yours.
Exactly. Here's my check, Beckett.
Here's mine.
Right now.
It's nearly midnight now. Take us to your tower, Mr. Malvin. I'm just dying to see the place.
Very well. Well, there's no electricity in the room, but you'll have plenty of candles and be quite comfortable. At first. Oh, do you carry a pistol, Christy?
A pistol?
What would Robert be toting a pistol?
Since you have none, I'll lend you one of mine. One has a feeling of security with a gun in his possession, even though it will prove of little value against the dead whom you may meet.
Well, will you listen to this man, Susie?
If he keeps on, he'll have me believing in his ghost.
Believe as you like, but at the first indication of something abnormal in that room, I advise you to consider your lives rather than your wager.
If we see a spook big enough to drive us out of that room, I'll consider it worth £1,000.
That's why we came to England, because we hoped something different would happen.
I've an idea that tonight you shall see something very different, Mrs. Christie. I'm quite positive that you shall.
$1:00, honey. We've been here over an hour. This must be the night when Malvin's ghost don't work.
I reckon. But I've got to confess it. When we first came in here, I had cold shivers running up and down my spine.
Well, I don't wonder. This is sure enough what a haunted room should look like.
Yes, it's so full of spooky shadows and dark corners. You know, I'm not scared of anything, but I'm awfully glad we have so many candles here.
It wouldn't be very cheerful without them, that's a fact. You know, to folks who were the least bit superstitious, all that talk that Malvin handed out and the appearance of this old room, well, their imaginations might get working so they'd be scared to death.
Yes, imaginations are powerful things. Oh, what's that?
I don't know. Oh, I see. Honey, it's just an old loose shutter banging against the window. Look.
It startled me. Creepy old room, this, isn't it? I mean, if you let your imagination get going.
No danger you and me doing that.
Well, I should say there isn't. Only, Robert, what do you think makes Mr. Malvin so sure that something's going to happen here tonight? Of course, we've only known him a couple of weeks, which is hardly time enough to judge, but he doesn't strike me as the sort of man who'd bet £1,000 for Well, just for the fun of betting.
Well, Melvin isn't the kind you'd call a natural chance-taking gambler, is he?
He must believe there's something queer about this room, insisting you take his gun and all.
Oh, that's 'cause he and the Becketts are just superstitious idiots. Still, I shouldn't be making crackpot bets like this. Guess I've been drinking a little too much lately, Susie.
I'm afraid you have then, Robert. Oh, I don't care about the foolish things that makes you do like betting, but, Robert, it's pulling you away from me.
Oh, no, Susie.
Yes. We're drawing away from one another. Away from the time you used to hold me on your knee and...
Sing your rockabye, baby? Like a crazy lunatic?
Yes, but it wasn't crazy. It was something precious. We were just kids when you sang it to me first. I was only 5.
And I was 9. With a mother instinct.
Don't make fun about it. You did it because you love me. As we grew up, you kept on doing it all the time we were going together, while we were engaged, and first after we were married. You haven't a very good singing voice, Robert, and you helped me uncomfortably most times, but that song was a foolish, wonderful secret between us two. It was a kind of symbol of our love, and don't sing it to me anymore.
I haven't forgot our love, Susie. And I haven't forgot our storm. Come here on my knee, honey. You're going to be rocked in my arms right now.
Robert, you're muzzing my dress.
What do we care about no dress and there's important singing to be done? I love you, little sweetheart.
Darling, I love you.
Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the bough...
What's that?
I don't know.
Oh, it's just the window curtains flipping in the wind.
Yeah, but it sure ruined my song. Say, look here, honey. If you're getting nervous about that room, this old room, that 1,000-pound bet don't mean anything to me.
I'm not nervous. Why should I be when there's nothing here to be nervous about? Robert, 2 of our candles just went out.
Candle?
Yes.
Oh, the wind must have blew it.
Light them again, will you? There isn't any too much light here when all of them are going.
Well, that's a fact, there ain't. Say, Mr. Beckett borrowed my matches and forgot to give them back.
Take one of the candles that's going and relight the others for me.
That's an idea. Doggone, this one went out. It's a reach for.
Well, close the window and shut out the wind that's doing it.
Yeah. There. Now they'll be all right.
Robert, there goes another candle.
Well, the wind didn't blow it out.
Not with the window closed.
Well, I wonder what...
Dear, another's going.
That's funny. These candles just suddenly flicker out and die. There goes another.
What's causing it?
I don't know. There goes another.
Relight them quick. If you don't, we'll be in darkness.
I will, honey. Don't you be scared.
Oh, 2 more went out. There's only 3 left.
I'll get one of them and...
That one's gone now.
This one just went.
Only one's left.
Now it's gone now.
Robert, put your arms around me. Hold me tight.
Now, here I am, honey. Here I am.
What made those candles all go out?
I don't know, but there's some natural explanation for it. Don't you be scared.
I'm not. Only I can't bear this darkness. Take me to the window where the moon's shining in.
Yeah.
Quick.
Come on, we'll get in the light.
There's shadows all about it, Cher. Such ugly shadows.
There's only shadows, Susie. This is just a plain old room. Nothing here can hurt us but our own imaginations.
I know it. It isn't possible that old murderer who lost his head for strangling folks will come back here from the grave.
Of course it's not. Imagination is all the ghosts are made of.
Yes. Imagination. Just imagination.
Sounds like footsteps.
They're in this room.
No, they can't be. We'd have heard the door open. There's only one door to this room.
Something, Cher. They don't have to come through doors.
No, honey, no. Don't say such thing.
Robert, look!
It's just a shadow.
No, it's a man without a head.
Whoever you are, keep back. I have a gun. I'll fill you full of lead.
It's moving towards us. Shoot! Don't let it touch us.
Woman, don't stop it.
It's a dead. Come back to it.
It's reaching out its arms.
It's strangling head.
Well, throat.
No!
Old house is
So did he. Then she dropped to the floor, fainted most likely, and I made my getaway. Quick, help me out of this costume before he brings her from the room.
Well, Agnes is down the hall. She'll storm here already. Oh, what a cushy game this is. A secret passage to that room, candles with prepared wicks, and your ghastly headless makeup.
Not forgetting the way I built the story up. Any fool who bet he's not afraid of ghosts, and the gun with tampered cartridges made him sure it was the dead they shot at, besides ensuring me they'd use no weapons of their own. I told you this was the greatest easy money scheme I ever had.
It certainly appears so.
And this is only the first time we've worked it. With all the silly chumps there are in London, we'll soon make a fortune at it. I'm all right now. Hide that costume in the cupboard.
Right-o.
Hurry. Agnes can't stall in the hall much longer.
Well, I'm with you now. Open the door.
Well, there's Agnes. George, she's alone.
What? Christy's aunt with her?
No. Agnes. Haven't they come out yet?
No. And there hasn't been a sound from that room since they screamed. I told you this scheme was too fantastic to succeed. You frightened them, all right. But then their common sense returned. And now they're in there laughing at us.
I won't believe that. They were terrified.
Then why haven't they come out?
What's that?
What?
Listen. It's Christy's voice. He's singing.
Yes, rockabye baby. A lullaby to let us know your ghost won't spoil his beauty sleep. You terrified him? Oh,
Be still. There's something queer about that song.
What do you mean?
that singing is queer.
I'm going to find out why.
Keep away from that door, you fool.
No. There's something wrong in that room. Give me that candle, Agnes. Come on.
George, the axe of gold doesn't see us. And his wife lies so still in his arms.
Oh, God. I think she's dead. Well, she was dead, all right. Dead of fright. But he was mad, a childish innocent. God, I can still hear that lullaby he sang over and over and over as he rocked her body in his arms. Beckett and I left England the next morning. I've been here in Paris ever since. 5 years.
The Beckett's are dead, you say?
Yes, train reckon tells you. 6 months after the Christie thing happened.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunately, it didn't happen sooner. The poor judge got drunk and blabbed the story. It never been known otherwise. That's how you came to hear of it, I suppose.
Indirectly, yes. But it's only recently I learned that you were Malvin.
I had to change my name. Christie's relatives were looking for me. People from his part of the states go in for vendetta, like the Corsican banditti, I've heard. But since you're an American, you probably know more about Kentuckians than I do.
But I know their reputations. Christie himself is dead now.
Yes, I saw it in the papers. Died singing Rockabye Baby, I suppose. Oh, let's not talk about it anymore. I wouldn't mention the thing, only you sort of drag it from me.
You shouldn't mind discussing anything with me.
I don't. I trust you. You're my kind, a wise one, an easy money schemer. The only bit of luck I've had in the past 5 years was meeting you.
Luck for me as well. To meet such a clever, imaginative fellow who can use his wits to get what fools must work for.
Joan, will you marry me?
Marry you?
Yes, I'm mad about you. We'd make a great team with your looks and my experience. The easy money would just roll in.
Oh, Melvin, this is so sudden.
Oh, I don't blame you for laughing. I forgot I'm wearing shabby, worn-out clothes, and I'm down and out. Or has been. On my word, I don't know why you even sit and talk with me in such a public place as this cafe.
If you can get back your nerve, you won't be a has-been any longer.
My nerve?
Yes. The Christie thing broke you. You've admitted since that night in England, you haven't had a bit of luck. It isn't luck that's been against you, but your mind. I'll tell you why I've met you here each day. It's because I think we would make a great team. Melvin, if you can prove to me that you're a man and not a coward, I'll go along with you. I'll marry you.
Joan, if you mean that, I'll do anything you say.
All right. Tomorrow we go to England.
I don't dare.
Nonsense. 5 years is a long time. They'll have forgotten why you ran away by now. And we're going back to live in your ancestral estate of Malvern Manor.
No.
Yes. Your scheme of the haunted room and headless ghost is the greatest I ever heard. We're going to work it for everything it's worth.
I'll never try that again.
You will. It's a perfect racket. Only a man of imagination could have planned a game like that.
Imagination. Yes, I have imagination, all right. An imagination that for 5 years has kept that room before my eyes, that's dinned it into my ears, a madman's song. All right. It's stolen. Nerve. But I can't return to that house to get it back.
All right, then. You and I are...
No, don't say that. Oh, don't go away, Joan. I'll do anything you say.
Then you go to Malvern Manor, and I marry you, on condition that our bridal night is spent in that tower room.
Bridal night? In that tower room?
Yes. As you regain your nerve, you'll also gain a wife and partner. That appeals to my imagination. You see, I have imagination too, dear. It's a great thing in our life.
Mind these narrow stairs, Joan. Don't want my brand new wife to have a fall. God, it's good to be in this old house again.
I knew you'd enjoy your return to Malvern Manor.
You're right. Make me come here. Has given me back my nerve. What a chump I was to stay away from England all these years. The Christie affair simply made the natives here believe that old room is really haunted. Good example of how ghostly legends start.
Yes, imagination needs but a grain of sand to build a mountain.
Well, here we are, dear. The tower room. My bridal night. Yet I've waited and longed for this.
All right. How lonely it is here with only candlelight.
It's not a very cheerful place. But it was your idea that we occupy it. Let me close the door. Now, at last. We're alone.
I wonder if we're alone.
Of course we are.
How can you be sure? In a room where you've seen a ghostly legend start. Where did you find Robert Christie singing Rockabye Baby?
Joan, let's not talk about that now.
I wish to talk about it for your nerve's sake. So room this is for the scheme you work. So full of eerie shadows.
Yes, it's what gave me the idea to play on fool's imagination. What's that?
I think a shutter blew against the wall outside.
Oh, it startled me.
Back to this room. Anything might happen here, especially in the darkness.
Joan.
What? Their candle just went out.
Eh? Must be a draft.
Oh, it's possible. The windows are closed. There goes another.
What made them go out?
Well, perhaps their wicks have been tampered with, like those which you once used.
No, it hasn't any reason to play such a trick on me.
Of course not. There'd be no easy money in it.
Well, there goes another candle.
And another.
There go three at once. Where are my matches, Joan? You bottled them. And all the candles have gone out. Let me find the door.
What? You're not afraid to be in the dark?
Afraid? Oh, what rot. You brought me here to prove my nerve. I'll show you it's all right. Only, Joan, come here where I can see you by this little bit of moonlight. Where are you, Joan? What's that? Joan, is it your footsteps I hear? Is it you who's walking toward me? Joan, why don't you answer me? Ah! Christie's here! I see him in the moonlight! Christie! Risen from the dead! Ah!
That's what I brought you here to see, Malvern. To see and hear the walking dead. Now you know the terror he and Susie knew. It's Robert Christie's sister whom you married, Malvern. 5 years I've searched for you until I found you to bring the only justice that would fit your crime. Cower against that wall and stare at him in fear. Oh, Robert's still alive. I can't command the dead, or Susie would be with him. But you know the power of imagination now. Look at him, alive. A helpless, harmless madman whose only lucid moments are memories of horror. He and his physician have been hidden in this house for days, waiting for you to come here on your bridal night. Your bridal night. I promised you a wife and partner. Your wife is here, your partner death. So now I'm going to kill you. Turn your eyes from Robert and look into this gun. Turn your eyes and look upon it as I fire it at your heart. Say something. Look at me before I shoot. Look at me, I say. Melvin! Is that you, Doctor?
Yes, that's me.
Oh, wait.
Christie, I've come to tell you.
Oh, never mind. Come in and bring that candle. All I want you to tell me is, what's the matter with this man? Here he is, leaning against this wall. Look at me, Melvin. Doctor, fell as I touched him.
This man is dead. That gun in your hand, did you?
No. Oh, no, I didn't kill him. By the fright. Susie did. Imagination. Imagination.
Miss you're hysterical. You've got to pull yourself together. I don't know what's happened in this room tonight, but it's still another shock that you spare.
Shock?
Yes, your brother.
My brother? Where did Robert go? He was with me here just before I let you in.
He was with you here?
Of course. You sent him as I told you to. Up that secret passageway when I pressed the signal button.
But I couldn't send him. Before your signal came, your brother's heart stopped beating.
My brother...
Robert died 10 minutes ago. You knew his condition. His heart just stopped. That's what I came up to tell you.
But I tell you, my brother was here. Doctor.
Look. Among those shadows there.
Robert. And Susie's in his arms again. Imagination. Imagination.
You never can tell about imagination, Satan. You never can tell why it begins or why it ends. Now, you folks sit still a minute, and we'll come back and tell you about the cheerful little yarn we've got for you next week. Satan, next week when these folks come to see us, we're gonna take them to Chinatown at San Francisco. To Chinatown. And there we're gonna spin him our yarn of the confession. The confession.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy, witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat.
Hannah, 10-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. Hannah, 10-year-old. Satan. A lot of folks have been writing us letters asking how old Nancy got to be such a nice ripe age. You said it, Satan. The whole answer to that question is that we knows magic charm. I wears a iron ring to keep away rheumatics. There's always an onion hanging over my door to drive off chills and fevers. And round my neck, I wears a potent talisman made during the increase of the moon, which protects me from all accidents. A body who takes care of her health with powerful spells like them is bound to reach 118 years, like I just turned today. That's right, Satan. Another reason for me living so long is that I never tells a lie, which proves there's no truth in the saying that the good guy's young. Well, we got another cheerful little bedtime story for you now. If you'll just turn out them lights and make it nice and dark. That's it. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon you'll see 4 people at the door of a fine big house. Soon you'll learn about the hairy monster. That's our tale for tonight. The hairy monster.
Here we are. Now, just a moment till I find the light switch.
Hurry, Mr. Weeks.
Gosh, yes.
We're terrible excited.
I have it. Now, look at the inside of your new home.
Oh,
Gee whiz.
Barbara.
Like it?
Oh, it's heavenly.
A regular mansion.
Perfectly scrumptious.
And it's all yours, Miss Turner, house, grounds, and furnishings. That is, you'll carry out the conditions of Mrs. Hawker's will and live here continuously for 1 year, beginning tonight.
If she'll live here. Huh? Try and get you away, eh, perhaps?
Oh, I'll say so. After you and Aunt Maggie and I have had to live in 2 rooms and a kitchenette all our lives. Oh, doesn't it just seem as though we're dreaming? My. I can hardly believe it.
It's true, all right.
Look, Bad. Mr. Weeks has even had a telephone put in for us.
I've had the place set in order as though I was moving in myself. Doesn't look like a house that's been closed and tenantless for 5 years,
Well,
does it?
it's just perfect. Everything.
Absolutely scrumptious. I'm going to get our baggage from the car, so I'll have nothing to do but explore. I'm going over the place from cellar to attic.
Rodney, don't forget to bring in my hat box and umbrella.
I won't, Aunt Maggie.
Aunt Maggie, just look at these gorgeous window curtains. Real lace.
My. But the kitchen is what I want to see. That's my special bailiwick, Mr. Weeks. Where is it?
You'll find it at the end of this hall, Miss Thompson.
Excuse me. I've got to have a look at the kitchen before I do another thing.
Oh, we're all so terribly excited, Mr. Weeks. And we'll never forget that our good fortune is entirely due to you.
Oh, nonsense. I'm only acting as any attorney would to serve his client's interests.
But other attorneys kept this place away from us for 5 whole years.
Well, they had no legal grounds for their action, as the courts have finally decided. The terms of Mrs. Hawker's will were specific and clear, in spite of certain rather strange provisions. Her sister, Helen, was named as sole heir. And in the event of her demise, it was provided that the estate should pass to her nearest female kin, which happened to be you. At your sister's untimely death, the executors should have placed you in immediate possession.
Now, to continue in possession, I simply have to fulfill the terms originally imposed upon my sister.
That's all. You reside in this house for a period of 1 year, during which time you will sleep in the master bedroom upstairs, which was formerly occupied by Mrs. Hawker. You are not to pass so much as a single night away from here, and you must spend at least 3 hours in that bedroom from every midnight to sunrise alone.
Funny condition, isn't it?
But a very simple one.
If poor Helen hadn't been killed in that auto accident the day of Mrs. Hawker's funeral, she would have found it as easy to fulfill as I shall. Now she's dead. And I have this wonderful house.
Your sister must have been a very sweet and lovable character. Mrs. Hawker had known her scarcely 2 weeks when she executed that will in her favor.
Wasn't it extraordinary? Helen was only her paid companion, a trained nurse like myself.
Strange, the workings of fate. Now you, whom Mrs. Hawker never even met, become her heir.
What sort of woman was Mrs. Hawker? Helen used to write that she was very peculiar.
Well, that's proven by the queer conditions of her will.
But despite her eccentricities, Helen wrote that she was a highly intelligent old person who spent most of her time in scientific research.
I've heard that, but I hardly think that her studies were very scientific. You'll find some mighty queer stuff in the library she left. Works on magic, alchemy, and such outlandish things as that.
Is that what she studied?
They're the only book titles. I don't know what the volumes please us that are written in Chinese.
Chinese?
Yes, you've inherited quite a collection of Oriental literature. Mrs. Hawker spent most of her life in Tibet. As the wife of a missionary, I believe, and that's all I or anyone else in this town really knows about her. But she made no friends or confidants. From the time she came here 15 years ago and built this house, she rarely left it. In fact, she scarcely ever left that room upstairs, which you'll occupy in accordance with her will.
She must have been very eccentric. That provision isn't the only strange one in her will.
You don't have to worry about the others. The executives had seen to their fulfillment.
I know. But why?
Hey, help me, someone.
God.
I'll unload you.
Right there. Much obliged. I wanted to get all this luggage in at once, so I'll have nothing to do but look over our new residence. And besides, it's Mr. Weeks' car we had cluttered up with this stuff, and he may want to drive it home sometime tonight.
Say, it's nearly midnight. I must be running along now.
Well, it was awfully good of you to meet us at the train and bring us out here.
I wanted to enjoy your first excitement over the place.
Oh, Barbara, the kitchen is simply scrumptious. There's copper pots and pans, real silverware, china dishes. Rodney, did you bring in my big hat box and umbrella?
Here they are, Aunt Maggie.
Oh, thank goodness.
Well, I'll run along. Yes, you'll find things comfortable enough until you can make your own arrangements.
Everything's wonderful, thanks to you.
You've been a real friend, Mr. Weeks.
It's all been a pleasure for me. Good night.
I'll take you to the door.
We'll all take you.
My stars, the moon has come out.
Isn't it nice? It was dark as pitch when we drove up here.
Mr. Weeks, what's that little white building back there? Our garage?
No, son, that's Mrs. Hawker's tomb.
Oh, the mausoleum you told me she had built.
Yes.
That's the one thing I ain't going to like about this place. That tomb.
Well, we'll have to get used to it. One of the provisions in her will is that it is never to be removed.
That's right. Well, I must be going. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Weeks.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
And thanks 1,000 times.
Oh, that's all right. Good luck to you all.
Let's get back in, Babs. I'm just crazy to explore the place.
Well, so am I. And I can hardly realize it's really ours.
I don't like that grave in the backyard.
Aunt Maggie, you knew that tomb was there before we came.
I didn't know it was so near the house. It ain't right for the dead and living to be so close to one another.
Oh, how silly. Come inside and stop gazing at it.
All right. Shut that door, Rodney, and lock it tight.
You ain't afraid Mrs. Hawker will get lonesome out there and try to pay us a visit?
If she wanted to, locks and bolts wouldn't stop her. Ghosts can get in anywhere.
Oh, Aunt Maggie, don't be so ridiculous. Here, Rod, let's take this luggage up to our bedrooms before we do anything else.
You two keep away from them bedrooms till I look them over.
What for?
What for? Ain't I been keeping house for you two orphans almost all your life? I'm going up and see the beds are made up proper with clean sheets and all.
All right, Aunt Maggie. Arrange things to suit yourself. But I'm asleep in the east wing room, you know.
I ain't forgetting. Here, I'll take my big hat box and umbrella. You can bring the rest of that truck up later.
Okay, Aunt Maggie. She would insist on going up there to fix things just as if we were a couple of kids.
Have you found the bedroom lights, Aunt Maggie?
Yes, Barbara.
This here east room of yours is I knew it would be. Oh, Rodney, isn't it wonderful to know all this belongs to us, that we're going to live in this house?
You've got to live here for a year.
As though that could be anything but pleasure. Oh, tonight, I'm just the happiest girl in the world.
What was that?
Aunt Maggie.
Come upstairs. Something is wrong.
Aunt Maggie.
Aunt Maggie.
She doesn't answer.
But the lights have gone out up here.
We're in the dark. Aunt Maggie, where are you?
Give me your hand. East room this way. We find her there.
Oh, why doesn't she answer us? What made her scream?
Oh, the lights have gone on again.
There she is, in that room.
On the floor.
Aunt Maggie. Well, Aunt Maggie, speak to me.
She doesn't move. She's fainted.
Look at her eyes, Rod.
They're staring at the ceiling, just like she was scared of something. What?
I don't know. She's not breathing. Her heart isn't beating. Rod. She's dead.
You still insist, Doc, that this woman was frightened to death?
I do, Lieutenant. Until an autopsy shows me some chronic organic weakness that isn't apparent now, I'll say she died of paralysis of the heart muscle brought about by shock. The expression of her face and eyes indicate that shock was caused by sheer stark terror.
But what could have frightened her? There was nothing here to do it.
You two entered this room almost immediately after she screamed?
Yes, and the room was just like you see it now.
Well, she couldn't have been frightened by anything seen through these windows. Shutters are closed, shades drawn. You're positive every door and window in this house is locked on the inside, Ryan?
Yes, sir. Absolutely positive.
Yet you found no one hiding in the place.
No, sir. We've searched every corner.
You're sure neither of you touched anything after you found your aunt?
No, sir. Not even the front door, which was locked until you got here.
We just phoned for you police and then sat down until you came.
If that woman died of fright, then she must have been scared by her own imagination.
Oh, that's impossible. She wasn't that kind.
It's the only explanation that is possible, miss. When the coroner here first gave us his theory of her death, I suspected a tramp or burglar had surprised her. But we've proved that no one has gotten in or out of the place and that nobody's here now except ourselves.
Someone must have turned those lights off.
Yeah, and turned them on again.
No, that was caused by defective wiring, maybe. I'll have the electric company look into that just to check. This is a coroner's case, not a police matter, boys. Come on, let's go.
Lieutenant, sir.
Yes, Ryan?
You mind putting me on duty inside this house for a couple of days, maybe?
What for? The case is closed.
I kind of got a notion that it ain't.
What do you mean?
I've just kind of got a notion.
Another of your crazy notions, eh? I've got his idea, boys. Detective Ryan is an authority on spooks. There's an explanation for us. A ghost could frighten a woman to death, and they wouldn't be stopped by locked windows or doors.
I ain't suspecting a ghost of being in this house tonight, sir. For I've just found something that no ghost would leave behind.
What have you found?
This, sir. It was snagged on back of that chair.
Hair.
2 hairs. 2 quite human hairs.
Anyone might have shed a few hairs here at any time.
These are most unusual hairs, sir. Look. I'm 6 feet tall, and these hairs are longer than I am.
Well, that's just the beginning of this dirty story, Satan. You folks come see me next time I has a birthday, and I'll let you know what sort of critter them 6-foot hairs belong to.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
Hannah am 12-year-old, I be today. Yes, sir. Hannah am 12-year-old. And now, if everybody just douse out their lights, we'll spin the finish of that 30 yarn we begun the last time you was here. Why'd we leave off, Satan? Oh, yes. We told how that nice young girl named Barbara Tanner inherited a fine big mansion that had originally been left her sister by a strange old woman named Mrs. Hawker, who'd made a lot of funny provisions in her will. Then the house stood empty for 5 years, for the lawyers let Barbara have it. So when she come to take possession with her young brother and her aunt, she was mighty happy. Until she found her aunt lying in a room upstairs, stone dead. The police doctor said she'd been frightened to death. And then a young detective found 2 human hairs beside her. 2 white human hairs that was over 6 feet long. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into them embers. Gaze into them deep and hear the rest of our yarn about the hairy monster. The hairy monster. Ha 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 ha.
It's almost 1 o'clock, Mr. Ryan. How much longer are we going to sit here in the dark?
A little before 12, you heard your aunt scream in this room last night.
Yes.
I kind of had a notion history might repeat itself, but it begins to look like I was wrong. You're all in, aren't you, Miss Turner?
Of course she's all in. She hasn't had a wink of sleep.
Oh, that doesn't matter, Rod. If there's anything to be gained by watching here.
Well, I'd kind of like to sit it out a while longer, if you don't mind.
You still think those hairs you found had something to do with Aunt Maggie's death?
Well, I kind of got a notion.
But what could have hair like that, nearly 6 feet long?
I don't know, son.
You say the autopsy this afternoon strengthened the coroner's conviction my aunt was frightened to death.
Yes,
But you are positive no human being could have gotten in here. Mr. Ryan, do you believe in ghosts, as the lieutenant said last night?
Well, I keep a sort of open mind, miss. You know, folks are apt to say things ain't so just 'cause those things haven't been a part of their personal experience. I've got a kind of notion strange things happen in this world that can't be explained away by simply saying they couldn't happen.
You're Irish, aren't you, Mr. Ryan?
Well, Ryan ain't exactly a Polish name. You mean maybe I come by my funny beliefs natural.
Belief in the supernatural is common to all races. Only the Irish seem to have a deeper insight into mysteries, and, well, only the Scotch can compete with them when it comes to having notions.
Yes, and my mother was Scotch.
Is that so? I'm Scotch-Irish, too.
Well, you know, I kind of had a notion. Yes, sir. The moment I looked at you, I said to myself, now there's too nice a girl to be anything.
Say, if
but
anything's
Scotch.
going to happen in this room, when is it going to begin?
Just wait a little longer, son. Yes, sir, Miss Turner. You're the type of girl who... Say, you're not engaged or going with anyone steady, are you?
You know, according to Mrs. Hawker's will, my sister has to stay in this room at least 3 hours every night alone.
Oh, I don't care anything about that, Rod. After what's happened, I hate this house.
Funny conditions in that will you, Mrs. Hawkers, you told me about. Awful funny. Come on, son. Let you and me leave your sister alone in here.
Not if you think anything may happen.
It won't. That was just a bum notion. Here, now switch on these lights. Now leave them burning the rest of the night, miss. I think you'll sleep better.
I'd rather you and Rod would stay here with me, Mr. Rod. I'm not afraid, but I'm too upset to sleep.
No, I'm not. I'm tired, and I'm going to bed. Come on, son.
If my sister don't want to be left here alone,
She'll like
she
it
don't
when she
have
gets
to.
used to it. Come on.
Hey, let go of my arms. What do you
Come
think
on.
you're doing? Don't do that.
Mr. Ryan.
Good night.
Say, are you crazy?
Shut up.
I will not. You can't so real first.
I want to keep my hand over your mouth so you nod your head. You keep your face closed. You keep quiet? All right.
What's the idea?
Just got a notion something might happen in that room quicker if so many people weren't hanging around.
You mean that...
I don't know. We ain't going to move 2 feet from your sister's door if we have to stay here all night. Now come back here. What's that crack of light under the door? If it goes out or your sister yells, we throw ourselves into that room double quick. 1 o'clock.
What's your reason for all this?
There ain't no reason. I've just kind of got it.
Stood here like statues for a solid hour. My legs are cramped.
Rubber. Sister's asleep. I hear her breathing. She breathes nicely and is soft like.
Say, if you're expecting a ghost to walk, they don't come round till after midnight.
Ghosts don't leave human hair behind.
Oh, I think this waiting is all in the bunk. Nothing was in that room last night, and nothing could get in there now with us here in front of the only door. The light just went out of the door.
Yes. Come on, let's go.
Look, by the bed.
Good God.
Something coming with air.
Yes, long white hair.
Help! I can't breathe.
Quick, your gun.
Hold this flashlight on it.
It's a hairy monster.
You missed.
Shoot again.
I hit it, but it doesn't drop.
Oh, it's coming toward me.
Bullets don't seem to kill it. Something unnatural dead.
Shoot again.
My gun's empty. I'll grab it.
No, don't touch it. Don't let it touch you.
It's going through the wall.
There's a false panel, a secret passage there. Give me that flashlight. I'm going up.
No, don't go in that darkness alone.
He's gone down those stairs, inside the wall.
Come on after him. It'll kill him.
Babs, come back. It'll kill us all.
Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan.
Babs, I'll go with you. Babs.
There's Mr. Ryan's flashlight up ahead. Come on.
That hairy thing has got away.
Where does this passage lead to?
I don't know. Look out. Here's more stairs going up.
Mr. Ryan, are you safe? It didn't hurt you?
No. I'm all right. The thing has disappeared.
What was it? It wasn't human, covered with that matted hair, and it smelled of mold and earth and death.
No.
Tried to smother me in my
Here,
sleep.
Miss Turner, pull yourself together. I don't know what it was we saw and followed. But here's where I lost it. Here at the end of this secret passage.
This is the end.
Where are we?
I've got a kind of notion we're in Mrs. Hawker's tomb.
Mr. Ryan, that frightful thing we saw last night couldn't have been Mrs. Hawker. She's been dead 5 years, and you say yourself it was not a ghost.
No. Ghosts don't leave hair behind. They're little things like this.
What's that?
Human fingernail, 5 inches long. I found it by the panel that leads into that passage. I've read that nails grow out about 1 inch each year. And like hair sometimes, they keep on growing after death.
You mean...
But last night we saw the dead who's still alive.
A vampire?
No, a vampire drains your blood. Mrs. Hawker came last night to steal your body. It's when she was placed in this tomb 5 years ago, she had everything arranged to steal your sister.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've done some funny reading, as I told you, Miss Turner. In Tibet, where Mrs. Hawker used to live, there's magicians who know how to suspend all animation of their organs and to live like the dead for almost any time they want. They also know how to kill another human being by smothering its breath, and how to set up their own spirit inside the stolen flesh. Mrs. Hawker knew all about the magicians of Tibet.
If this incredible thing can be true, that explains those conditions in her will.
Yep. If her heir occupy that room with a secret passage leading to this mausoleum. She'd been cheated of your sister and had waited 5 years when you arrived. She was over-anxious to claim your life that she might live again. So she entered that room without caution, and your aunt saw her awful figure in the moonlight. Last night she waited. Careful.
But the lights, what made them go out?
Master switch inside the passage. She built this house herself, you know. And among the queer conditions in her will was one that the slab above her tomb should be made so it might be lifted by a lever inside her coffin. Another stipulation was that she shouldn't be embalmed.
And those instructions were carried out.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but why didn't your bullets kill her last night if she's really living? They say you're a champion pistol shot, and yet we couldn't find a drop of blood.
She hasn't any blood, son. Her body is just a dried-up husk held together by a evil spirit. That husk must be destroyed entirely, all at once. That's why I'm having those lamps put up inside the mausoleum.
Those huge sun-ray lamps?
Yes, the sun that preserves life is the destroyer of the dead. That's why she can only leave her tomb in darkness.
It's night now.
There may be danger from her if you lift that flap. Why don't you wait until morning, until the natural sun comes
I
out?
can't have her in the same world with you another hour. You know, Miss Turner, you're the type of girl who...
Everything's set, right?
You and your brother wait outside here, just in case anything goes wrong.
No, if there's any danger, I'm going with you.
Miss Turner, you're not engaged or going with anybody steady, are you?
We're ready, Ryan, if you are.
All right. Lamp set and lever placed?
Everything.
Now turn your lamps on before we put pressure on this lever.
There they go.
All right, boys. Heave the slab off.
Here it comes.
Now keep away from here, Miss Turner.
It's off. You are right. In that coffin is a hairy monster.
She's alive. She's getting up. Now turn those rays down there in the coffin. The lamps went out. What's wrong?
Connection came apart. I'll fix it.
Quick.
She's rising from this
Good
tube.
Lord. You keep back, Miss Turner. Keep away.
She's got a hand for Mr. Ryan.
With those long nails like knives.
Those lamps. God sake,
Tear her
those
away.
lamps.
She's cutting him to pieces.
Keep away.
Lamps are out again.
And the rays are working. Look.
She's let him go. Oh, Mr.
She's fallen.
She's becoming just dust and bones and hair.
She's gone.
Destroyed forever. Are you all right?
I kinda got a notion.
Oh, you're bleeding. She slashed your face and throat. God, there'll be iodine bandages. Thank goodness I'm a nurse.
Nurse? You know, Miss Turner, you're just the type of girl to say, are you engaged or going with anyone steady?
Be quiet. You're weak and losing blood.
But are you?
No, not yet. Why do you keep asking me that?
Oh, I've kind of got it.
Well, that's the end of that then, Satan. And if it didn't curl your hair, it should at least make it kind of wavy. Well, Satan and me's got business to tend to now. Important business, Satan. Near midnight, Satan.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
Another 22-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 122-year-old. Well, Satan, tell everyone to douse their lights. That's it. We want lots of darkness when we tell our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep. And soon, by the light of the moon and the stars, you'll see a barren stretch of land where two roads meet in old Massachusetts state. 3 policemen stand a-talking there beside their motorcycle bikes, and soon you'll hear the story of the haunted crossroads. The haunted crossroads.
Sure you're not scared to have us lady here alone, Tom?
Of course he's scared, Sergeant.
Look at his knees shaking. I'll probably yell for help the minute you guys get out of his sight.
Sure, Gene. I don't think he is properly frightened.
I guess not. Well, if he sees any spooks, he can't say we haven't warned him.
Seriously, boy, you'll keep your eyes peeled for other things than ghosts on this patrol.
You bet I will, Uncle Pat. And I hope it's my luck to have the skunk who knocked up Smith and Barclay here start something with me. Well, I hardly think that'll happen. Those killings weren't done by the same man.
They were both stabbed in the back the same way.
Oh, well, that doesn't prove anything. Several fellows were stabbed to death here right after the Civil War. And another about 20 years ago, according to all records. It wasn't the same murderer who got them, and 2 cops of our troop. Well, unless you believe the crazy stories about this place being haunted.
Well, I must be riding back to troop headquarters for Captain Elton will be skinning the hideaway. And you, Gene Hardy, you better be after getting on your patrol.
Well, I'll get the old bike moving. Oh, when you get home in the morning, Tom, remind your sister she's got a movie date with me tomorrow night. Kathleen's not apt to forget any date she has with you.
Trooper Hardy, your job at the moment is to keep your eye peeled for speeders and reckless drivers.
Well, I'll try to remember that, Sarge. And good night. Good night, Gene.
Night, boy. Kathleen, morning,
What the? Tom! I'm coming back, kid. Coming back.
Gene!
I'm coming, Sarge.
It's Tom, oh, merciful God.
Sarge, what is it? What has happened?
Come, quick.
I'm here. What happened? Tom!
Yes, he's dead.
He can't be dead. We just left him.
I started right after you rode away. Then I heard him yelling, oh, merciful God, I raised that boy. He was like my own son.
He's been stabbed in the back. Just as Smith was stabbed a week ago, and Barclay.
Here at these same rotten crossroads.
Now pull yourself together, Sarge.
Oh, God.
You know what I thought of Tom. But we're cops. Listen, you were back here before I did. You must have seen who...
I saw no more than you see now. Whoever did it got away.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Tom wasn't alone here more than a minute. No one could have gotten to him across these open fields and then away again between the time I left and come back. Yet I saw no one but him and you. What was that?
A woman's laugh. A woman's laugh. You hear it, too?
It sounded here, beside me.
Right here beside us, at my very elbow.
Yet no one's here that we can see.
An invisible woman. That's the craziest part of your whole crazy story.
But we did hear it, Captain Elton.
It's true, so help me. But there wasn't any woman, by your own confession. You said you searched and couldn't find her.
We looked everywhere around, sir, but there's no place there for anyone to hide.
Then, like the hicks around here, you come to the conclusion those old crossroads are haunted. A female ghost stabbed Tom Fallon with a very ungodly steel knife, I suppose, which she carried away with her because you couldn't find it either. That's a fine way for 2 policemen to explain a murder.
We're only telling you what really happened.
But it couldn't have happened.
Just the same it did. Now, look here, sir. Tom Fallon was my closest friend. I'm engaged to marry his sister. And Sergeant McGee here is his uncle. You don't think we'd lie to you when Tom's dead body lies out there in the squad room?
He was like me own son. Here, Sergeant Pat. Sit down. I'm sorry I have to pound at you like this. But Tom is the second of the troop that has been killed inside a week. At the same place. In the same way. And last year we found Barclay dead there. 3 policemen stabbed to death, and we haven't a single lead to the rat who did it.
You think the same person killed them all, sir?
Yes, and that person's a man, not a laughing, invisible woman. A man with strength enough to kill with a single blow. Hardy, you say Fallon wasn't out of your sight for more than a few minutes before you heard him scream.
Well, I'd only passed the first turn south of the crossroads, sir. A minute and a half at most.
And you got back to him in about half that time. How about you, Sergeant McGee? I left Tom right after Trooper Hardy rode away, sir, and headed north. And neither of you saw any vehicles approaching from the east or west, nor past any?
No, sir. There was no traffic at all.
Then, in the 70 or 80 seconds that Fallon was alone, someone ran across that completely open space, drove a knife into Tom Fallon's back, and then ran away again.
It's crazy, but that's the way it must have happened.
It's the only way it could have happened. It didn't happen! It's impossible! The world's greatest sprinter couldn't have covered the necessary distance in that short time, and a running man must make a little noise. Yet Fallon saw and heard nothing until a knife was in his back. You're lying to me, both of you. By the Lord, if I didn't know how close you were to the boy, I'd say you bumped him off yourself.
Captain L. Don't say that. Don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean that, of course. But unless you fellas change your story, the coroner's jury is going to ask some mighty embarrassing questions. You've established yourselves as the only persons in the vicinity who could have come close enough to Fallon.
No one's going to think we had anything to do with this when they recollect those other killings at the crossroads, even if they won't believe we heard that woman laugh. You've forgotten, Captain, that Tom is the third to die out there. By the same man's hand, you say. Last week when Smith was killed, Sergeant McGee and I were on duty with you in this station from the time Smith left here until his body was found. And when Barclay got his a year ago...
Then, George, you and I were up in Maine doing some fishing. Don't you remember? And Jean here.
And I was serving a motorcycle escort for the governor. Now, no one will question that alibi.
Yeah, you're right. But if you've told me the truth about tonight, what's the answer? I didn't have to listen to such a nutty yarn about Smith's and Barclay's murders, for no one was near him when it happened. They'd been dead for hours when found. Oh, excuse me, boys, the things I've said. But if I don't find someone to pin these stabbings on pretty soon, I'll be believing those damn crossroads are haunted. That's all. Just a minute. Come.
Miss Fallon is here, sir.
Bring her in.
Yes, sir.
Does she know her brother is...
No. I telephoned her to come down here. That's all. You'd better break the news, Pat. You're her uncle.
No, not me. I can't even see her now. Let me out this other door before she...
Quiet, here she is.
Captain Nelson, why did you telephone me to come down here? Jean, Uncle Pat, why are you here? What's wrong?
Let me out of here. Let me out.
Uncle Pat, it's Tom. Something's happened to Tom.
Don't look at me. I don't know anything about it.
Kathleen, dear.
Miss Fallon.
Tom was posted at the crossroads tonight. He's been killed there, like the others.
Yes. Your brother is...
Tom. Oh, Tom.
Dearest Kathleen.
Let me out of here. Oh, let me out.
Oh, Pat.
I can't bear to hear her cry like that. I can't bear to have her eyes upon me. She has eyes like Tom, and they accuse me.
Accuse?
Before God, I swear I didn't mean to kill him.
You?
Yes, I killed him. I didn't tell you the truth. I never left him at his post at all. I killed the boy I loved because something from the blackest hell got into me. I stabbed a knife into his back because I couldn't help myself. I was made to do it. No, I'll pay for what I've done.
Don't let him get his gun! He shot himself.
Uncle Pat.
He's dead. Tom Fallon's murderer has just killed himself.
He stabbed my brother. Oh, no, he couldn't.
You heard what he said, Miss Fallon.
But who killed Smith and Barclay?
McGee couldn't have done that.
No.
Why did he say he couldn't help himself? That he was made to kill his nephew?
And what was the meaning of that woman's laugh I heard? You in that car! Drive on, no stopping here!
It's only me, Jean.
Kathleen!
You can put away your gun. But I'm glad to know you're being so careful here.
Why drive away out here at this hour, honey?
Oh, I couldn't sleep knowing you were posted alone at these crossroads tonight.
Dear, I told you not to worry. A trooper's been posted alone here every night for 3 weeks now, ever since poor Tom was killed. And nothing's happened.
You think there's no danger here anymore, now that Uncle Pat's dead?
Look, you mustn't stop thinking about him now.
Well, it's rather difficult not to think about him. I'll never understand why...
He was out of his mind. That's the only explanation.
But what drove him out of his mind? What could have made him destroy someone he loved? As we know, he loved Tom. And he said he was made to do it.
I don't know.
Jean, you're all I have left. If anything should happen to you now...
Oh, nothing's going to hurt me, dear. Come on. Get a hold of yourself, sweetheart.
But Uncle Pat had nothing to do with the other deaths here. He was miles away when Smith and Barclay were stabbed. Jean, maybe this place is haunted.
Oh, you don't believe that stuff any more than I do. You're just all upset and... here, I'm going to disobey all standing orders of the state police and join you in this car for a little roadside parking.
Oh, no, don't get in. I'd rather get out and walk a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been out here before, you know. At night, I mean.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be here now. Fine thing, driving this deserted old road at midnight. Have you got that little gun I gave you?
Oh, yes, I always carry it when I drive alone.
Ah, that's good. Well, come on then if you want to walk.
Jean, exactly where did you find Tom's body and Uncle Pat kneeling beside us?
We're not going to talk any more about that.
Oh, all right.
really wouldn't do me any good to know. It's such a gloomy spot here. No cars passing, no road lamps.
These are just old county roads. No state trooper had to patrol here regularly until...
Until after Frank Barclay was found stabbed here.
Oh, Kathleen.
I want to talk about it, Jean. I loved Uncle Pat. He was a good man, not a killer or a maniac. And I've got to find out what made him do the thing he did. Find out what made him say he couldn't help himself. Uncle Pat was in Maine when Frank Barclay was killed. Tell me about that.
Well, all I know is that Barclay didn't report on schedule. When they found him, he'd been dead for several hours.
And then Smith, just a week before Tom.
Like Barclay, he'd been dead for a long time when found.
But Uncle Pat couldn't have done it.
Oh, he wasn't out of my sight, and that of a dozen others at any time that night. Well, after that, Captain Elton made this a fixed post.
Oh, I can't understand it.
Neither can anyone else.
And 70 years ago, the papers say, a town constable was stabbed here, and another constable about the time when we were children. That makes 5. All policemen.
It's screwy, all right. But you mustn't think about it anymore, dear. And, look, don't worry about me. Look around here. There's nothing but open spaces, sand and grass, and 2 level, hard dirt roads. Why, there isn't a bush or stone big enough for a cat to hide behind, let alone a man with a knife.
No one could come close to you here, except someone you knew and trusted. As Uncle Pat was trusted by Tom. As you trust me.
That's enough nonsense now. Go home, go to bed, and sleep. Yes, and keep that little automatic of yours handy on the way. Night driving's no business for a woman.
I wish you'd let me stay.
Not a chance. Do you want me to lose my job? That's what happens to cops who entertain ladies during business hours.
But it's so gloomy here. So silent and eerie. It looks like a haunted place.
Oh, bunk. Here, give me a kiss and say goodnight.
Oh, Jean, I can't lose you.
You're not going to. I'm safer here than I'd be in a church. What was that?
A woman laughing.
That's what I heard the other night.
Look there.
A woman's in the road.
She wasn't there a moment ago.
I'll soon find out.
Jean, come back here.
Stay in the car, Kathleen. You in the black dress. I want to talk to you.
No, don't follow her, Jean. Come back.
Wait, I tell you, whoever you are. Don't walk away from me. I'm an officer of the
law. Don't come any closer to her. Don't let her touch you, Jean. Keep away. She disappeared. She vanished as I watched her. Where did she go to? Come back here, Jean. Come back. Come back.
I'm coming.
What happened to that woman?
Coming.
Jean, what's happened to you?
I've got to do it.
Why do you stare at me like that?
Got to do it. Got to do it.
Why are you opening that pocket knife?
I can't help myself. Can't help myself.
You look as though you didn't know me. As though I'm someone you hate. Jean, I'm Kathleen. You love me.
Kathleen. Love.
Don't come any closer. Keep away.
Kathleen. Love. Your gun, Kathleen. Shoot me before I reach you. Shoot me. It's the only way to stop me, but I can't help myself.
No, no.
Yes, shoot me or I'll kill you with this knife.
Oh, you're mad.
Shoot. Shoot, I say, before I drive this knife into your back.
Oh, may God forgive me. It's the only way. I've shot you, Jean. I've shot you. Oh, she's here beside me. The woman in black. Oh, keep away. Keep away. Keep away.
Come on, Miss Fallon. I want to hear more about this woman who laughed. This ghost.
Oh, please don't ask me any more questions now. I'll go out to that operating room again, Captain Elton. Make sure that Jean's going to live. I only shot him to stop him.
You stopped him, all right.
Oh, here's a doctor at last. Oh, doctor.
It's all right, Miss Fallon. We've taken the bullet out of Trooper Hardy's shoulder, and he'll be up and around again in just a few days.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
And also Jean's tough constitution. Now, let's off your mind. Will you please tell me exactly what happened at the crossroads tonight?
I'll answer all your questions now.
What I've already heard has made me very curious. Sit down, Doc. It's your office and your hospital. Go ahead, Miss Fallon. Let's hear all about that laughing, appearing, and disappearing woman.
If I were you, Captain, I'd withhold my judgment a while. But Trooper Hardy has been babbling about the phantom woman under the ether. Under ether, people don't lie. He's been repeating over and over that he couldn't help himself.
He couldn't. Somehow she made him want to kill me. But he loved me. That love was stronger than her power. He had time to warn me.
So you obligingly shot him?
Yes.
Then the woman reappeared again?
Yes, beside me. And she laughed. She laughed horribly. And then, as I looked at her, she just wasn't there.
A woman dressed in black, you say?
Yes. A dress all folds that might have been a shroud. And her face was like the dead, but with an awful purplish tinge, as if she'd been strangled. And around her throat there was a heavy rope that dangled to the ground. Oh, God, I'll see her till the day I die.
I don't believe in ghosts. You just shot one of my troopers. I don't care if you were engaged to marry him. I don't...
That's enough, Captain.
Oh, what?
I'm boss inside the walls of this hospital, and this girl is in no physical condition to stand your third degree. Besides, I think she's telling the truth.
The truth?
Why not? We can't call a thing a lie simply because we don't understand it. And have you any better explanation than we've heard for the tragedy at those old crossroads?
You don't think anything supernatural?
I think something that has lived beyond the span of ordinary human life is responsible. Remember those almost forgotten cases the newspapers have searched out? The man who was stabbed there in 1865? That other chap in the early 1900s? One of the reporters told me they'd discovered several more crossroads stabbings in the records. A peace officer was killed there in Andy Jackson's time. And a member of the watch was stabbed when Washington was president.
Oh, policeman.
By Jove. I hadn't thought of it just in that light. Miss Fallon, you say the phantom woman had a rope round her neck?
Yes, a thick rope tied with a heavy knot.
A hangman's rope. And at the crossroads in the early days, criminals were hanged and buried.
What's that got to do with it?
Maybe a lot more than you think. Excuse me, Captain. Move a chair aside so as I can get to that bookcase.
What?
I want to find something. Something I've read and more than half forgotten. Policemen, officers of the law. They've been the only ones to die at those crossroads where a gallows tree once stood.
Oh, that's a coincidence.
But you must admit a strange coincidence. Here's the book. An old history of this county.
History?
Here it is. I knew I read it somewhere. Look.
What is it, Doctor?
I'll read it to you. Listen. On that 13th day of August, 1721, by order of the King's Governor, a gibbet of good, stout oak had been erected at Berkeley Crossroads. That's the old name of our place, Captain Elton.
Go on reading.
And there the criminal, Goody Fairfax, was taken, still protesting her innocence of the foul crimes which had juried her peers.
No, I swear that I'm innocent. The officers have lied.
Hold more tightly on her, Peter, so I can fix this rope round her scrawny neck.
Let me go. You cannot kill me.
She wriggles like an ear. Wait no more time.
Hard to the beam.
Oh, no. I have done no murder. Have mercy. I am innocent, I swear.
Hey, you've had a fair trial, old dame, and been found guilty.
And soon for your crime you'll be buried in the soil of infamy, here beneath this gallows tree.
Nay, nay.
Hey, so all who pass may spit upon your grave.
I'll not suffer that, I won't.
The rope's fast at last.
All is ready, my lord sheriff, when you give the word.
Quiet! Our Lord the King's High Sheriff speaks.
Nay, I who am about to die this unjust death will speak. Hear me, ye officers of so-called justice, who have decreed this fate for me. As I die innocent of crime, I vow to return from death the murderer ye do hang me for. As ye officers of blind lord over the death on me, so I shall visit death on you, with no more sense of right or pity. You mean to bury me beneath this gibbet, in unhallowed ground, away from God. Whilst I remain away from God, beware. Beware, I warn ye, for not even death will stay my hate. I shall return to bring ye death, ye officers of law.
Bring her out! Pull on the rope! Aye! She goes!
I shall return to bring you death. I shall return.
And so, still screaming her threats of ghostly vengeance, the murderess Goody Fairfax was hanged to death. Then the old account goes on. Her body was cut down from the gallows and buried underneath it at Berkeley Crossroads.
The haunted crossroads.
Captain Elton, whether or not you believe in ghosts, it might be a kindly thing if you search for Goody Fairfax's grave, and if you find it, to place her restless bones in hallowed ground. A kindly thing and a wise thing.
haven't got over it yet. There were human bones, a woman's bones, buried beneath those crossroads.
I knew you'd find them if you only persisted in the search.
Yeah, he persisted, all right, making us troopers do the digging with me on double shift. Fine way to treat a man only a week out of hospital.
And a newly married man.
Oh, I thought that was a good way for you to earn your sergeant stripes.
Sergeant stripes?
Yeah, here's your warrant.
Captain Elton.
I had to make you two crazy ghosts here some kind of a wedding present. And this didn't cost me anything.
Oh, how can we ever thank you?
Be happy. And Kathleen, let that first shot you had at your husband be the last.
Well, that's the end of that one, Satan. You folks come see us again on me birthday. We'll have another cheerful yarn to spin ye.
The Witch's Tale. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, a wise black cat.
I'm 15-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, I'm not 15-year-old. Well, Satan, what kind of a nice, cheerful little bedtime story will we tell these folks tonight? What's say? A Scotch story? Why Scotch? So's to keep fresh in your mind that one of your principal New Year's resolutions is to cut down expenses. Now, what kind of expense can a tomcat have? You say ask any tabby cat. All right, Satan. If it'll help you to economize on milk, fish heads, and catnip tea to hear a Scotch story, old Nancy will be happy to oblige. And what's more, she's going to tell you one that's absolutely true. Yes, sir. The main points of what you're going to hear now, strange as it may seem, can all be found set down as facts in the court records of old Scotland. Everyone douse their lights so's we'll have it nice and dark. That's it. Now drop to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep. And soon you'll see back through time to the year of 1662. Soon you'll see inside the kitchen of a farmhouse. Soon you'll hear an angry man a-talking. Soon you'll know what happens when you call in the devil's name. In the devil's name.
Didn't ask me to become, I will not become. With all due respect to you, Mr. Gordon, as my lad of Park, I cannot become.
Not is to be accomplished by your anger, John Gowdy. Your wife remains fast in yon room where she locked herself, and each mad cry you make gives her fresh determination to come out no more amongst us.
The stubborn wench, I did a rhyme to reason with her. A stout rat across the back is what she needs. The devil spawn.
Oh, John, please don't speak so, my sister.
You know you saying with her. I take no vicar for her pauper relatives.
This is getting nowhere. I offered to come and reason with your wife or her unbecoming conduct. But since you give me the opportunity, it's plain my time is wasted.
Did I reach for your hat, Mr. Gordon? Well, I ken the favour you've done to me, a simple farmer, that come into this house for to help me in my trouble. I mean no disrespect to you in my anger, but I cannot control myself when I ken that woman's crime. 3 Sabbaths in a row she's acted in the sinful manner. 3 Sabbaths in a row she's refused to gang with me to kirk. And now again this next, when there was special prayer meeting, she's flaunted her God and my husbandly authority and stayed away for a holy Presbyterian service.
She must have a reason she will not tell us.
A reason for such black crime as that? The only reason she can have is that which Master Harry Forbes gave out this night when he looked down for his pulpit and glimpsed her empty pew. What did he say? You heard him. He said, "Them as dinna come to kirk 3 Sabbaths in a row and again for special prayer meeting must be out upon the devil's business."
And such words are dangerous coming for the pulpit, particularly now that our countryside is plagued with witchcraft.
And a fine thing it is for me, the richest farmer in Aldien, had to be cried upon by people as the husband of a witch.
You dinna say such things. You both ken well that Isabel is nothing of the kind. Such idle talk as this grows into fearsome tales. And should it come to the ears of the King's Majesty...
It would be a good thing, and they took it up. To be wedded at the stake would soon curb her haughty pride.
John, I beg you.
Enough of this. If you want, I should try fair talk with your wife, John Goldie. You and Mr. Sanny gang out of the sight and hearing while I'd try to persuade her to unlock yon door. Then I don't wish to be disturbed.
I go, but she's the devil's own. And can you'll have a small success.
Come, John, please.
All right.
Mistress Goldie, will you come out now? I'm here alone.
I tell you, these walls be thin, and I heard all was said. I heard that I am the devil's own, a witch. Ha ha! That my husband would like to take a rod to me. If he ever dared,
Oh, won't you please come out and let me talk with you, Mistress Goldie?
Here I am, Mr. Gordon. You have more brain than my husband, and should know that talk is useless.
I have better eyes than your husband also, and can see you're a beautiful woman with spirit, the kind I most admire.
Is that your argument? Why I should gang to Kirk on Sabbath?
One of my arguments.
Let's hear the others. That one has no weight.
Because I hadn't finished it, perhaps. You have a reason for staying home on the Sabbath, Mistress Gowdy.
The reason is my own.
Will you tell me if I guess it?
Nay.
I can you will, even though you didn't put it into words. You're better blood than your husband. 'Twas a come down for you to marry him. I ken your father made you for the money John possesses.
What had that to do with my staying away for Kirk?
Much. Your husband is a miser. And the richest farmer's wife in all Aldine has nae a decent dress to wear. I said you'd tell me if I guessed.
How dare you speak of it even though you are a laird? How dare you smile at me as the women smile when I pass amongst them in this old green rag, the only frock I own? I had rather they thought me a witch than feel their sneering eyes upon me one more Sabbath. You've guessed my reason. I'm ashamed. Ashamed to gang out of this house looking like a beggar.
I dinna smile as the women do. I understand and sympathize because I am your friend.
Friend? Such a thing I've never known.
You know one now. Dry your tears. You must believe me.
Oh, Mr. Gordon, I'd like to believe you. I'd give anything to have a friend, anyone, anything, some living creature I could talk to, lean on. My sister loves me as I love her, but she's too young to realize the way I feel. And I ain't nobody else. I'd like to be...
Mistress Gowdy, you have me for friend, and I shall prove my friendship. I prove more. I can give you pretty dresses by the score, send you to Kirk in your own coach, and your neck and arms with precious jewels. That's why I asked to be alone with you this night. Not because I cared if you ever listen to the preacher or Master Forbes again, but because I'm mad about you, Isabel, because I want you. No, you want the goods that I can give you, and for them you'll give yourself to me. No, I want you. You wench. You struck me.
Aye. And again you lay hands upon me, this kitchen knife will find its way into your filthy heart. Say, this is your friendship. I might have known, for all that's ever come to me has had its bitter price. Think you I would sell myself for a dress, some gaudy trinkets? And to you, another old man like my husband? Nay. Once I have been sold. If I be again, it shall be for my own price. And to one who will set me high above such beasts as you who only wish me in the mire. Go, you old fool. Get out to this house with your wrinkled, ugly body and your dirty soul. Get out before I spit upon you.
You'll pay for these insults to your betters ere I gang away, my lass. John Gowdy, come ye here.
So you would have me tell my husband what you just
Aye, you tell him your tale. You tell him your tale, and I'll tell mine.
What do you mean?
You call, Mr. Gordon. Are you convinced the wench that she must come to...
Nay, and from this night, Kirk will have her. Master Forbes was right. She is the devil's hen, a witch of hell. But no, she tried to play her wiles on me. I made love to me, she did.
Isabel.
You strumpet. Aye, can you say that? But yon kitchen knife she holds is proof. She threatened to stab me with because I will not kiss her no more once.
Penny, John Penny, you cannot believe
I believe anything, oh devil's witch, you wouldn't have gang to cook. A spawn of hell, you bragged a damn I strike you. Well, I strike you new upon your wanton face.
Good.
Aye, John. You struck me as I said you'd never dare.
Isabel?
Gang away, Annie. You struck me, John. But some way, somehow, I'll strike you back. I'll strike back at all of you for this. At you, my husband, who had treated me as dirt. As you, my Laird of Park, who has traduced me with your lies. And at you, my sister, who stood with him against me.
Isabel, I didn't.
The three of you shall pay for this. Oh, what I were the devil's witch that you accuse me. If I had the power of hell, I'd strike you dead before me. Now I can only pray that God will curse you all. I curse you, curse you, curse you all!
Come out of that room!
Isabel, don't lock me out!
Let me in, you hell!
He's a calling me. Come away, both of you, and let me tell you the full enormity of what she tried to do to me this year.
I would all prepare a fit and punishment.
God, I pray thee, curse them all, curse them, God, curse. Nay, I pray to thee no more. Thou hast never listened frae the time I was a bairn. They say I am the devil's witch. Oh, to hae the credit as well as hae the name. Oh, to hae the power they say the devil gives his aid. To the foul black fiend of hell I pray for torment and all them who've hurt me. In the devil's name I curse them. In the devil's name.
At thy service, Mistress Gardy.
Who are you?
One who is prompt in answering worthy prayers.
Whence came you in this room?
In the well-known place thou mentioned but a moment past.
You are...
The name I most prefer is Lucifer. Especially when I deal with ladies. It hath a more romantic sound than my other titles, don't you think?
Get you gone. I did not really mean to call upon you.
Oh, of course you did. And if thou should send me away before we really become acquainted, thou wilt never forgive thyself.
No.
Be not afraid. Look at me fair as I stand revealed in this gentle moonlight. I'm not at all the hideous creature thy good church folk imagine.
Not a young man, straight and tall.
Rather handsome, am I not? I walk and turn around and bare my head. Thou seest no suggestion of cloven hoof or tail or horns. In fact, I'm the sort of young lover thou hast often dreamed would come to thee someday.
Your great dog-piercing eyes. You're the handsomest man I've ever seen.
Thou art hungry for love as well as power and vengeance. Wilt have me for thy lover?
Your deep black eyes seem to burn into my soul.
Far into thy heart, which is more important than the soul with women. Wilt have me, Isabel, and give thyself to me? Not simple frocks and gaudy trinkets do I offer. I will set thee over them who wish thee in the mire.
Glowing, wondrous eyes.
Still give thyself to me, soul and heart and body, forever and forever, in exchange for power and vengeance.
I
swear it in my name.
I swear it in your name. The devil's name.
And that's not even asked the price you'll pay. Well, there should be none unless you will it so. Except this mark I place on all my own. I brand it on my shoulder with a kiss.
Your lips burn.
Yet with a fiery thrill thou longest wanted.
Aye, a thrill that means new life.
A life quite different from thy past. But rebirth hath just begun. Now for thy first sweet taste of vengeance and the power witches know. Come, we go to where my court on earth holds revel.
Where?
To the Dooney Hills.
How go we there?
Two windle straws blow in thy window. Seize one as I do and place it twixt thy feet.
It's done.
Then hark thou to the charm I speak. Horse and hattock, mount and go. Horse and hattock, be it so. In the devil's name.
We sit bestride two horses, steeds that mount from out my window to the sky.
We are two mighty forces. Lords of earth, both you and I.
I am a witch in credit as in fame.
Aye, by the power of thy master's name. Look yonder, there our journey ends.
To the Downey Hills my horse descends. With speed of thought we've travelled here.
Thought is another name of mine, my dear. Our steeds alight on earth once more.
We change back to the straws they were before.
Well, what think you of this place, my Isabel?
The hills are thick with dancing forms. Human folk, I see. And fearsome creatures not earth.
Oh, be not afraid. For witch or warlock, fiend or demon, all here do call me master. Kneel, kneel all, and make obeisance. Here I am God. Here is my heaven. Look ye on my kingdom, woman.
I see, but awful ugly, Mr. Boot. Ah, ye too have lost your handsome looks and are the monster that men call
Oh,
you.
nay, nay. Gaze deep into mine eyes again and see that I am beautiful.
Your eyes burn deep into my heart.
And thou dost not repent thy bargain?
I do not repent.
Then enter in thy glory. Rise, ye witches, warlocks, usurers. Rise, all who are my subjects, and hail the newest of thy number. Now thou shalt have a servant, sweet. Rodriva, come.
Away, demon. Ah, he's pushed upon my shoulder.
He shall be thy slave, invisible once we leave this place to all human eyes but thine. Fear him not. He's thy familiar spirit. Asmodeus, bring here my subject, Bessie Ball.
Bessie Ball? I ken that name.
Oh, thou shouldst in all and she is thy neighbor.
And she is...
She is mine, as thou art. Thou wilt find many acquaintances here who have long been in my service.
You called for me, great master.
I have work for thee, old Bess. Because of all my older and Coben, thou art the ugliest and meanest.
That makes for beauty in my master's eye.
Thou sayest true. Now, Mistress Isabel, for the vengeance I have promised. Mr. Gordon, Laird of Park, shall be the first to feel thy hate.
I wish to see him.
Now, wait. Death marks the end of worldly pain. Men must live to suffer truly. Hearken now to the devil's way of torture. The fool is vain and haughty. He delights to boast of his conquests o'er fair women. In that most tender spot we'll turn our dagger. Bessie Bald, drew thou a potent love charm for this Gordon Laird of Park. It is my will he marry thee.
Nay, I didn't like the man. I'll torment him in your wish with pleasure, but I want him made for husband.
Thou art particular, my toothless hag.
Useless I may be, and ugly, but I have a right to choose my mate.
Thou hast no right but what I will.
'Twas ne'er a bargain that I be wife of man I hate.
Silence! What the devil gives, he can also take away. Obey me not, and I bereave thee of thy power. I give thee to man's law to torture in the state.
Nay, I do your bidding, master.
Then begone, all of you. Thou hast played enough tonight. Go back to the world and to my work. It's like of old Bess for thine enemy will serve thy hatred well when they are wed.
You said you'd give her to the torture and the stake if she should fail you. Is it so that witches attain by man's law?
Think ye the faithful ones whom I protect ever suffer trial and burning? Oh, no, my innocent. I am a gentleman who looks after his own, so long as they do not cross me. Look not so thoughtful. Thou and I shall never quarrel. But come again to our windle straws. Now we ride to make thy vengeance quite complete.
No, we strike my husband.
Not yet. We call upon the Laird of Park, for thou hast another pretty gift for him.
What?
Thou soon shalt see. Place the straw betwixt thy feet and say the charm I taught thee.
Aye, horse and haddock mount and go. Horse and haddock be it so, in the devil's name.
In the devil's name!
Arise from the horse's stride.
With speed of thought again we ride. Look down. We've reached the place you know.
I see the house of hawk below.
To thine eyes I make its walls but bare.
I see Laird Gordon sitting there.
Take this knife and from thy head cut that lock of thine hair so red.
I obey, but tell me why.
Ha ha! You'll learn that by and by. Cover good steeds above this roof, and we'll put the power of a witch to proof. Scatter thy hair down the chimney flue, then hark to the charm of my magic brew. With these hairs alight may they leave a blight. Burn and pain, bone, flesh, and vein. Tear and maim in the devil's name.
I see Mr. Gordon rise in torment. Spots show upon his flesh, red spots.
Red as thy hair. Red as the searing heat of flame he feels. Mental anguish is to come when he knows passion for old Bessie. But yet I did not wish to spare him also anguish of the body.
Oh, what wondrous vengeance ye had deemed me.
Art happy in it?
Aye, this will pay him for his hurt to me. I'm happy, happy, happy.
I love thee for thy hate. Above all other human emotions, 'tis the one I find most satisfying. But the night is far advanced. I must return thee to thy home.
Him? Do me know we'll pay off John, my husband? 'Tis him I hate the most of all.
Oh, don't worry, my dear. scores paid off too rapidly accumulate no interest. And I should like his debt to mount. But I haven't neglected John altogether. I shall find him a greatly changed husband on the morrow. For henceforth thou shalt be the master.
I, his master?
That shall be the first portion of his punishment. And knowing something of women, I feel sure it will prove effective. Here we are.
So soon. Prestige just drifted here.
Gaze through the window at thy husband. He is sound asleep.
And I am lying in the bed beside him. Yet I stand outside with you.
Another helpful charm my witches know. Before we left, I laid a broomstick underneath the coverlet. To all the world, when thou art absent, it appears as thine own self. See what power is in my name.
Aye, the power I've always craved. And you say I pay no price.
None. Unless you wish it so. Enter now. I take the broomstick from thy sleeping husband's side. Take now its place. Sweet dreams, my love. And sleep.
Aye, sleep. But I pay no price.
Why, but do thee a favor. Sleep, my own. When thou dost wish against my presence, send Red Reva thy familiar. Bid him fetch me in my name.
In the devil.
That's it. In the devil's name.
John Gowdy, didn't you hear me call you?
Isabel, I'm here.
You're out to answer when I speak the first time.
I'm sorry, Isabel. I did not mean to vex you.
Never mind your excuses. Get out and put the coos to bed. And then hurry back. I wish to have speech with my sister Anne, alone.
Isabel, again.
Isabel, what have you done to John to change him so? In a single week he's dropped all his bullying ways and become as meek as mice. If you were my own blood sister, I'd say you were a witch indeed, and had wrought the change by devil's charms. But, of course, even Master Forbes has apologized for that dark hint he made a butcher for the pulpit.
Aye, and the gossip of our neighbours has likewise turned about. Aye. They gaze upon me with respect at last.
And John ain't bought you a new dress. Isabel, do you think it could be my prayers that caused it all?
Your prayers?
I never had told you, but ever since you married John, I've known how unhappy you were. So each night I prayed to God that your burden be made light.
Oh, Annie, and I cursed you with the others on that night.
You were beside yourself. I can, Will, you didn't mean it?
Nay, I didn't mean it. The words burst out without my knowing. Annie, you're the only thing I've ever loved. You do forgive me for no words.
You cannot do. I've told you so for 50 times.
Aye, but I cursed you in the devil's name.
That means not. It's just an expression that everybody uses.
Aye, that's all. Annie, I wish to talk to you alone this night. I've got to talk to someone.
What about?
Annie, do you see a small red creature perched upon my shoulder?
A small red?
Tell me, do you see it?
No.
And here where I bear my flesh, do you see a mark that looks as if two burning lips had pressed there?
I see not.
I must have dreamt it all. You're still dreaming.
I don't understand you.
Never mind. 'Tis late and you hear an appointment with young Andrew Burns that walk upon the moor. Gang on. I would be alone. But dinner stay out late.
I will now, Isabel.
Wait. Tell me again what happened on that night a week ago. After John struck me and I went into your room.
I've already told you so often you must ken it no behalf.
Well, tell it again. I'm trying to write things in my mind.
Well, Mr. Gordon told John some more of how you tried to make love to him. The old ninny. And John talked high of how he'd have you before the magistrates for the shame you'd brought upon him. Then suddenly a funny look come over Mr. Gordon's face, and he blurted out the whole truth of how he'd lied. Then he went home and John went into bed.
Beside of me?
Of course. And you were sleeping like a stick of wood after all your temper. Then I went to bed myself, and that's all that happened, except I think the painful sickness that came on Mr. Gordon that night was a punishment from heaven for the harm he tried to do you.
Aye, a punishment from heaven. Oh, I must have had a dream.
Tell me of this dream, you prater.
'Tisn't important. Gang, you're gone.
All right. Oh, I forgot to tell you the latest gossip for the village. It slipped my mind when I returned. Isabel, you ken old Bessie Bald.
Bessie Bald?
Aye, the ugliest body in all Durham. Well, 'tis hard to believe, but they say Mr. Gordon, despite his burn and sickness, was seen last night coming from her cottage. And Janet Murdoch, who happened by, swears she saw him kiss our Bess.
'Twas nae a dream I had, but truth. Isabel. Oh, you can't, sweet Addie. I never meant to curse you.
Whatever is the matter?
Never mind. Go, gang out and leave me. Here's your shawl.
But Isabel.
Gang out. I wish to be alone. Here, kiss me first. Let me kiss you, my dear. Now, go.
Isabel, you
you tell me what's
There's
the
naught
matter? To tell. Go and meet young Andrew. And come home soon. And safe. Oh, I must ken whether it was dream or no, for I cursed her in his name. I must know, but I'm feared. Red River. Always at my shoulder you are. Yet no one else can see you. Now can they see the burning mark placed on me by your master's lips? I must ken the truth. Tell him I didn't mean. Red River, fetch your master. I bid you bring him in the devil's name.
Good evening, Mistress Isabel.
Here. And I'm not dreaming, too. Or am I?
My poor sweet. Thou hast been suffering from a delusion common to my new recruits. Aye, and to some of my old ones. For no one denies the devil half so hard as those who know him best. Why didst thou not call me before to settle thy doubts?
I was afeard.
Another delusion common to my subjects. But thou dost not fear me now as I stand before thy eyes.
Ye are the handsomest man I've ever kenned. Yet when you're away, I cannot recollect your beauty. In my mind, you seem a monster, black and awful.
Thine eyes shall never see me as does thy mind, unless ye will it so.
That is what you've said about the price I pay for power. There shall be none unless I will it so. What did you mean by that?
Who knows what the devil means? Sometimes he doesn't know himself. Perhaps if he did, if he ever had, he would not have fallen down from paradise. But come, what will ye in my name tonight?
All I ask in your name will begin.
All it is our bargain.
It seems there was something I once asked I did not mean. Something that may trouble me. Some words I would take back again. Now you stand before me, I cannot recollect. You look upon me with your great dark burning eyes, and all I ken is that I am your slave. Yet I cannot be a slave, for you made of me a master.
Perhaps what thou art striving to remember is thy curse upon thy husband, as thy hate for him abated.
Nay, him still I curse. But there was someone else.
Thou thinkest of the Laird of Par.
Nay, him too I wish to suffer.
Oh, then the errant thought you cannot bring to mind must be that final vengeance on thy husband is too long delayed. That must be it, my Isabel. For hate is all that matters to me. Hate for him who trampled on thy pride. Hate for him who struck thee. Hate.
Hate is all that matters. Hate.
Come, we'll pay thy score to John.
He must suffer like the Laird of Par.
He'll suffer more.
You do.
Hast ever seen men hunt the stag? First the great beast sights his foe. Then an awful terror turns and runs. The hunter follows, pursuing it through brambles, running streams, and over jagged rocks until its hide all torn, feet cut and bleeding, lungs bursting with exertion, heart but one great beat of fear. It's brought to bay and stands with hopeless, pleading eyes to meet the death it knew when the chase begun would be its fate. Hast seen that, Isabel? Well, the stag is noble game, but the greatest hunt of all is man himself. We shall hunt thy husband so.
He shall be the quarry, we the hound.
Again thou art my true disciple.
Come, we seek him out.
Here, fix the broomstick in thy bed, so none shall know ye leave the house.
I lay the besom in the devil's name. It shall be as I till I come home.
Now clutch yon floating windle straw.
Fix my feet, I ken its law.
Horse and hattock, mount and go.
Horse and hattock, be it so.
In the devil's name.
In the devil's name.
Aha! Oh, the hunt where man is game.
Tear him, rend him, bruise and maim.
Death to all ye hate or blame.
Death to all I've cursed in the devil's name.
She forgot she cast her sister, Satan. But you can make a little bet old Lucifer ain't forgetting. You folks got to wait till next week to hear the finish of this party little yarn. And then you'll hear plenty about what happens when you call in the devil's name.
This concludes part one of the two-part drama of the 265th broadcast of The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. The conclusion of In the Devil's Name will be brought to you at the same hour next Friday evening. Your announcer is Roger Bauer. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
when one is only half alive, one can only wish for death. I will die within a week. Then you must swear to use your magic as I tell you. Swear to help me in my hate. I am your son. You will do the thing I ask.
I do the thing you ask.
I trust no one. You must swear. Swear it by everything the Siganis fear. By God, the devil, by thunder, and by fire.
Kamakarava, I swear to devil, to Bang, to Gold, and to Yog.
The Star-Spangled Theater. Presenting Isabel Jewell. Presenting Bert Lytell. Presenting Horror by Alonzo Dean Cole. Gilbert Norton bidding you welcome once again to your Red Letter date for Sunday evening, the Star-Spangled Theater, and shaking in my shoes still from having heard the rehearsal of this evening's performance, which is why, with dispatch and relief, I turn you over now to your master of ceremonies, Mr. Bert Lytell, while I go looking for a copy of Elsie Dinsmore. Bert, it's all yours. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. And don't mind Mr. Martin's nervousness, though I should recommend you send all the children to bed early. We have a very exciting half hour ahead of us in the Star-Spangled Theater.
Exciting, Bert. It's blood-curdling. It's blood-chilling.
Oh, of course it's chilling. So much so that poor Bob Wilcox shouted himself hoarse at rehearsal this afternoon. He's got laryngitis. He's lost his voice, so I'm going to pinch hit for him, and I'm going to play the doctor. But first, let me introduce you charming people out there to this charming young person here. This is lovely Isabel Jewell of the cinema. Isabel, you'll have to help me out about your latest activities.
Well, Bert, I've just completed an extended personal appearance tour, and now I'm in town to do Elmer Rice's very fine play, The Flight to the West.
Oh, that is a fine play. Now, Isabel, when you return to Hollywood, I hope you have some more pictures like, let's see, Lost Horizons, Tale of Two Cities, huh? Anyway, you're such a splendid actress, I know you'll be able to suffer a lot during this performance and come up smiling for Flight to the West. So, ladies and gentlemen, by this time you're aware that the play tonight is a bit of a thriller. Well, it should be. Comes from the pen of a master of horror drama, Alonzo Dean Cole, who used to chill your bones with The Witch's Tale. Do you remember that radio series designed to make you very nervous indeed? And incidentally, Mr. Cole will play the part of Gugino in tonight's play. Tonight's story is called The Gypsy's Hand, and the witch who started the whole thing tells you how it began.
I'm 22-year-old. Well, Satan, as we just had a nice, pleasant walk through the cemetery, leaving you feeling in a perfect mood to cheer folks up with one of our perky little bedtime stories. That's right, Satan. Cemeteries be fine places to give a body inspiration. Now tell everyone to douse their lights and we'll get right down to business. Make it nice and dark and cozy like. Draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep. And soon you'll see the operating room in a big New York hospital. A cheerful room it is. Where they cut folks up. And there begins our yarn about the gypsy's hand. The gypsy's hand.
Still.
Thank you, McMurray. And that's the meter all set, Dr. Grant?
All set.
Administer urethra the moment we have Gugino on the table. You nurses be prepared to hold this patient rigidly till he loses consciousness.
Right, Doctor.
He's going to fight us with every ounce of strength he has.
It's taking 4 orderlies to bring him up here now, Doctor. He's behaving like a madman.
He is like a madman. I don't wonder. Poor devil.
This is going to be pretty rotten for him, all right. Paper says one of the greatest pianists the world has ever known.
They weren't exaggerating. My wife and I have attended nearly every concert he's given this year. Michael Gugino can play a piano as I've never heard it played before.
And now for him to lose one of his hands.
There's no other way. Even the insurance company admits that. They stand to lose $100,000. If Gugino's left hand isn't amputated now, by tomorrow the infection will have progressed beyond our power to arrest.
You told him that, of course.
Immediately after the consultation with the insurance doctor. It's one of the hardest jobs I've ever had in 15 years as a surgeon.
I heard him raving after you told him.
He refused to consent?
Absolutely. Fortunately for his life, his present state of mind makes him legally irresponsible. So we can proceed on the authority of the foster father.
Oh, Myers, you mean?
Oh, yes. He adopted Gugino when he was a boy. Gave him his musical education.
Mm-hmm.
He has a mother living somewhere, but no one knows where to get a hold of her.
Probably with some gypsy tribe.
I suppose so.
Michael Gugino's a gypsy?
Yes, full-blooded. Myers heard him playing an old broken-down piano in one of their camps when he was only 12 years old. He's 25 now, and he's been playing ever since. 13 years of slavery he's gone through. Slavery gone. But that's what a musician undergoes in order to become a great artist. And now...
No, I won't let you. I wouldn't let you.
Come.
Open the doors, Miss Murray. Ready, everyone.
Don't take me in that room, I tell you. I won't let them cut off my hands. I won't. No.
The hand of his life.
Here they are.
I won't go in there, I tell you. I won't. I know what you're planning to do, but I won't let you.
Quick, over here.
Stop. The law says you cannot operate without my consent. I am in my right mind. I forbid you to cut off my hand. This is all a plot. A plot to maim me because you were jealous. The whole world is jealous of me. Let me go. Let me go. It's my life. My soul is in my hands. I'll die if you cut one off. I'd rather die.
On the table, quick.
Oh, no, I won't let you put me there. Oh, my Lord, don't let them. Oh, dear mother. Since I've never been able to play again. That I have no fingers to bring music from the keys.
Hold him tight.
Those little knives. That's what you planned to maim me with.
Quick, doctor, the anesthetic.
Don't put that thing over my face. Oh, Lord. Oh, Mother.
Help me, nurse. Help me.
Oh, please. My hands are my life.
Hold on to him, then.
I die cursing you with the curse of my people. The curse of the gypsies. The curse of Aram.
You have the cone.
Don't let him struggle it loose.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, oh, Mother. The curse of Aram.
He's the segment, old. This moment out, I feel.
Poor devil. Well, nice, Miss Alden. Stand by.
When I came to, Mother, when again I knew what was going on around me. They came with leering faces to say the operation was a success. A success! With my left hand ending in this useless stump. Then when they let me go, when their work was complete, I came back to our tribe. Back to you for vengeance. For vengeance on them and to die.
Come, Doctor, Charles. May come back soon.
Oh, don't speak to me in Romani. I've been too long away from you. I do not understand.
I speak in English. You are my child. I love you.
That's why I'm here again. Here in your tent. For all these years away. Because I am your son. You love me, and you're the only one who will understand. Everybody else hates me. Everybody else talks against me. They even say that I am mad. I'm mad. I know the reason. It's because I am a great artist. Because they are jealous of the despised gypsy, who's the greatest musician in all the world. Was.
Rocklo.
Look what they have done to me, Mother. Look at my wrist, where was once 5 fingers that were half my life. Gone.
Just because I scratched myself upon a nail. Just a tiny scratch that only hurt a little bit would have healed itself in time. He gave them an excuse to steal my hand. He took it away so I can never play again.
Lie still and rest.
You will help me pay them back. You are wise, Mother, the wisest woman in all our tribe. You know secrets of the living and the dead. I have come to bid you use those secrets.
Lie still and rest. You are sick, Chavo.
Oh, no, I am not sick. I'm dying. And before I die, you must swear to lay the curse I wish upon them.
You are no die. The things I know I used to cure you.
Oh, no. My life is in my 10 fingers. I have now but 5. When one is only half alive, one can only wish for death. I will die within a week. And you must swear to use your magic as I tell you. Swear to help me in my hate. I am your son. You will do the thing I ask.
I do the thing you ask.
I trust no one. You must swear. Swear it by everything the Siganis fear. By God, the devil, by thunder, and by fire.
Kamakarova, I swear to devil, to Bane, to Goravan, to Yog.
Ah! Instead, you will give me power to strike. The doctor, Needles is his name, the man who used the knife, the fool who says I'm mad. He will be the first. He has stolen half my life. The other half shall steal the whole of his.
Why you want I do?
I wish that when I die, you deliver him my soul. My soul that will live on to hate and kill. My soul that will live on to hate and kill.
Quiet, Pepper, quiet. I hear him. I'll let your master in. Well, hello, Mr. Dr. Shields.
Hello, Mrs. Dr. Shields. I'm back the same day I went away, you see.
You'll have to convince Pepper of that. He seems to think that you've been away for years.
Here, that's enough, Pup. Hey, dog, let me get the table so I can drop these bundles.
My goodness, Norman, have you been buying out the village store?
Darling, there's only the groceries you told me to bring and the mail. When you're vacationing in the woods and you drive to town only once a week for the food you need to keep you alive, you soon learn how much food you need to keep you alive. I've got a car full of it out there yet.
I'll help you bring it in. Come on, Pepper. Oh, Norman, isn't it a shame this glorious vacation is nearly over?
Yep. Another week now, and I'll be back at the hospital at second call of anyone's appendix.
And tonsils. Don't forget tonsils.
They're mighty important little things to the surgeon.
Well, we'll have had our month of loafing anyway.
This funny little bungalow is a yearly lifesaver for us, Rhea.
It's the only sure refuge from work and trouble you've found since we've been married.
Despite the fact that you come here with me.
Oh, yes.
Hold out your arms now so I can pile them full of groceries. Yep, this place is certainly great. No telephone for old ladies to call me from my sleep about imaginary symptoms. No electricity to remind me there's such a thing as an X-ray or a fluoroscope. Not even people, including bond salesmen and instrument vendors.
You know, for a man who loves his work, you certainly love to get away from it.
That's about all you can carry now, dear. I'll bring the rest. Well, wait, let me stick this under your arm.
It's a newspaper.
Yeah, someone sent it to Mr. Town, I guess. Haven't broken the wrapper yet. Can you open that door without spilling everything?
I left it open when we came out. Oh, Pepper, don't get under my feet like that.
I got my load out here in the kitchen.
What do you sent you this newspaper? You know, all our friends in town know we don't want to know that there's even such a place as New York when we're up here.
I don't know. Didn't even look to see if there was a certain return address.
Shall I open it?
Go ahead. You're mentioning Mr. Tigertop. Oh, here's a little package I picked up at the post office, too. I'll put it here with the rest of those things.
Norman.
What's the matter?
This is why they sent you this paper, this marked column on the front page.
What's it about?
It's about Michael Cadino.
Lord.
But he said...
He's dead.
He said when he left the hospital last month that he was...
As well as you and I are, aside from his mind. Cause of death given here is physical depletion, brought about by brooding over the loss of his hand. Poor fellow. Well, it's our only way.
It says he died in an old wagon in a gypsy camp.
His manager said he'd gone to join his mother.
Oh, I felt so sorry for him after all you told me, even though he hated you so much for performing the amputation.
Someone had to do it. Poor chap. I'm sorry they sent me this. Someone at the hospital, I suppose.
I'm sorry they sent it too. You know, it's the first bit of unhappiness that's ever intruded upon us, I tell you.
Yes. Yeah, that's rather a selfish thought for us to have, isn't it?
Oh, I didn't mean it that way.
Neither did I. But for us to feel gloomy won't help matters now, any more than when I had to amputate his hand to save his life. Oh, We doctors are so stupid. Life is so stupid, and the rules by which we live it. Would have been more humane to let him die then. Would have prevented, well, at least a month of heartache for the poor crazy kid.
Well, that gun can't be undone, Norman. You did the best you knew.
Put that paper in the fireplace. Let's not think of it again. Poor, poor devil. First his mind went, then his hand, now his life. You know, I think I felt sorry for him when he cursed me.
Cursed you?
Just before he went under the ether. He was so melodramatic in his madness, which would have seemed ridiculous at any other time or under any other circumstances. He prayed for a gypsy curse to be laid on me, the curse of Ram, whatever it is.
You never told me about that.
Didn't I? Oh, struck me too silly, I suppose.
I suppose it is silly, only they do say that gypsies have always possessed certain supernatural powers.
Good Lord. You're not getting superstitious in your age, are you? Well, you were always one who believed in fortune teller. Oh, yes, the truth's all over your left. You didn't sit 13 at the table. Oh, forget it, honey. Forget it. Poor chap's dead. No matter how much you hated me for doing my job, he's harmless now forevermore.
Pepper!
Well, what's the matter with him?
Pepper, stop that. You give me the creep.
Hey, what's wrong with you, pup?
Norman. He gazes at that little package each time before he lifts his head and howls.
That's the package I brought from the post office.
Who's it from?
I don't know. I only glanced at it. Good Lord.
What is it?
Return address reads Michael Gagino.
From a dead man?
Oh, this is some fool's idea of a practical joke. That newspaper telling of his death was 4 days old, and the postmark on this package is dated yesterday.
Don't open it.
I'm going to see what... There's a wooden box inside the wrapping.
Don't open that box.
Of course I will. When I find out how to lift this lid.
No, wait. Now look at Pepper there. Dogs know when things are wrong, and every bristle in his back is standing out in fear. It's that box he's afraid of. Throw it in the fire.
You're talking nonsense. I have the lid loosened now, so there.
Oh.
Good Lord.
What's in the box?
A human hand severed at the wrist. It's Gagino's. I'd know those fingers anywhere.
Take it away out of my sight.
Who could have sent this to me under his name?
Take it away.
Wait. The hand I amputated was destroyed. It was the left hand. This is the right.
The dead fingers. They're moving.
It's climbing from the box. It's fastened on my clothes.
Break it for yourself. I can still feel its cold flesh as I struck it from your shoulder when it was clutching for your throat.
Dear. You've got to pull yourself together. It's gone now, and neither one of us were harmed.
I don't know how I had the courage to strike it. I could hear the thud it made when it fell on the floor. It ran across the carpet there like a misshapen five-legged crab. Those fingers in his front. Grabbing severed the wrist.
Yes, but the thing is gone now. If it ever was here. Oh, who must have imagined it all? It's too fantastic to be real. It's too utterly
horrible. There's the box it came in. There's the paper wrapping bearing the dead man's name as a return address. I tell you, Norman, there is something.
Maria! Darling, stop! These madness of both of them. They don't suck up and figure this thing out.
What is there to figure out? It's the Where is it gone? Where is it now?
I don't know. You've stretched this bungalow together every room. It isn't here.
But it only needs such a tiny place to hide. It's just at home. It may be here all in its name. Maybe it's the name when your bed is turned.
I don't think so. Pepper would sense its presence even if we didn't see it.
Look at him crouching there and trembling, the
Yes.
poor puppy.
Yes.
He's more terrified than we are. Norman, could we have imagined it all? Could even this dog be a victim of some mad delusion?
I'm trying to think. Trying to think sanely now that it's over. My reason tells me it's impossible that the dead are dead, that a severed human hand cannot have life.
You told me Gagino said his soul was in his hands. A mad soul. And he was a gypsy, Norman. The race that's grown to all the rest of mankind. Every other people in the world is tabulated, indexed, fixed by science to some definite reason's right. But no one can know where the gypsies came from. They're just wanderers. They've been feared and hated in every land on earth. There must be a reason. It must be because they know things to which the rest of us are blind, awful, terrible things. Such as the thing. And such as thought.
There's only one thing to do. Illusion or not, they've got to leave this house.
Yes, we couldn't stay here tonight
No.
in the dark. The night's coming
No,
on
yes.
now. We'll ride into the village. We'll go back to New York. We'll go anything away from here.
Come on.
Come, Pepper. Oh, careful, Norman. Careful. The thing might be hiding in the grass along the path. If it was real.
It wasn't real. Oh, but come outside here and see these trees, that sunset. I'm sure it wasn't. Everything in nature is too practical, too natural. We've simply been the victims of a sensory delusion.
Yes, of course. A crazy, mad delusion. Norman.
What?
Look at the car. Her tires.
Flat. Every
It
one.
was the flash with the knife.
Yes, so is this.
The load
And
is
the same
cut
on this
underneath
side,
the ground where an armless hand could reach.
No, don't stop that again. I won't believe we ever saw that thing. I won't believe that hand exists. A piano. Ours. Inside the house.
Only one hand is on the key. One hand.
Lord, the ghastly air is playing.
Go north, funeral march of the marionette.
It won't pull the strings to send me dancing to my coffin.
Norman, come back here.
No, if that thing is in there, I'm going to finish it.
No, don't go in that house. Norman, wait for me. Norman! The music stopped. Oh, where are you? Where are you, Norman?
Here by the piano. If that thing was here, it's gone again.
It's back here. We know it was.
Where is it gone, then?
Where's it from? Come in. Anywhere it can't follow.
No, I'm not going to be a stylish coward any longer. Why should I be afraid? Living or dead, real or imagined, that thing is harmless. I'm going to find it. I'm going to trample it a bit. It's harmless, I tell you. Harmless.
What's that?
Pepper.
He's outside, but I came in the door was shut behind me. Maybe you couldn't follow.
Something's the matter with him. Come on.
Pepper!
Quick, I can't hear him any longer.
There he is. Pepper!
He's lying still. He doesn't come to meet us.
Pepper! Look at his eyes. They're wide and staring.
And his tongue. Rhea, he's been strangled.
And that's what killed him. We're going through that grass, that hand. That's an escaping white five-legged prayer.
Quick, get into the car. We'll drive it on the road.
Take me away from you. Take me away before I go mad, Norman. Don't come more to get us away. Don't lose a moment.
He has been stolen. The ignition switch is
You
jammed.
can't start it.
No.
The piano again.
Played by a single hand.
We're playing the funeral march of a marionette. The funeral march of a marionette.
Rhea! Good heavens, Rhea, we'll both go mad!
You're playing that just you did. Well, maybe we should have tried to investigate the next moment when we couldn't find the car. But it wouldn't go. But I just couldn't. I'd imagine their awful hand was lurking in every clump of grass and in every tree. The path on you with the same strange grip. Oh, Pepper.
We were wired to come back here to the house. We shut ourselves in this room behind locked doors and bolted windows.
Yes, we can't get to us this way. And we have lamps here. Outside it's dark. I couldn't stand the dark.
Rhea!
I won't be hysterical anymore. I won't only be so close to it here. It's in the room. On the piano playing.
But here we can't see it. That's the awful part about it. See? While it plays, we know where it is, and that it isn't attempting to come in here.
Oh, it can't get in here. You've sworn to me it can't.
No, it's a flesh and bone. Nothing of its size can get into this room.
It's only playing the ghastly melody over and over and over.
If it doesn't stop, my brain is going to snap.
What is it to do to drive us mad, Norman, slowly with fear and horror? Oh, the impulses directed me.
I felt pity for Gugino when he cursed me. I laughed at his crazy threats. I laughed.
Oh, don't, Norman. Don't, Norman. Music stop. The thing. The thing is stuck on the carpet out there.
It's coming toward the door.
It's just outside. It's moving along the street. It's trying to creep under.
It can't. It can't. There isn't room.
It's going away again.
Down the hall. It's tired of waiting. It's coming for me.
We mustn't get in.
It can't get in.
But if there's some way we've overlooked, it's coming to kill us now. The rapid sea is around our throats. What are we going to do now?
I don't know. What is there to do with the dead hand that's alive? How can you fight a thing that you cannot understand? It can't get through those windows of the door, and there's no other way. What?
It's pressing for us. Over there, honey. The fireplace.
Yes.
It's coming down the chimney.
Lord. I have a thought.
It's coming closer. It's almost down there. Oh, Norman.
Oh, no. It's stopped. Quiet.
Bring that up again.
I'll drop that thing up before it comes back. These blankets from the bed. I can stuff them up the flue. Let me trample out that fire so I can work.
No, keep away from the fire.
Yes, Rhea, every moment it's
Keep away from that fire.
What are you doing? Stop adding fuel. This is our only
Keep
chance.
away. Keep away from that fire. It's outside the window. It's flaming to the fire.
You can't get in.
But you must let it in, Norman.
Mad.
You've got to let it in.
It's got to be destroyed.
No way. What are you doing with that stool? Oh, you smashed the glass. The thing is coming through the
Away
window.
from it. Don't let it touch you. Look out for that chair.
Help!
It's coming towards
I'm falling.
Look out you where you are.
It's got me.
Put it away.
Go finger in the air of my throat.
Look out, you stick here now. Put it away, Dorothy. Got it, you got it. Got it. Got the fire. You missed it, darling.
Quick. Out that door. Run. Don't stop. Why are you picking up that lamp?
No.
Rhea.
The thing's got to be destroyed. It couldn't go down the chimney because it feared the fire. Fire's the only thing that kills it.
Blazing oil is everywhere. You're mad. In a moment, this whole house will be a
And
fire.
in the center, that dead flame. Look. The flames have caught it.
Oh, yes.
They're destroying it as just found their death. They say all evil things can only be destroyed by living flame.
Come away. Stop while we still have time.
We have a gypsy curse. We have a gypsy head.
Now folks knows how to get rid of a living dead man's hands, Sophie. Fire's a mighty handy thing to have around, especially on winter evenings. Well, Satan and me's got business to tend to now. Important business, Satan. Near midnight, Satan.
Thank you. Thank you, Isabel Jewell. Thank you, Alonzo Dean Cole. Thank you. Oh, gee, I nearly said thank you, Bert Lytell. That's wrong. Anyway, next week, the Star Spangled Theater reaches into the theatrical heavens and pulls down one of its brightest stars. Yes, sir, Mr. Al Jolson. In one of the world's greatest stories, Harriet Beecher Stowe's immortal Uncle Tom's Cabin. A special adaptation for our program by E.A. Ellington. Mr. Jolson will play Uncle Tom, and believe you me, Al's a great serious actor. Just as good as he is a singer, just as good as he is a comedian, that's tough. So be sure and be with us, won't you? Until then, this is Bert Lytell saying good night and good luck to all of you out there from all of us here in the Star Spangled Theater. The Star Spangled Theater presented The Gypsy's Hand by Alonzo Dean Cole, starring Isabel Jewell and Bert Lytell. Original music composed by Ernie Watson, conducted by Paul Lavelle. This program was sent to Canada via the networks of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and this is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
My life is in my 10 fingers. When one is only half alive, one can only wish for death. I will die within a week. Then you must swear to use your magic as I tell you. Swear to help me in my hate. I am your son. You will do the thing I ask.
I do the thing you ask.
I trust no one. You must swear. Swear it by everything the Siganis fear. By God, the devil, by thunder, and by fire.
Amakarava. I swear to devil, to bang, to good, and to yog.
The Star Spangled Theater. Presenting Isabel Jewell. Presenting Bert Lytell. Presenting Horror by Alonzo Dean Cole. Gilbert Norton, bidding you welcome once again to your red letter date for Sunday evening, the Star Spangled Theater, and shaking in my shoes still from having heard the rehearsal of this evening's performance, which is why, with dispatch and relief, I turn you over now to your master of ceremonies, Mr. Bert Lytell, while I go looking for a copy of Elsie Dinsmore. Bert, it's all yours. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. good evening. And don't mind Mr. Martin's nervousness, though I should recommend you send all the children to bed early. We have a very exciting half hour ahead of us from the Star Spangled Theater.
Exciting, Bert. It's blood-curdling. It's blood-chilling.
Oh, of course it's chilling. So much so that poor Bob Wilcox shouted himself hoarse at rehearsal this afternoon. He's got laryngitis. He's lost his voice, so I'm going to pinch hit for him, and I'm going to play the doctor. But first, let me introduce you charming people out there to this charming young person here. This is lovely Isabel Jewell of the cinema. Isabel, you'll have to help me out about your latest activities.
Well, Bert, I've just completed an extended personal appearance tour, and now I'm in town to do Elmer Rice's very fine play, The Flight to the West.
Oh, that is a fine play. Now, Isabel, when you return to Hollywood, I hope you'll have some more pictures like, let's see, Lost Horizons, Two Cities, huh? Anyway, you're such a splendid actress, I know you'll be able to suffer a lot during this performance and come up smiling for Flight to the West. So, ladies and gentlemen, by this time you're aware that the play tonight is a bit of a thriller. Well, it should be. Comes from the pen of a master of horror drama, Alonzo Dean Cole, who used to chill your bones with The Witch's Tale. Do you remember that radio series designed to make you very nervous indeed? And incidentally, Mr. Cole will play the part of Gugino in tonight's play. Tonight's story is called The Gypsy's Hand, and the witch who started the whole thing tells you how it began.
I'm 22-year-old. Well, Satan, as we just had a nice, pleasant walk through the cemetery, me and you feel in a perfect mood to cheer folks up with one of our perky little bedtime stories. That's right, Satan. Cemeteries be fine places to give a body inspiration. Now tell everyone to douse their lights and we'll get right down to business. Make it nice and dark and cozy like. Draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep. And soon you'll see the operating room in a big New York hospital. A cheerful room it is. Where they cut folks up. And there begins our yarn about the gypsy's hand. The gypsy's hand.
They're bringing the patient in, Dr. Steele.
Thank you, Miss Murray. And that's the meter all set, Dr. Grant?
All set.
Administer your ether the moment we have Gugino on the table. You nurses be prepared to hold this patient rigidly till he loses consciousness.
Right, Doctor.
He's going to fight us with every ounce of strength he has.
It's taking 4 orderlies to bring him up here now, Doctor. He's behaving like a madman.
He is like a madman. I don't wonder. Poor devil.
This is going to be pretty rotten for him, all right. Paper says he's one of the greatest pianists the world has ever known.
They weren't exaggerating. My wife and I have attended nearly every concert he's given this year. Michael Gugino can play a piano as I've never heard it played before.
And now for him to lose one of his hands.
There's no other way. Even the insurance company admits that. They stand to lose $100,000. If Gugino's left hand isn't amputated now, by tomorrow the infection will have progressed beyond our power to arrest.
You told him that, of course.
Immediately after the consultation with the insurance doctor. It's one of the hardest jobs I've ever had in 15 years as a surgeon.
I heard him raving after you told him.
He refused to consent?
Absolutely. Fortunately for his life, his present state of mind makes him legally irresponsible. So we can proceed on the authority of his foster father.
Oh, Myers, you mean?
Oh, yes. He adopted Gugino when he was a boy. Gave him his musical education.
Mm-hmm.
He has a mother living somewhere, but no one knows where to get a hold of her.
Probably with some gypsy tribe.
I suppose so.
Michael Gugino's a gypsy?
Yes, full-blooded. Myers heard him playing an old broken-down piano in one of their camps when he was only 12 years old. He's 25 now, and he's been playing ever since. 13 years of slavery he's gone through. Slavery gone. But that's what a musician undergoes in order to become a great artist. And now...
No, I won't let you. I won't let you.
Come.
Open the doors, Miss Murray. Ready, everyone.
Don't take me in that room, I tell you. I won't let them cut off my hands. I won't.
No.
The handle of life.
Here they are.
I won't go in there, I tell you. I won't. I know what you're planning to do, but I won't let you.
Wait, quick, over here.
Stop. The law says you cannot operate without my consent. I am in my right mind. I forbid you to cut off my hands. This is all a plot. A plot to maim me because you were jealous. The whole world is jealous of me. Let me go. Let me go. It's my life. My soul is in my hands. I'll die if you cut one off. I'd rather die.
On the table, quick.
Oh, no, I won't let you put me there. Oh, my Lord, don't let them. Oh, dear mother. Think I'll never be able to play again. That I have no fingers to bring music from the keys.
Hold him tight.
Don't leave his eyes. That's what you planned to maim me with.
Quick, doctor, the anesthetic.
Don't put that thing over my face. Oh, Lord. Oh, Mother.
Help me, nurse. Help me.
Oh, please. My hands are my life.
Hold on, Wendy.
I died cursing you with the curse of my people. The curse of the gypsies. The curse of Ram.
Grab the cone.
Don't let it struggle it loose.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, oh, Father. The curse of Ram.
Feel the taking hold. This moment out, I feel.
Poor devil. Well, nice, Miss Alden. Stand by.
Curse of Ram. When I came to, Mother, when again I knew what was going on around me. They came with leering faces to say the operation was a success. A success! With my left hand ending in this useless stump. Then when they let me go, when their work was complete, I came back to our tribe. Back to you for vengeance. For vengeance on them and to die.
Come, Dr. Travis. May come back soon.
Oh, don't speak to me in Romani. I've been too long away from you. I do not understand.
I speak in English. You are my child. I love you.
That's why I'm here again. Here in your tent. For all these years away. Because I am your son. You love me, and you're the only one who will understand. Everybody else hates me. Everybody else starts against me. They even say that I am mad. I'm mad. I know the reason. It's because I am a great artist. Because they are jealous of the despised gypsy, who's the greatest musician in all the world. Was.
Dr. Rocklow.
Look what they have done to me, Mother. Look at my wrist, where was once 5 fingers that were half my life. Gone. It's because I scratched myself upon a nail. Just this tiny scratch that only hurt a little bit and would have healed itself in time. He gave them an excuse to steal my hand. They took it away so I can never play again.
Lie still and rest.
You will help me pay them back. You are wise, Mother, the wisest woman in all our tribe. You know secrets of the living and the dead. I have come to bid you use those secrets.
Lie still and rest. You are sick, Chavo.
Oh, no, I am not sick. I'm dying. And before I die, you must swear to lay the curse I wish upon them.
You are no die. The things I know I used to cure you.
Oh, no. My life is in my 10 fingers. I have now but 5. When one is only half alive, one can only wish for death. I will die within a week. Then you must swear to use your magic, as I tell you. Swear to help me in my hate. I am your son. You will do the thing I ask.
I do the thing you ask.
I trust no one. You must swear. Swear it by everything that Frigani fear. By God, the devil, by thunder, and by fire.
Kamakarova, I swear to devil, to Bane, to Goravan, to Yog.
And dead, you will give me power to strike. The doctor, Needles is his name, the man who used the knife. The fool who says I'm mad. He will be the first. He has stolen half my life. The other half shall steal the whole of his.
Why you want I do?
I wish that when I die you'd live in my soul. My soul that will live on to hate and kill. My soul that will live on to hate and kill.
Quiet, Pepper, quiet. I hear him. I'll let your master in. Well, hello, Mr. Dr. Shields.
Hello, Mrs. Dr. Shields. I'm back the same day I went away, you see.
You'll have to convince Pepper of that. He seems to think that you've been away for years.
Here, that's enough, Pup. Hey, dog, let me get the table so I can drop these bundles.
My goodness, Norman, have you been buying out the village store?
Darling, there's only the groceries you told me to bring and the mail. When you're vacationing in the woods and you drive to town only once a week for the food you need to keep you alive, you soon learn how much food you need to keep you alive. I've got a car full of it out there yet.
I'll help you bring it in. Come on, Pepper. Oh, Norman, isn't it a shame this glorious vacation is nearly over?
Yep. Another week now, and I'll be back at the hospital at second call of anyone's dependent.
And tonsils. Don't forget tonsils.
They're mighty important little things to the surgeon.
Well, we'll have had our month of loafing anyway.
This funny little bungalow is a yearly lifesaver for us, Rhea.
It's the only sure refuge from work and trouble you've found since we've been married.
Despite the fact that you come here with me.
Oh, yes.
Hold out your arms now so I can pile them full of groceries. Yep, this place is certainly great. No telephone for old ladies to call me from my sleep about imaginary symptoms. No electricity to remind me there's such a thing as an X-ray or a fluoroscope. Not even people, including bond salesmen and instrument vendors.
You know, for a man who loves his work, you certainly love to get away from it.
That's about all you can carry now, dear. I'll bring the rest. Well, wait, let me stick this under your arm.
It's a newspaper.
Yeah, someone sent it to Miss Town, I guess. Haven't broken the wrapper yet. Can you open that door without spilling everything?
I left it open when we came out. Oh, Pepper, don't get under my feet like that.
I've got my coat out here in the kitchen.
Well, who sent you this newspaper? You know, all our friends in town know we don't want to know that there's even such a place as New York when we're up here.
I don't know. Didn't even look to see if there was a certain return address.
Shall I open it?
Go ahead. You're mentioning Mr. Titus. Oh, here's a little package I picked up at the post office, too. I'll put it here with the rest of those things.
Norman.
What's the matter?
This is why they sent you this paper, this marked column on the front page.
What's it about?
It's about Michael Cadino.
Lord.
But he said...
He's dead.
He said when he left the hospital last month that he was...
As well as you and I are, aside from his mind. Cause of death given here is physical depletion, brought about by brooding over the loss of his hand. Poor fellow. Well, it was our only way.
It says he died in an old wagon in a gypsy camp.
His manager said he'd gone to join his mother.
Oh, I felt so sorry for him after all you told me, even though he hated you so much for performing the amputation.
Someone had to do it. Poor chap. I'm sorry they sent me this. Someone at the hospital, I suppose.
I'm sorry they sent it to you. You know, it's the first bit of unhappiness that's ever intruded upon us, I think.
Yes. Yeah, that's rather a selfish thought for us to have, isn't it?
Oh, I didn't know it that way.
Neither did I. But for us to feel gloomy won't help matters now, any more than when I had to amputate his hand to save his life. Oh, we doctors are so stupid. Life is so stupid, and the rules by which we live it. Would have been more humane to let him die then. Would have prevented, well, at least a month of heartache for the poor crazy kid.
Well, that done can't be undone, Norman. You did the best you knew.
Put that paper in the fireplace. Let's not think of it again. Poor devil. First his mind went, then his hand, now his life. You know, I think I felt sorry for him when he cursed me.
Cursed him?
Just before he went under the ether. He was so melodramatic in his madness, would have seemed ridiculous at any other time or under any other circumstances. He prayed for a gypsy curse to be laid on me, the curse of Ram, whatever it is.
You never told me about that.
Didn't I? Oh, Fluffy, it's too silly, I suppose.
I suppose it is silly, only they do say that gypsies have always possessed certain supernatural powers.
Good Lord. You're not getting superstitious in your age, are you? Well, you were always one who believed in fortune teller. Oh, yes, the food's all over your left. You wouldn't sit 13 at the table. Oh, forget it, honey. Forget it. Poor chap's dead. No matter how much you hated me for doing my job, he's harmless now forevermore.
Pepper!
Well, what's the matter with him?
Pepper, stop that. You give me the creep.
Hey, what's wrong with you, pup?
Norman. He gazes at that little package each time before he lifts his head and howls.
That's the package I brought from the post office.
Who's it from?
I don't know. I only glanced at it. Good Lord.
What is it?
Return address reads Michael Gadino.
From a dead man.
Oh, this is some fool's idea of a practical joke. That newspaper telling of his death was 4 days old, and the postmark on this package is dated yesterday.
Don't open it.
I'm going to see what... There's a wooden box inside the wrapping.
Don't open that box.
Of course I will. When I find out how to lift this room.
No, wait. Now look at Pepper there. Dogs know when things are wrong, and every bristle in his back is standing out in fear. It's that box he's afraid of. Throw it in the fire.
You're talking nonsense. I have the lid loosened now, so there. Oh. Good Lord.
In the box.
A human hand severed at the wrist. It's Gugino's. I'd know those fingers anywhere.
Take it away out of my sight.
Who could have sent this to me under his name?
Take it away.
Wait. The hand I amputated was destroyed. It was the left hand. This is the right.
Jimmy, the dead babies. They're moving.
It's climbing from the box. I've fastened on my clothes.
Take it for yourself. I can still feel its cold flesh. As I struck it from your shoulder when it was clutching for your throat.
Dear. You've got to pull yourself together. It's gone now, and neither one of us were harmed.
I don't know how I had the courage to strike it. I could hear the thud it made when it fell on the floor. It ran across the carpet there like a misshapen, five-legged crab. Those fingers in the front. Dragging feathers and wolf.
Yes, but the thing is gone now. If it ever was here. Oh, who must have imagined it all? It's too fantastic to be real. It's too utterly horrible.
There's the box it came in. There's the paper wrapping bearing the dead man's name as a return address. I tell you, Norman, there is something.
Maria! Darling, stop! These madness of both of them. They don't suck up and figure this thing out.
What is there to figure out? It's where is it gone? Where is it now?
I don't know. You've fixed this bungalow together every room. It isn't here.
But it only needs such a tiny place to hide. It's just at home. It may be your own name. Where did you spend you when your bed was
I don't think so. Pepper would sense its presence even if we didn't see it.
Look at him crouching there and trembling, the
Yes.
poor puppy.
Yes.
He's more terrified than we are. Darling, could we even help him, though? Could even this dog be a victim of some mad delusion?
I'm trying to think. Plainly now that it's over. My reason tells me it's impossible that the dead are dead, that a severed human hand cannot have life.
You told me Cadino said his soul was in his hands. A mad soul. And he was a gypsy Norman. Of a race that's strange to all the rest of mankind. Every other people in the world is tabulated, indexed, fixed by science to some definite reason right. But no one can know where the gypsies came from. They're just wanderers. Driven, feared, and hated in every land on earth. There must be a reason. It must be because they know things to which the rest of us are blind, awful, terrible things. Such as the thing.
There's only one thing to do. Illusion enough, they've got to leave this house.
Yes, we couldn't stay here tonight
No.
in the dark. The night's coming on now. We'll drive into the village. We'll go back to New York. We'll go anyplace away from here.
Come on.
Come here. Oh, careful, Norman. Careful. The thing might be hiding in the grass along the path.
It wasn't real. As we come outside here and see these trees, that sunset, I'm sure it wasn't. Everything in nature is too practical, too natural. We've simply been the victims of a sensory delusion.
Yes, of course. A crazy, mad delusion. Norman.
What?
Look at the car. Her tires.
Flat. Every
It
one.
was the flat with the knife.
Yes, so is this.
Below
And
the
same on
underneath
this side,
the ground where an armless hand could reach.
No, don't stop that again. I won't believe we ever saw that thing. I won't believe that hand exists. A piano. Ours. Inside the house.
And only one hand is on the keys. One hand.
Lord, that ghastly air is playing.
Goodness, you know how much of a matter with it.
It won't pull the strings to send me dancing to my coffin.
Norman, come back here.
No, if that thing is in there, I'm going to finish it.
No, don't go in that house. Norman, wait for me. Norman! The music stopped. Oh, where are you? Norman?
Here by the piano. If that thing was here, it's gone again.
It's back here. You know it was.
Where is it gone, then?
Where's it gone? Come on. Tell me where it's gone, follow.
No, I'm not going to be a stylish coward any longer. Why should I be afraid? Living or dead, real or imagined, that thing is harmless. I'm going to find it. I'm going to trample it a bit. It's harmless, I tell you. Harmless.
What's that?
Pepper.
He's outside, but I came in the door. Shut behind him. Maybe you couldn't follow.
Something's the matter with him. Come on.
Pepper!
Quick. I can't hear him any longer.
There he is. Pepper.
He's lying still. He doesn't come to meet us.
Look at his eyes. So wide and staring.
And his tongue. Rhea, he's been strangled.
And that's what killed him. We're going through that grass, that hand. Like on a shaping white five-legged trail.
Quick, get into the car. We'll drive it on the road.
Take me away from you. Take me away before I go mad. Find some more to get us away. Don't lose a moment.
He has been stolen. The ignition switch is
You
jammed.
can't start it.
No.
The piano again.
Played by a single hand.
Play the funeral march of a marionette. The funeral march of a marionette.
Rhea! Good heavens, Rhea! We will both go mad!
You're playing that best you did. Well, maybe we should have tried to arrest the village moment when you couldn't find the car. But it wouldn't go. But I just couldn't. I'd imagine your awful hand was lurking in every clump of grass and in every tree. The path on you with the same strange so pepper.
We were wise to come back here to the house. We shut ourselves in this room behind locked doors and bolted windows.
Yes, you can't get to us this way. And we have lamps here. Outside it's dark. I couldn't stand the dark.
Rhea!
I won't be hysterical anymore. I won't only be so close to it here. It's in the room. On the piano, please.
But Rhea, we can't see it. That's the awful part about it. See? While it plays, we know what it is, and that it isn't attempting to come in here.
Oh, you can't get in here. You've sworn to me you can't.
No, it's a flesh and bone. Nothing of its size can get into this room.
It's only playing the ghastly melody over and over and over.
If it doesn't stop, my brain is going to snap.
What is it do to drive us mad, Norman, slowly with fear and horror? Oh, the intelligence directed me.
And I felt pity for Peppino when he cursed me. I laughed at his crazy threats.
Don't, Norman! Don't, Norman! You just stop. Listen. The thing. There's stuff on the carpet out there.
Coming toward the door.
It's just outside. It's moving along the street, trying to creep in.
But it can't. It can't. There isn't room.
It's going away again.
Down the hall. It's tired of waiting. It's coming for me.
You're not going to get in.
It can't get in.
What if there's some way we've overlooked? It's coming to kill us now. You'll have to see us with our rifles. What are we going to do now?
I don't know. What is there to do with the dead hand that's alive? How can you fight a thing that you cannot understand? It can't get through those windows of the door. And there's no other way. What?
What's that thing? Over there, honey. The fireplace. Yes. It's coming down the chimney.
Lord.
It's coming closer. It's almost down there. Oh, Norman.
No. It's stopped. Quiet.
Bring that up again.
Somebody stop that thing up before it comes back. These blankets from the bed. I can stuff them up the flue. Let me trample out that fire so I can work.
No, keep away from the fire.
Yes, Rhea, every moment is
Keep away from that fire.
What are you doing? Stop adding fuel. This is our only
Keep
chance.
away from that fire. It's outside the window. It's screaming to the fire.
You can't get in.
But you must let it in, Norman. You've got to let it in. It's got to be destroyed.
No way. What are you doing with that fuel? Oh, you smashed the glass. The thing is coming through the
Keep away
window.
from it. Don't let it touch you. Look out for that chair.
Help! I'm falling.
I'll reach you where you are.
It's got me.
Put it away.
Go.
Put it out.
Oh, my throat.
Put it out. You stick here and put it away, Norman. Put it. You got it. Start. Start the fire. You missed the time.
Quick. Out that door. Run. Don't stop. Why are you picking up that lamp?
No.
Rhea.
The thing's got to be destroyed. It couldn't come down the chimney because it feared the fire. Fire's the only thing that will it.
Blazing oil is everywhere. You're mad. In a moment, this whole house will be aflame.
In the center of that dead flame. Look. The flames of chorus.
Oh, yes.
They're destroying it upon their death. They say all evil things can only be destroyed by living flame.
Come away. Come, for we still have
We have a gypsy curse. We have a gypsy head.
Now folks knows how to get rid of a living dead man's hand, Sophie. It's sure fire's a mighty handy thing to have around. especially on winter evenings. Well, Satan and me's got business to tend to now. Important business, Satan. Near midnight, Satan.
Thank you. Thank you, Isabel Jewell. Thank you, Alonzo Dean Cole. Thank you. Oh, gee, I nearly said thank you, Bert Lytell. That's wrong. Anyway, next week, the Star Spangled Theater reaches into the theatrical heavens and pulls down one of its brightest stars. Yes, sir, Mr. Al Jolson. In one of the world's greatest stories, Harriet Beecher Stowe's immortal Uncle Tom's Cabin. A special adaptation for our program by E.A. Ellington. Mr. Jolson will play Uncle Tom, and believe you me, Al's a great serious actor. Just as good as he is a singer, just as good as he is a comedian, that's tough. So be sure and be with us, won't you? Until then, this is Bert Lytell saying good night and good luck to all of you out there from all of us here in the Star Spangled Theater. The Star Spangled Theater presented The Gypsy's Hand by Alonzo Dean Cole, starring Isabel Jewell and Bert Lytell. Original music composed by Ernie Watson, conducted by Paul Lavelle. This program was sent to Canada via the networks of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and this is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
$117-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. 117-year-old. Well, Satan, I reckon me and you should start celebrating by giving folks a ring-year-old thriller, eh? Satan, you said it. We knows a lot of things no one suspects we do. And if everyone will douse their lights, we'll tell a few things we knows about Ireland. Ireland, with a fairy. That's right, Satan. Tell folks to make it nice and dark. Our cheerful little bedtime stories is best heard in gloom and shadow. Now, roar up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a moonlit patch of woods in County Clare. Soon you'll hear a boy in Dela talking. And there begins our story of the Troth of Death. The Troth of Death.
Let me hold you in my arms again, and taste once more your lovely lips. Nora, Alana, pity me.
Oh, will you talk like that? You know I always let you have your way.
Oh, Makushla.
Oh, I love you, Bartley. Love you so. No more now. Let me go.
No.
Oh, please. We're married. We should be to carry on like this.
Married we shall be soon.
Oh, yeah, not yet. When will you be after telling your father of us, Bartley, and asking his consent?
Why, whenever you wish it, sure.
Do you put it off because of fear your father will object?
And how could he object to you?
Oh, he's a rich, proud man, and you're his only son who's been sent to city schools. Sometimes I'm off to thinking he'll not be happy to have anyone so poor and ignorant as Nora O'Neill for his daughter-in-law.
Nora, darling.
Well, tell me, sir, he's not already forbid our marriage?
My father's never said a word against you. And if he should, his word would have no weight, for I'd give up everything in all this world for you.
You tell me the truth?
Can you disbelieve me as I take you in my arms?
I'll let you go. Please, no more kisses.
Nora, Alana, pity me.
Oh, you know I can't deny you. Enough now. Take me home.
Not yet.
Yes, Mother will be waiting for me. And Freddie, like you ammunition. Sure, a donkey with a bottom moonlight night like this.
You're superstitious, Gosine. Can you never be persuaded there are no such things as fairies?
How differently are since you've been away to city school. You don't seem to believe in anything anymore.
I believe in love. My love for you that overflows my heart. That's all that matters.
Will you tell your father of it soon and ask his blessing for it? You sure he said no word against me?
Never a word. And I'll tell him soon. Now kiss me again before I take you to your mother.
No, please.
Nora Aldana, pity me.
Oh, you know I can't deny you. I love you, Bartley. Love you so. Crickets. So it is back in this house you are, you creatures. I hope this time you'll come for luck. 'Twas after your last Killarney that the banshee wails the Seamus, my man who now lies in his grave. Would it be this time a useless old woman like myself you're after cursing? Surely you wish no evil on a sweet Gustine like my daughter Nora. Now he is bread and salt for you, he's doing it. Stay in this house and welcome. If this time be your visit for good instead of ill. Come in, whoever you are, and peace be with you.
Good evening to you, Susan O'Neill.
Good evening to you, Michael Glennon.
Is it alone you are?
You have eyes to see that I am.
And who did I hear you talking with as I just passed by you, Windy?
'Twas the crickets, may the Son of God preserve us.
You were talking to the cricket?
Aye, close they are to the little people, and much harm or good they can bring to the house they enter.
Crickets, little people. Ah.
Michael Glennon, you know not what you say. They've stopped their chirping. Quick, speak them fast. Apologize, or they in the sheet will do you harm.
Oh, enough of such old woman's talk. I'm here for speech with you concerning Bartley, the son, and your daughter Nora. I've come to warn you that all goings-on between them must end.
What do you mean?
My Bartley has been to school in Galway. He's an educated man, and I have ambitions for him that I'll not be after seeing spoiled by his marriage with an ignorant country wench.
Is it after telling me you are that simple Connaught Lennon objects to marriage with an O'Neill of Ulster?
You see my point. The O'Neills are no longer kings in Ireland, whilst this Lennon myself owns the richest farm in County Clare. There can be no marriage, as I've already told my son.
You've told Bartley?
Weeks ago.
Yet every night he's called here for my Nora. Now they're out together under haste.
So I've suspected, and that's why I've come to warn you fair.
I saw you with a fool, when just now you passed mortal insults on the crickets in the shield. But are you such a fool as to think you can curb young men and women in their love as you curb horses in their traffic?
Bartley is my son. You'll see I'll mould him to my will.
No, Bartley, no.
Nora, pity me. So.
Sure, and I think it is enough this evening. Now you've had your last kiss.
Dolly's just one.
Oh, you know I can't deny you.
I'll do the warning of your girl myself, Susan O'Neill.
Sure, and there's no stopping a fool. Do so you must.
Bartley!
Oh,
Father! Come inside here, both of you.
Oh, Mr. Glennon, what come to your mother, Nora, me angel?
Try and stay with her. You, Bartley, come here with me.
Father.
No words. Long ago I told you to leave off courting of this girl.
Bartley, you said...
Long ago he knew me wish, and now this night he'll know me will. Either he breaks off seeing you forever, or he's no longer son of mine. Away from him I'll take everything that I've given, the money from his pocket, and the roof from over his head.
Father, wait.
You've heard me well. Say what's your choice, but say it now.
Father, you don't know what to ask. Have pity.
Oh, tell him, Bartley.
Nora.
I leave this house. You either follow me, or you stay behind for good.
No, Father.
You either come with me now, or stay.
Father, wait for me.
Bartley.
I'm coming with you, Father. I'm coming with you.
Oh, Mother. Did I believe the lies he told me? Oh, Mother, Nora, me angel. Oh, cricket, I might have known it was an omen when you stopped your chirping. Again you brought evil to this house and gone away.
Oh, Nora, you must believe me. I swear to you, I knew not what I did last night.
You talked to me of marriage, knowing all the time it was against your father's wish. Then you followed him in his mind, after I'd given you my heart.
But I didn't stay. I'm here again with you, that's interesting,
Yes, in secret. Oh, Bartley.
I'll marry you, darling, as I said. Father, money, nothing matters beside my love for you. You must believe me. You must take me to your heart again. Oh, Nora Alana, pity me.
Oh, I want to believe it's truth you speak. But you've failed me once.
I'll never fail you more.
Oh, Bartley, make me sure.
Sure? And how will I prove it? Would you have me gather the stars from the sky and lay them at your feet? Shall I steal the moonlight from the waters for you? Anything I'll do to gain your love again.
Will you plight with me the troth of death?
The troth of death?
Yes. Will you climb to the top of the fairy steep with me and swear I'll marry you with the locks of hair and the wedding ring from the hand of a corpse?
Wait, I have no ring from the hand of a corpse.
I have here the one my father wore. He took it from his finger as he lay in death.
Oh, it is a fearful oath, the troth of death.
The fear to take it. You do not love me.
I swear I love you.
Oh, lie to me no more. Go, get you gone.
No, I must kiss you again. I must hold you in my arms.
Oh, let me go. Now go and leave me. I want to see you nevermore.
I'll do anything you wish to when you're back. Come, we climb the fairy spink. With you, I'll take the troth of death. Give me a hand and start the climb. But mind the rocks and brambles. Like me, they're all eager to caress your soft white beauty. Be quick. Let's reach the top.
You're not going to plight the troth disbelieving what you swear. You said the little people are but foolish women's tales.
You believe in them. That's all that matters.
What will be the anger of the fairies if you plight the troth in jest? And terrible their vengeance.
I'm not afraid. Sure, I'd brave all hell itself for you tonight. Let's quickly say the truth, for I'm hungry for your lips. Here. We're at the summit.
Tread softly here, for the sheaves are all about.
Oh, you look as if you really see the little people.
I do. In the scapular I wear is the dust of a four-leaf shamrock. Not a dainty. With a charm like that, you can see them plain as day. Good evening, little people. I wish you joy and health. You're always kind to lovers. To hear our troth tonight.
Oh, you seem so sure they're here. Right. Oh, let's leave this ghostly speech.
Without the troth?
Oh, no, too great is my desire for you. But let's be quick.
You have a knife. Cut the lock of hair from your head.
There, it is done.
Give it in my hand. I do the same with mine. Here, take it in exchange. Now break the ring in two. The gold is thin and soft.
I break it. A wedding ring from the finger of a corpse.
You keep one half and give the other half to me. Now take my hand. I speak the troth of death.
Oh, 'tis gloomy here.
O Son of God, and all the saints bear witness.
Wait! I thought it was only on the stage you meant to call.
I speak the troth of death. You swear it with me, or we part forever.
Wait. I'll swear.
O Son of God, and all the saints bear witness, and fairies of the glen, and fairies of the hills, all spirits of the oceans, earth, and sky, witness how we plight our troth.
Oh, the air is thick with shadows.
The spirits here, the fairies see. Look upon this man and I. Here before thee, we now plight our marriage. With a ring from the dead we bind our vow, and with locks of our living hair. Never shall we break our oath. Never shall we be untrue, one unto the other.
No.
If this pledge be broken, may the guilty one be stricken dead, and suffer punishment till God's great judgment day. I, Nora O'Neill, do swear this oath. You, Bartley Glennon, swear it too.
I, Bartley Glennon, swear it too. No, I'm afraid. Nora, give me back my oath.
The troth of death, once plighted, stands forever. Oh, Bartley, I love you. I'm your wife now. Take me in your arms.
Thirsty creatures, as if 'twasn't enough evil you wrought in this poor house since 2 years ago you came before. Sure, and for all I spoke you decent and gave your bread and salt. Come in, whoever you are, and taste be with you. So, 'tis you, Michael Glennon.
Susan O'Neill. Is it hating me forever you'll be because of the black-hearted son I brought into this world?
Why have you come to this house of shame and sorrow?
To tell you Bartley's ship is coming home.
At last.
Well, as you know, I didn't want him to marry your daughter. But I'm asking you to believe that when I sent him away 2 years ago for a voyage round the world, I didn't know the harm his lying tongue had wrought. I'm a hard man, but a just one, and that's why I've come tonight.
Yes, you's but a man, neither hard nor just, only vain and foolish.
Perhaps you're right. Where is Nora and the babe?
Out by the fairy spink. Every day she goes there, hoping your Bartley will come back and fulfill his vow of holy marriage.
I hear her come
ringing?
Oh, peace be with you, Nora.
Is it just come to say you've heard from Bartley?
Yes, his ship is coming home.
Oh, praise the saints. My prayers are answered. Did you hear that, little Seamus LeBay? Your father's coming home.
Nora, if you'd but accept a little money from me...
Money? To you. Get you from this house.
Sure, I didn't mean...
There's the door. Get out.
I'm sorry. When my son comes home, I'll see that justice will be done.
You'll see. You who molded him to your will and brought this all about. Get out.
I didn't know.
Oh, Mother, I'm so happy. At last he's coming home to keep the throne. Yes, he's coming home. Ah, precious Adonis, shall it be now for good or ill?
Oh, Patrick, my lad. Pour me out another drink. Faith is ship roll, so it is hard to make the liquor find the glass. Ah, I've done it. Yeah. And now, Bartley, tell us some more about how you win the girl. Oh, she's a talent I have, an assistant. Of course, first you got to tell Lavain Gossoon she's the most beautiful creature on all God's fingers. Then, if she remains cold or afraid of herself, I appeal not only to her female conceit, but also to her sympathy. I make her think I'll fall dead at her feet from love if she doesn't ease my ardor with a kiss or two. Molly, or Bridget, or Kathleen, I see, looking deep into her eyes. Oh, Alana, pity me. And it works, my lad. It works. Blimey, is that? How can I help it for?
All sail! All hands aloft!
Sure, you look old back. Captain's orders. All hands on deck. You passengers, no sleeping. We're not in any danger, are we? That no one knows when they're at sea. It's a stiff storm. How far are we off Ireland now? Just off Hag's Head. If we don't go on the rocks, soon we'll be in Galway Bay. You two passengers are lucky. You can stay dry here below. Put us back on deck for me again. Oh, sure. It's as if the devil was at sea tonight. Or as if the Shays were reaching out for this ship and me.
What's the matter with you, Bartley? For the last 2 days you've been talking of the little people.
For the last 2 days, we've been approaching home. Patrick, you've been to school like me. Yet you believe in the little people.
Can schools make you forget what your mother taught you as a babe?
Oh, I used to think so. Now, when I'm coming back to Ireland again, I'm not so sure. Patrick, do you also believe in oaths?
What kind of oaths?
The kind you vow to heaven, and the spirits, and the she's.
Sure, I do believe in that kind.
I won't. She forced it on me. Blinded me, she did, with the whiteness of her skin, the softness of her body, and the beauty of her face. I won't believe.
Whist, me lad, you're drunk and talking riddles.
Yes, that's it. I'm drunk. That's what makes me afeard of things I don't believe in. And soon we'll be in Galway, only 50 miles from home, and from the fairy Spink. I won't get off this ship. The Shays can't get me here.
What you talking about?
No, nothing. The Shays can't get me here. What's that?
What?
The cry.
Tis but a whistling of the wind.
No! Listen. It sounds like the keen of a woman.
I hear nothing but the storm.
Oh, once more it wails. She called the spirits of sea and sky, as well as earth, to witness.
Badly you're drunk and talking mad.
I know it! I know that keen! It's the wailing of a banshee! The banshee of my death! Shays and spirits, let me live! Let me marry-headed paper vow! Don't punish me, don't straight judgment day! Let me sing it! Why lost, forever lost! Oh, Nora, Helena, pity me!
Till your crickets scrape out the tunes in this poor old house of mine. Here again I give you bread and salt so you'll know that we wish you well.
Can you tell what song they play tonight, Mother? Is their spirit at last for good instead of ill?
It's hard to say, but I think, sweet Nora, that your Bartley will be coming soon.
Oh, the ship should have entered Galway Bay last evening. Mother, that wailing which I heard, it was but a whining of the wind.
Yes. 'Twas not a banshee. 'Twas a whining of the wind.
Oh, it must have been. I shouldn't worry. But there's always danger for the men who sail in ships.
An easy death at sea would be too good for one of his black hearts.
I've never believed his heart is black. He was only weak and thoughtless.
And I love him. Yes, you love him. Be sure it was just the wind that wailed last night, and not the banshee of his death. Oh, Mother, you know how I prayed to him to come to me at last. He'll come to you. With ye she vowed the troth of death, and so spirits in the sheet will bring him to our door. 'Tis midnight and time for that woman to be in bed. I'll be staying up a while. Who knows? He may come tonight. Who knows? Sure, the little people know and do all things. Good night, sweet Nora, and God bless you. Good night, Mother. And the blessed saint Cricket. Good night, Crickets of Owen. Please, heaven, you chirrup for good this night. The little people know and do all things. Oh, fairies of the glen and fairies of the hills, spirits of the ocean, earth and sky, bring my Bartley back to me.
Nora, Nora,
Bartley!
Nora,
Oh, you've come to me at last. I'm coming to meet you, Bartley.
Nora.
Oh, Bartley, dear, where are you? Lover, I cannot see you.
Nora.
Where are you, dear? Where are you?
Lost, forever lost. From a broken clock, I'm punished through God's great judgment day.
Oh, Bartley!
Nora, Alana, pity me. Pity me.
Oh, it was not a wailing of the wind I heard last night. There's nothing I must wait for now. Ah, Cricket, again you brought the banshee wailing by this house. For there's been a keening for me girlie Nora, and her babe sleeps beside her in the churchyard's blessed grounds. Will it now be this use to so woman you're after cursing, Cricket? Sure, then it's all right. When you get it over with, this heart will be yours alone. Come in, whoever you are, and peace be with you. Good evening to you, Michael Glennon.
Good evening to you, Swords and Hornhill. Do you mind if I sit down in your chimney corner?
Sit yourself, and welcome.
The weights have passed.
The keening's over.
My son is dead.
And my daughter. She couldn't live without him.
And the babe, our grandchild, too.
Our grandchild.
Just a man I was, you once said. Neither had nor just, only vain and foolish.
Yes, just a man, so a fool.
It's lonesome when you're old and all alone.
We won't have long for lonesomeness. Nothing is long except eternity.
Nora.
Every night he walked abroad, a formless ghost that none can see.
Nora.
Searching for her always to repair his wrong, but never will he find her till the judgment day. Punished forever for his sin. Oh, Lord, and how will mine be punished?
Here, Cricket, your creatures, is your bread and salt.
That's the end of that, Satan. You folks come see us when old Nancy has a birthday again.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. let us join old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat.
122-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. 122-year-old. Tain't many folks gets to a ripe old age like that, Satan. Satan, you took the words right out of my mouth. The reason for old Nancy living so long is 'cause she's such a nice, helpful body, always doing kind things for folks, like spinning pleasant little yarns to cheer 'em up. Don't you ever believe that old saying that the good dies young? And speaking of dying, reminds me that we got a real pretty little bedtime story to tell right now. Of course there's a murder in it, Satan. And afore we finish, no telling how many people meet nice, terrible death. Douse out them lights. Sitting quiet in the dark is the way to hear our cheerful tales. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers while we take you across the seas to merry England, land of ghosts and haunted castles. Gaze into the embers deep while we spin our yarn about the house of the bridegroom. The house of the bridegroom.
And this room here, pardon me while I open the door, Mrs. Sheridan. And this room was old Dr. Drummond's laboratory.
Arnold, if it weren't for the dust, one would think he had just stepped out of it.
That's certainly the effect it gives. It's difficult to believe, Mr. Fife, that this house has been unoccupied for almost 50 years.
This particular chamber, Mr. Sheridan, has been unused for nearly 100. Victor Drummond, the builder of Bridegroom's house, died in 1836. One of the provisions of his strange will was that the furnishings, particularly the articles within this laboratory, should be disturbed as little as possible and never be removed.
Look at the queer old books that line the walls, Arnold. My husband is quite an amateur collector, Mr. Fife, and these quaint bindings...
Well, the bindings aren't so interesting as some of the titles. Look at these, dear. The Brahman Tantra, the Grimoire, Kabbalah, all works on magic. I say, Mr. Fife, did the old doctor combine witchcraft with his scientific investigations?
The works upon these shelves would certainly make it appear so. As a matter of fact, I'm only acquainted with his history in a very general way.
And now that we've seen the entire house, Mr. Fife, do you mind telling us just what you do know of its history and of his?
Of course, your partner, Mr. Burton, has told us the place is haunted by the old doctor's ghost, but well, we'd like to know the real facts of the case.
Burton's a superstitious fool. There's no such thing as a haunted house.
Of course not. If there were, it would never be our good fortune to inherit it, Arnold.
Finding Bridegroom's house so cheerful-looking has been a great disappointment to Mrs. Sheridan, I fear.
A frightful disappointment. We haven't any really first-class haunted houses in America. And so when we learned of the legend concerning my inheritance here in London, I was fearfully excited. But now, when we find the place so perfectly charming...
Yeah, you must remember it's still broad daylight there.
Oh, that's right. And no self-respecting spook would dare rattle his chains until the witching hour of midnight.
I fear you shall live here a long time before a supernatural agency makes its appearance at any hour. But if you wish to hear the history of the place, let's go back to the drawing room, where the air is a little better.
Yes, you open the windows back there. This room has been closed so long it's acquired the odor of a tomb.
Oh, by his choice of comparison. You see, my husband is as anxious as I to capture the ghostly atmosphere, Mr. Fife. Oh, but you're holding the door. Excuse me. Oh!
What is Mrs. Sheridan?
What's the matter?
As I crossed this threshold, I had the queer sensation, as though I'd stepped on a charged wire.
You've stood here?
Yes. I felt a definite shock. A tingling sort of.
Jove. As I stand here, I feel it, too.
I'm directly beside you, and I feel nothing, sir.
Well, I don't feel it either now. It's gone.
I rather think you and Mrs. Sheridan permitting your imaginations to play you tricks.
But since we both felt...
Well, Mr. Fife must be right, dear. There's obviously nothing here to cause such an electric shock.
As a matter of fact, there's no electricity in the house.
It's only provided with old-fashioned gas for lighting.
Funny.
I'll close this door.
Arnold, doesn't it seem warmer to you in this dark hallway than in that sunlit laboratory?
Yes. It's possibly chilly back there. I wonder what...
Oh, you two young people are certainly falling under the spell of this old place. But don't. I assure you there's nothing abnormal about it in any way.
Oh, there couldn't be. It's too perfectly delightful.
Well, Victor Drummond meant it to be delightful. He prepared this mansion to receive his intended bride.
Mr. Burton told us about that. And how just a week before the wedding, she ran away with another man.
That's the story. From the moment he received word of her elopement, he never left his house.
She broke his heart.
Evidently. Yet he could have felt no bitterness toward her at the last, for at his death he willed her his property.
Well, Mr. Burton said
I can imagine what he told you. The romantic yarn that Drummond left to the place out of revenge. But he put a curse on it. Oh, stuff and nonsense. Here's the drawing room.
What is your version of the old man's strange will and the events that followed it?
The only logical version. The will provided that his former fiancée should inherit his entire property on condition that she occupy the house he had built for her. That's understandable in a romantic old fool who lived as a refuse for 10 years because she jilted him. On her death, the place was to pass in succession through her female heirs, which is the reason you now find it your property, Mrs. Sheridan. The lady in question was your great-great-aunt. And let me tell you, tracing the relationship was quite a bit of work.
Well, she was an ancestress I'd never even heard of until I received your letter in New York.
What is curse you mentioned, Mr. Fife? According to your partner, it seems to have worked out.
Yes, Mr. Burton said my great-aunt and all her family died here.
Oh, people die in houses everywhere. Because of the manner of these particular deaths, the ignorant promptly ascribe them to supernatural agencies.
Well, just how did the deaths occur?
Well, when the lady in question notified of her inheritance, she came here to live with her husband.
The man for whom she left Dr. Drummond?
Yes, they had a little girl. 2 weeks after they'd settled in the house, both child and husband were found strangled to death by burglars.
Oh.
Burglars? Yes, that's the natural explanation. The fools insisted a ghost had done the killing.
My great-aunt committed suicide shortly afterwards.
Yes, hanged herself in a room upstairs. She left a note to the effect that Drummond, who had been in his grave 2 years, was responsible for her death, and then her husband and baby. She warned others to beware of bridegroom's house. But the poor woman was demented by reason of her losses, of course.
Naturally.
Oh, but Mr. Burton said that everyone who attempted to live in this house afterwards...
My dear Mrs. Sheridan, you know what happens when you give a dog a bad name. Those who came here to live came here prepared for trouble and then actually found that for which they were looking. If you believe the stories that are told, 12 men and women have met violent deaths here. Gruesome phantoms stalk through rooms at night, and ghostly laughter is heard. Fortunately, you are intelligent people, so you will pay such silly tales the scant attention they deserve. Now you have the whole impossible history. The place is yours, Mr. Sheridan, providing you live in it. You may do as you see fit.
I imagine we'll live in it, Arnold.
Rather. After traveling 3,000 miles to acquire it.
Good. Now, unless you wish to look over the place further, I'll return you to your hotel in my car.
Oh, thank you. We've seen enough today.
Yes, and our next visit will be at night. So we can look for gruesome phantoms stalking through the rooms and hear that ghostly laughter we've been threatened with.
It'll be a long time before you'll see or hear either one, young man. By Jove, it's growing dusk now. Now, let's be going. Oh, wait. I left my keys somewhere. Oh, I remember. I laid them down in the laboratory. Now, if you excuse me...
Well, I'll get them for you.
No, thanks. But I know exactly where I left them. I shan't be but a bone.
Oh, Arnold, aren't you simply mad about this beautiful place?
We never dreamed we'd own a mansion like this, did we?
And in England, in the heart of London. We'd always wanted to come abroad and never could afford it. And now...
Yeah. Now we can begin our second honeymoon.
That's silly. We've never even finished our first.
That's right. We never shall. But I wish I could have provided the money for all this
Are
instead
you
of...
still bothering your head because it was left to me? Besides, it's really yours. This place is called the House of the Bridegroom. That's what you've always been.
House of the Bridegroom. But of a bridegroom who never had a bride. Poor old chap, that Drummond. How unhappy he must have been.
Yes. Arnold, you don't think there can be any truth in those superstitious tales?
Well, there couldn't possibly be.
I know it's silly to give them the slightest consideration, but despite my laughing at them before Mr. Fife, I've had the strangest feeling since we've been in this house. A feeling that we're being watched.
Watched?
Yes, particularly in that laboratory. How do you explain the peculiar chill in that room and the strange tingling sensation we both experienced there?
Well, Mr. Fife's explanation is the only possible one. Imagination.
I suppose so. But I've met practical men like Mr. Fife before. He's the sort who never believes a thing exists until he actually sees or feels it. Oh, Arnold!
Mr. Fife!
What's happened to him?
He went back to that laboratory. Hey, you stay here. I'm going back to that laboratory.
Oh, no, I'm coming with you.
Fife! What's the matter, man?
He doesn't answer.
Here's the door.
It's closed.
I'll soon open it.
Oh!
Fife!
He's lying on the floor. Arnold, look at his throat. Those big blue marks.
The man's been strangled. Good God, I think he's dead.
Oh, he couldn't be. Well, there's no one in this house to hurt him. No one here but him and you and me. Oh, that lock.
Where's it coming from?
There it is again. It's in this room.
Why, it can't be. There's nothing to be seen.
Oh, but it is. And it's coming closer.
Out that door, dear. Out that door. Run.
Oh, the door is closed.
It's slammed shut. I can't open it.
And now that lock is right beside us. Help! Help! Help!
Let us out of this door. Let us out of this door.
Satan, that's only the beginning of this cheerful little yarn. If folks wants to hear the rest, they got to call on us next time we has a birthday. And I'm 2-year-old, I'm gonna be real soon. Come see us then.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. Let us join old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat.
I'm 13-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. I'm 13-year-old. That's right, Satan. If these folks will just douse out them lights,
We'll tell 'em the finish of that yarn about the young couple from America who inherited a haunted house in England. They say a fella named Dr. Drummond put a curse on the place 'cause the woman he built it for ran away with another man. Well, our young American couple didn't put much faith in haunted houses till they found a man a-lying dead there. Then they heard an awful laugh, and a door slammed shut upon them. Draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers while we spin the rest of our yarn about the house of the bridegroom. The house of the bridegroom.
Then, as suddenly as it had closed, Inspector, the door was opened by an unseen hand, and we were free to leave the room.
I had fainted by that time. Oh, I can still hear that frightful laugh ringing in my ears.
I took my wife in my arms and ran with her from the house.
The laughter had ceased by that time?
Yes, as we reached the outer door. Then my cries for help attracted a passing constable, and well, you know the rest, sir.
I merely know that a man's dead body was found in the room of which you speak, and that you are the last to see him alive.
You certainly don't think that we killed him.
No, madam. Both you and your husband are small people. Sufficient strength was exerted upon Mr. Fife's throat so that he was not only strangled, but his neck broken as well. Together you couldn't have done that.
Then why are you taking us back to that awful house? And at night?
A murder has been committed. You and your husband ascribe it to a supernatural agency, which we of the London police do not recognize. I wish you to reenact the events before and after the crime so that we may possibly find the real killer. There's the house driver just ahead.
Why, sir, I know the old house of the bridegroom, sir.
Inspector, you think a man was concealed in the place without our knowledge? That it was a man who murdered Mr. Fife?
Naturally. And he took advantage of the mansion's ghostly reputation to play upon your fears with that laughter, and so arranged for his escape without danger of detection.
But how?
He must have been concealed in that laboratory. I'll find out where and how if I have to tear the place apart.
Well, here we are, sir.
Let me help you, Mr. Sheridan.
I don't want to go in that awful house again.
There, dear. Don't be afraid. Come on.
All right.
Shall I wait, sir?
No, drive back to Scotland Yard. I'll call for a car when I'm ready to return.
Yes, sir.
I see the constable on duty inside the house has all the gas lamps lit.
Every window's ablaze with light. Evidently, he's taking no chances of encountering your ghost in the dark. And where's the doorbell? Yeah, I found it.
I hope the man inside is all right.
You expect to find him otherwise?
We laughed at the stories about this house a few hours ago, Inspector. Now, after what has happened, I couldn't stand being alone in there as he has been tonight.
I hardly think he's experienced anything to arouse his fears. Here he is. Good evening, Riley.
Good evening, Inspector. I'm as glad I am to see you, sir.
You're white as a sheet, man. What's wrong?
Oh, nothing, sir, except this house is the devil's. It's full of queer whispers-like, and it's glad I have to be alone inside it no longer.
Don't act a fool. Step inside, you people.
No.
Come, dear. Don't be afraid.
All right.
Close that door, Riley. Now, which way is that laboratory?
Oh, please, don't make us go there now.
Inspector, my wife has been through a terrible experience today. If you'll allow her a little time...
Oh, very well. Yeah, sit down and compose yourself, Mrs. Sheridan. I'll get you a chair. Excuse me if I seem brusque and impatient, but all this talk of impossible ghosts makes me sick. What? The chair! Why, something seized it from my hand.
Carry it there, sir, to the wall and set it down.
Something did it that we couldn't see.
By the Lord, I soon will see.
Oh, that laugh.
Is that what you heard this afternoon?
Yes. When we discovered Fife's dead body.
Yes, it's again. It seems to be upstairs.
Come on, we're going to locate it.
No, wait. It means death to find it. Don't go there. Let's leave this house.
Come on, Edith. After them. It's better to be with them than down here alone.
Don't let them leave us alone.
Come on, quick, up these stairs.
Do you see anything, Riley?
There it is again.
Now it seems to come from downstairs.
Whoever's responsible for it must have gone down the back way where we come up the front. Riley, go back the way we came and see if you can head him off.
Yes.
I'll stay here in case he attempts to return.
Yes.
We have him on the run. We'll get him now. He's down there, Riley. Get him or drive him back up here to me.
Oh, you don't know what you're doing. Leave this house.
Yes, that's not human laughter. It's the laughter of the dead.
It's the laughter of a maniac, a tricky, murderous madman who'll soon be in jail.
Oh, it's down there with that man.
Do you see him, Riley?
Yes, sir. But this time it sounded right beside you.
Riley!
The thing is killing him.
He killed Fife.
Riley, hold on. We're coming, man.
Quick, Edith, down these stairs.
Riley! Riley!
He's lying crumpled on the floor.
But who could have struck him down? The room is empty.
He isn't dead. Oh, thank God he isn't dead.
Edith, darling, you must pull yourself together.
Quiet, Mrs. Sheridan, please. I want to hear what happened.
Are you able to talk now, Riley?
Yes, sir. I'm all right now, but I don't know what happened. Except that something grabbed me from behind. I felt icy fingers close around my throat and throw me to the floor. Then all went black. Oh, sir, this lady and gentleman is right. There's something in this house that we can't fight.
I'm not ready to believe that yet.
You must believe it and leave this house for the sake of all our lives.
I'll handle this. Riley, where were you seized? There where you fell?
Yes, sir. Just in front of this little door.
That door is to the laboratory, where Mr. Fife was killed this afternoon.
I'm going to investigate that room right now.
No, don't go in there.
I'm going to find that strangler. He seems to prefer the vicinity of this laboratory. I want you to show me where the laughter seemed to come from when you discovered Fife's dead body.
Oh, no, not now. At least wait for daylight.
Yes, a call for more men to go in with us.
No. If he's sitting there, that'll give him a chance to get away. Come on, we're going in.
No way, sir. There's no lights inside that room.
Use our flashlights then.
Yes, sir.
This door sticks. I've got it. Keep your pistol handy, Riley.
Yes, sir.
Come on, you two.
We're coming.
It's so cold in here. Colder than it was this afternoon.
And 'tis an unnatural chill, ma'am. I feel it, too.
Nonsense. There's nothing unnatural about this whole business. A human being killed Fife. A human being attacked Riley. A human being laughs and disappears.
What was it took that chair from your hand when we came in?
Yes, what was that?
I've forgotten that. But that chair will be explained like all the other tricks when I know the secret of that laugh. And I think the clue to that is in this room.
Oh!
Edith, look, they're bookshelves.
Well, they're opening outward like a door.
I leaned against them. I must have touched a hidden spring.
These shelves conceal a secret passage.
That's where the laughter came from. That's the strangler's hiding place. Ha! I knew we'd find a natural agency behind all this.
There isn't a passage behind these shelves.
No, it's just a shallow recess.
Not large enough to hide a man.
And what space there is filled with tattered notebooks.
They won't help us any.
Look! Above our heads.
Hand! Without an arm or body.
My God, I'll know the secret of this trick.
Don't you, sir?
What harm could a bullet do to a disembodied hand? Look down it.
Floating downward through the air.
It's come to rest on one of those old notebooks.
When did life get open?
Its finger is pointing at something on that page.
Now it's disappeared. Vanished before our eyes.
It was a woman's hand.
No, it was a hand of the dead. But I didn't fear it somehow. I felt it meant to help us. Arnold, take up that book it rested on.
I have it.
What is it?
Hold this light so I can see. Victor Drummond's name is written on it.
That was the old doctor.
It was the bridegroom's name who left the curse upon his house.
It's his diary. Something is tugging at it. Trying to take it from my hand.
Hold tight.
I'll help you, sir.
Read that passage to which the fingers pointed.
Yes, help me hold the book.
Something's tugging at it like 10,000 devils.
Oh, be quick, read.
It says, "Today my labors were completed. I have found the thing I sought. Now I know that, living or dead, my vengeance will be satisfied."
Inspector, help us. Together we can hardly hold this book.
I see fingers we can't see are trying to take it from us.
Quick, read on.
Here's the rest. I have at last discovered how to harness the tremendous force of human will.
Human will?
Hold on.
Read it all.
I shall leave my hate behind to live within these walls forever.
Oh, the hands let go the book and knocked my flashlight to the floor.
Oh, they've got mine.
We're in the dark.
Come on, quick, out that door.
I'm shut.
And I can't open it. Help me, Riley. Together. Our shoulders.
The lock.
It's with us in this room.
On there, two gleaming eyes.
Eyes that shine in darkness.
Your pistol, Riley. Fire at them. Fire.
Oh, you know you're shooting. Bullets can't harm the devil of ghosts from out the grave.
Edith!
Got her!
Edith, where are you? Edith, I can't see you in this darkness.
I found her. She's here.
Arnold, I felt its fingers on me.
So is it? It's got me now. I see fingers. I throw.
Light a match, for God's sake, light!
Break open that door. It's our only chance to help him and ourselves.
Yes, Riley.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Edith, darling, don't leave my side again.
We've got it.
Oh,
blessed light.
The inspector. Where is he?
On the floor.
His head has been sideways.
His neck is broken. He's dead.
The unseen thing is laughing. It means to kill us all.
Run for your lives!
Run! Run! Run!
Sure, sir, but if it weren't broad daylight, you'd never have gotten me here in this ghastly laboratory after the escape we had last night.
One of us didn't escape. Oh, Arnold, I'm afraid even in this sunlight.
Because Inspector Chase and so many others have met death here, we had to come back, Edith. And with a few more blows of these picks, Riley, I hope to end the dangers of Bridegroom's house forever.
You think that ghostly hand pointed the way?
Yes. I believe it was the hand of the woman who brought about Victor Drummond's mad desire for vengeance, of which that journal told. I believe last night that the dead spoke wordlessly to us.
Ah, Mr. Sheridan, my pick is broken through the wall.
Oh, yes. Your guess was right. Arnold, there is another cubby hole behind that recess where we found the notebook.
Yes, and then that cubby hole is the thing that we must find.
Something's trying to keep us from finding it, sir. Even in this blessed sunlight, I feel icy fingers at this rope.
Yes, I feel them too. But in the day, they have no strength.
Evil things have only power in darkness.
Come on, quick, make this opening larger. There's the thing we want.
You mean that little crystal globe?
I think that's it. Look, it's engraved with Kabbalistic symbols of the alchemist and wizard. And we know that Dr. Drummond was a student of black magic.
Black magic?
Yes. Within that globe, I think, is harnessed the human will of which his journal spoke. His will for vengeance. It still lives. Although his body has been dust 100 years.
It's not possible.
So one who had never heard a radio or seen an aeroplane might say of them, nothing is impossible.
Lights gleam within the globe. Lights of hell, like them eyes we saw here last night.
Soon they'll gleam no more.
Smash it with your pick.
Help me, Riley. The icy hands are holding me, fighting to retain their power to hate and kill.
I'm with you, sir. Together we'll throw 'em off. Now with our forearms, bring down the pick.
In the center of that globe. Now!
We've done it.
It's gone. Shattered. Not even dust is left.
The icy hand no longer holds.
They, too, are gone. Destroyed forever, like the mad will they obeyed.
The unseen strangler will laugh no more.
No. The house of the bridegroom is no longer a place accursed.
Well, that's the end of that, Satan. We'll have another pelty yarn to tell you soon.
The fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
I be today. Yes, sir. 113-year-old. Well, Satan, if you'll pass the word to douse all lights, we'll be getting down to business. That's it. Make it nice and dark. Sitting amongst the gloomy shadows is the way to hear our pretty tales. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see inside a little shop across the seas in Paris, France. A little curiosity shop it is, full of odd and old and funny things for sale. And there begins our story of the mannequin. The mannequin.
Look, monsieur. The powder box of Marie Antoinette, worth 2,000 francs.
I haven't the slightest use for a lady's powder box.
No? I show monsieur the pistol of Maximilien Robespierre.
I'm not interested in pistols.
I show monsieur the sword of the Marquis de Lafayette.
Please, I don't want that either.
You do not desire the sword of Lafayette?
No, all monsieur desires is to get out of here.
Wait, Paul.
I owe Henri an explanation after looking at everything in this place. Monsieur, I regret that I must leave your excellent shop without making a purchase. But you see, I came here in search of a particular something which I have not found.
Oh, what is it, Monsieur Seek, you have not found?
I don't know.
Comment?
All I know is that I became convinced that there was something in your shop that, well, crazy as it may sound, something that wanted me to have it.
I always knew a man had to be insane before he chose painting as a career. But that notion proves that you're even madder than the average artist. Something that wanted me to have it. Bah!
Monsieur, do I understand you are an artist?
Why, yes.
An artist who paint picture?
Guilty.
Oh, monsieur, come quick, this way.
What for?
I have something you will buy. Something only for the artist.
What on earth? Must be something precious if he keeps it behind all these locks.
Wait until you see. Entrez.
You want us to go down in that cellar?
Oui, monsieur. Follow me. I turn on the light.
What
Un moment. Come, monsieur. Please come.
All right. See nothing down there but crates and broken junk.
He's unlocking another door.
Please come, monsieur. Tout suite.
Come on, Paul.
I'm with you. What the deuce did he want you to see?
I think it's the thing I came here to find. I feel its call again. Whatever wants me to have it lies behind that door.
Oh, bunk.
We'll soon find out. He's drawing the last bolt.
Prenez garde à ce que vous faites, je crains.
He says he's afraid.
Now the door's unlocked, he doesn't pull it open. What's wrong with you, Henri?
You're trembling like a frightened child. What are you afraid of?
What's behind that door?
I open the door, monsieur. Regardez.
Good Lord.
There's a woman in that closet.
She's hanging by the neck.
Her hands and feet are bound with ropes.
This man's a murderer.
They've killed her.
No. She is not a woman. She is a mannequin.
Oh, my God.
What?
It's only a mannequin, Paul. A lay figure.
You mean a dummy?
Yes. Every artist has one in his studio. You've seen mine. I drape costumes on it instead of using a live model.
The figure in your studio isn't anything like this one.
I should say it isn't. This is a work of art. It's positively lifelike.
To me, it still looks like a woman hanging there.
Why have you got it trussed up, Henri? As though it were some dangerous animal. Take that rope from around the neck and bring it under the light so that I can see it properly.
Oui, monsieur.
Monty, he's frightened to death of the thing.
I can see that. But why? It's merely a big doll made of wooden cloth and cotton stuffing. Bring it out, Henri.
Oui, monsieur. Tout de suite.
That's right. Cut the rope from its neck. Hurry up, she isn't going to bite you.
Oui, monsieur.
Oh, aren't you going to cut those cords that bind the hands and feet? I want to see how the joints work.
Monsieur, you perhaps will cut the cords?
Oh, give me the knife.
Easy.
I don't wonder they don't like to touch the thing, Monty. It seems living. Human.
It's the most remarkable mannequin I've ever seen. Its covering is of the finest silk. Look how it's padded. Every muscle, every feature is perfection.
The face is almost beautiful.
It's lovely. A master artist did this job. He was a crackerjack mechanic, too. Listen, as I move these joints about, you don't hear the slightest squeak.
How's the hair fastened on? It actually seems to be growing from the head.
Say, the hair isn't an ordinary wig. Sounds like a wooden base underneath. Tiny holes must have been drilled in the head and the hairs inserted one by one.
Who could have gone to all that trouble?
Search me. Her maker has given her glass eyes, too.
Yes, I've already noted that. And they stare at us as though that dummy understood every word we're saying.
Funny. Those eyes do convey an illusion of intelligence.
Monsieur, you find the mannequin good?
Good? She's perfect.
Then you will buy? You will take away?
Well, I'd like to, Henri, but I can't afford anything so fine.
My price is very low, monsieur.
Yes, I've already heard some examples of what you call low. How much?
Monsieur, we wish to be rid of her. The price, it do not matter so long you take her from the shop.
Monty, wait. There's something funny about this figure. They're too anxious to get rid of it.
You're sure this isn't stolen goods, Henri?
No, monsieur. We are honest people. We prove we buy this mannequin from a place in Lyon. We buy a sheep. That is the reason we sell cheap to you.
Well, I don't know what this mystery is, but if you can prove you bought her legally in Lyons, I'll take her.
You buy her, monsieur?
Pack her up, and I'll tell you where to send her.
Oh, oui. Now, here is the box in which she came, monsieur.
It looks like a coffin. Monty, you won't have it delivered to your door in that. It'll frighten your wife to death.
It probably would give Florette a turn, but I'll warn her what to expect. No, better than that. We'll take it home with us on top of a cab. And now, monsieur, you will place my purchase in its box. I'll pay you and be on my way.
Would monsieur mind if I do not touch the mannequin again? You, monsieur, will lift her in the box?
You don't like her a little bit, do you? Now that I've removed the cords with which you had her bound, you probably think her hands will throttle you or something. Well, I'm not afraid of her. Come, pretty lady, prepare to turn.
Monty!
Monsieur!
Monty, I just saw that figure's arms curl about your shoulders. It looked as though she were embracing you.
Now that we're nearly home, Paul, please wipe that look of superstitious gloom from your face. Aren't you yet convinced that my new mannequin is just a mannequin?
Naturally, your explanation of the thing's weird movements is the only reasonable one.
Of course. Hanging in the damp cellar of that shop, its wooden frame became warped and out of adjustment. That's what made its limbs perform those eerie contortions. I confess I was considerably startled, though, when his arms wrapped themselves so lovingly around my neck. I mustn't tell Florette I've purchased such an amorous lady. You know how jealous she is. Ah, here we are.
I'm glad. And that figure's coffin-like box above us on the roof of this cab, I felt as though I were riding with a corpse.
I'd better assure Florette that that's not what I'm bringing home before she sees the box and starts to wonder. Oh, darn, it's too late. There she is at the window.
Now, Raymond's with her.
Well, thank heaven he's here. I'll have a brother artist to help me gloat over my new purchase. He won't share your dislike of her.
They've left the window. They must be coming to the door.
Yes. Take down that box, cabby.
Oui, monsieur.
I'll send Potter over to help him carry it inside.
Monty!
Hello, Florette. Hello, Raymond.
I say, old chap, what have you got in that beastly-looking box?
We saw you arriving in the wonder.
Just wait until you see her.
Wait till we see her.
Yes, darling. I'm bringing home my new sweetheart.
Your new sweetheart?
Don't be jealous yet. Is Potter around?
Oh, we left him standing at the door.
Potter, oh, Potter.
Yes, Mr. Montague.
Come here and help the cabby with this box.
Right away, sir.
What is inside that box, Monty?
You'll soon find out. How do you fellows? Bring her in. I'll open the door for you.
Thank you, sir. Here we are. Here we are.
You can lay her down here in the hallway. That's right. Now get me a hammer, Potter. There's one in my studio. Or will you pay the cabby, Paul?
Monty, tell us what you have in that box immediately.
Yes, don't keep us in suspense, old chap.
You'll see for yourselves in a moment. Potter, hurry up.
Here's the hammer, sir. Here's the hammer. Shall I give it the work, sir?
No, I'll open it. There's only a single nail at each end holding the boards. Behold.
Good Lord.
Mr. Montague.
Take her away. She's a corpse.
No, Florette. It's just a wax figure.
You're both wrong. It's my new mannequin.
New mannequin, Monty?
Wait till I lift her out and show you.
Oh, she puts her arms on your neck.
You explain that, Paul, while I place her in this chair.
The framework inside is warped, Florette, which makes the limbs spring into queer positions. At least that's what Monty says.
The thing's an absolute work of art.
I knew you'd appreciate her, Ray.
But, Monty, these joints aren't warped in any way. They move in my hands without the slightest effort.
Because warping is not the reason why her arms move just like light. She's more than just a mannequin. She's not good. I do not like her.
You're jealous of my new sweetheart. Well, that's what she is. My newfound love. She's certainly lovely, isn't she, Florette?
Oh, what was it?
I heard it, too.
Heard what?
Monty, that figure sighed.
You're crazy.
No, I heard her.
So did I.
Me too, sir. Then the four of you are batty.
Monty, take this thing away. I will not have it here, I'm afraid.
Dear, you're not going to become hysterical over a big stuffed doll. Here, let me hold you in my arms.
The figure made a hissing sound.
It did.
And look at its eyes. They stab me with hate.
Aye, they do. Have you all become raving lunatics?
She or I must leave this house, Monty. I will not stay here with her.
No, I, sir. I gives notice.
Oh, this is becoming ridiculous.
Now, Monty's right. We're making fools of ourselves. Because this figure is so lifelike, we're imagining things that can't possibly be so.
You certainly are. Potter, stop trembling like a frightened puppy and mix everyone a scotch and soda. Yourself included. It's apparently needed to steady such flighty nerves.
Yes, sir.
Serve it in the studio. Go on in, fellas. Come on, Paul. All right.
I come too.
Wait, Florette. Before we leave here, I want you to take a good look at this mannequin and convince yourself it's no more than cloth and cotton stuffing.
I do not wish to look. Her eyes stare at me with hate.
How can eyes made of glass show any emotion?
Monty, I'm afraid of her. No matter what you say, I know she is more than what she seems. And I know she do not like me.
Florette, dear, you should be ashamed of the way you're acting. Come now, snap out of it.
I am very silly, I suppose. That thing, it can be nothing more than just a great big doll.
You know it can't.
Yes, I know. And I'm afraid of her no longer. I prove to you she cannot frighten me, Sherry. Regard it. I slap her face.
No, don't. You might knock her off that chair and break her.
Very well. But because I meant to slap her face, you see, I am not afraid of her anymore.
Your courage is proven. Now let's go in and join the others.
Wait. Then, kiss me, mon petit. You did not kiss me when you arrived.
I was too excited over my purchase, I guess. Now I'll make up for lost time.
Yes, kiss me. Kiss me much.
Oh! Dear, what's the matter? Paul, Raymond, come here. What is it? What's the matter? Look at Florette. She suddenly collapsed in my arms as though she'd been struck. Struck? Yes, Paul. You're a doctor. See what's wrong with her.
Blood oozing from her head.
She's not badly hurt?
No, merely a flesh wound. Just enough to knock her out. What did it?
I don't know.
There's a hammer lying at her feet. Someone must have thrown it at her.
But we were alone here.
You were not alone.
I tell you...
Monty, that mannequin was here. And when you opened the case in which you brought her here, you left this hammer lying beside her hand.
Find what they call a natural explanation for everything, Raymond. Even say she did not throw that hammer at my head last month.
Ray, will you try to talk some sense into this poor deluded child?
My dear Florette, Monty is right in insisting that your accident was due to some normal cause. It's impossible to believe that an inanimate lay figure threw a hammer at you.
That mannequin is not the thing it seems, I tell you. She tried to cause my death because she loved my husband.
My dear child, you can't believe such arrant nonsense as that.
Oh, you are like Monty. You think me just a fool. Paul is the only one who do not say that I am crazy when I speak about that mannequin. But he is gone away from Paris now.
Thank heaven for that. I couldn't stand both him and you talking madness day and night.
Oh, Raymond, I must make you believe what I say for Monty's sake. Since that figure come here, he have changed.
I have not changed.
You have. Ever since you know me, I have been your model. Now, no more you let me pose for you. You paint only from that mannequin.
Oh, for the love of... Ray, you know I'm working on a canvas depicting Abelard and Helwaz. Florette posed for Helwaz and the face is finished. Now I'm simply painting in the costume. And she saw because I draped it on the mannequin, instead of making her stand motionless for hours like a wooden clothes horse.
All artists do that, you know, Florette.
But he is not only painting in the costume. He have retouched the face for which I pose until now he look like the mannequin.
Well, what if I have?
Have you, Monty?
Yes.
Why?
I will tell you. The face of Helwaz should be all love. I love Monty, but I am just a simple woman. The figure is more than woman. And she loves him more than I do.
Oh, that's rot. But, well, crazy as it may sound to you, Ray, I did catch an expression of absolute devotion from that mannequin's painted face.
Because she adore you.
Raymond has the figure safely inside his studio by this time, and it's not coming back here.
What was it?
Merely the doorbell.
It is she come back.
Rot, it's probably Potter returning from Raymond's place. I'll let him in. Hello, Monty.
Paul.
Hello, Florette.
Oh, Paul, I am glad to see you. You alone do not say I am a fool about that mannequin.
You see, the lay figure is still the paramount topic of conversation, Paul. Just as when you went away from Paris.
I'm not surprised. And I'm here to carry on the conversation, Monty. I've just returned from Lyons, where your big doll came from.
What do you mean?
I went there purposely to learn what I could about the figure, and I discovered some interesting things. Look at this photograph. But first let me cover half of it with my hand. Here.
Why, it's a picture of the mannequin.
No, Monty. It's a portrait of a living woman. Now look at the other half.
A man stand beside her.
Devotion from that mannequin's painted face.
Because she know you. You told me that she called to you before you ever see her in that shop from which you buy her.
I'm sick of this whole business. I know she's nothing but a jointed image. I'll never have a moment's peace while she remains inside the house. You win, Florette.
You mean...
I'll get rid of her. You've admired her, Ray. You'll take care of her.
I've heard enough of your silly talk about a voice inside this box, Potter. Now that we reach
his wife. They were greatly in love with one another, so much so that when she died, he lost his reason. He is reputed to have made a life-size figure that resembled her, which he kept always at his side until his death.
You think my mannequin...
Yes.
That is why she loved my Monty then. Because he looked like her husband.
But the mannequin is only a copy of the woman.
From what we have seen, I think she's something more than that.
Something more?
Yes. I wish to examine your mannequin carefully.
It is gone.
Gone where?
I gave it to Raymond about an hour ago.
Oh, that's all right. He'll keep it safe.
That bell.
I'll answer it.
She said she would return.
Stop that, Florette.
Miss Montague! Miss Montague!
Potter.
Oh, it is only he.
Why are you wearing?
It's grabbed the hunting knife.
her other hand's at my throat, Potter. Potter, get that knife.
She stabbed him, killed him, and now she's coming after me. Help! Help! Help!
Florette, will you please stop pacing the floor like a caged animal? Raymond has the figure safely inside his studio by this time, and it's not coming back here.
What was it?
Merely the doorbell.
It is she come back.
Rot, it's probably Potter returning from Raymond's place. I'll let him in.
Hello, Monty.
Paul.
Hello, Florette.
Oh, Paul, I am glad to see you.
I hear footsteps.
Of a woman.
In my studio.
Come, we're going in there.
Oui. Open quick that door.
I have it.
A mannequin.
Oh, she have entered through the window.
A bloodstained knife is in her hand.
It is the one she used on Mr. Raymond. She's coming for me. Oh, Monty, save me.
I won't let her harm you.
Stop that thing, quick, quick.
I've got a knife. I've knocked her down. She's just a padded figure. She couldn't walk as we've seen her. She couldn't try to kill anyone. We're all of us mad and seeing things that can't be true.
No, we won't see things anymore.
Paul, don't slash her with that knife.
I'm going to find the infernal mechanics that make her run.
Oh, you've ripped her body. You've spoiled a thing of beauty. Are you satisfied now? Now when you see she's nothing but cloth and wadded stuffing on a wooden frame?
The framework isn't wooden. It's a human skeleton.
Yeah. Oh, the head is a skull. The hair is growing from a human scalp.
Oh.
It's the skeleton.
Why do the dead men in this picture look so much like Monty?
I can't explain their resemblance except by supposing it's one of nature's duplications. The man you see here was a sculptor named Marcel Valmont. The woman was his wife. They were greatly in love with one another, so much so that when she died, he lost his reason. He is reputed to have made a life-size figure that resembled her, which he kept always at his side until his death.
You think my mannequin...
Yes.
That is why she loved my Monty then. Because he looked like her husband.
But the mannequin is only a copy of the woman.
From what we have seen, I think she's something more than that.
Something more?
Yes.
It was him 100 years ago.
Satan. We'll have another 30 yarn to spin you folks when we comes back from our vacation.
back. He is just like she said.
She's only cloth and wood, I tell you. She can't be anything else.
Quiet. Listen. I hear footsteps.
Of a woman.
In my studio.
Come, we're going in there.
Oui. Open quick that door.
I have it.
The mannequin.
Oh, she have entered through the window.
A bloodstained knife is in her hand.
It is the one she used on Mr. Raymond. She's coming for me. Oh, Monty, save me.
I won't let her harm you.
Stop that thing, quick, quick.
I've got a knife. Now, I've knocked her down. She's just a padded figure. She couldn't walk as we've seen her. She couldn't try to kill anyone. We're all of us mad and seeing things that can't be true.
No, we won't see things anymore.
Paul, don't slash her with that knife.
I'm going to find the infernal mechanics that make her run.
Oh, you've ripped her body. You've spoiled the thing of beauty. Are you satisfied now? Now when you see she's nothing but cloth and wadded stuffing on a wooden frame?
The framework isn't wooden. It's a human skeleton.
Yeah. Oh, the head is a skull. The hair is growing from a human scalp.
Oh.
It's the skeleton of Marcel Valmont's wife. He put her bones inside the figure that he made.
It seems so.
Her poor bones denied rest in the grave. I've been lonely, Monty. She found and loved you because you look like the man she loved in life.
I think that's the explanation of all that's happened, Monty.
Perhaps it is. Where is her husband's grave, Paul?
At Lyons, in the Cimetière de Loyers.
As soon as you police have finished, Sergeant Boudin,
The fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
I be today. Yes, sir. 113-year-old. Well, Satan, if you'll pass the word to douse all lights, we'll be getting down to business. That's it. Make it nice and dark. Sitting amongst the gloomy shadows is the way to hear our pretty tales. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see inside a little shop across the seas in Paris, France. A little curiosity shop it is, full of odd and old and funny things for sale. And there begins our story of the mannequin. The mannequin.
Look, monsieur. The powder box of Marie Antoinette. But 2,000 francs.
I haven't the slightest use for a lady's powder box.
No? I show monsieur the pistol of Maximilien Robespierre.
I'm not interested in pistols.
I show monsieur the sword of the Marquis de Lafayette.
Please, I don't want that either.
You do not desire the sword of Lafayette?
No, all monsieur desires is to get out of here.
Wait, Paul. I owe Henri an explanation after looking at everything in this place. Monsieur, I regret that I must leave your excellent shop without making a purchase. But you see, I came here in search of a particular something which I have not found.
Oh, what is it, Monsieur Seek, you have not found?
I don't know.
Comment?
All I know is that I became convinced that there was something in your shop that, well, crazy as it may sound, something that wanted me to have it.
I always knew a man had to be insane before he chose painting as a career. But that notion proves that you're even madder than the average artist. Something that wanted me to have it. Bah!
Monsieur, do I understand you are an artist?
Why, yes.
An artist to paint picture?
Guilty.
Oh, monsieur, come quick, this way.
What for?
I have something you will buy. Something only for the artist.
What on earth?
Must be something precious if he keeps it behind all these locks.
Wait until you see. Entree.
You want us to go down in that cellar?
Oui, monsieur. Follow me. I turn on the light.
What
moment. Come, monsieur. Please come, please come.
All right. See nothing down there but crates and broken junk.
He's unlocking another door.
Please come, monsieur. Tout sweet.
Come on, Paul.
I'm with you. What the deuce did he want you to see?
I think it's the thing I came here to find. I feel its call again. Whatever wants me to have it lies behind that door.
Oh, bunk.
We'll soon find out. He's drawing the last bolt.
Prenez garde à ce que vous faites, je crains.
He says he's afraid.
Now the door's unlocked, he doesn't pull it open. What's wrong with you, Henri?
You're trembling like a frightened child. What are you afraid of?
What's behind that door?
I open the door, monsieur. Regardez.
Good Lord.
There's a woman in that closet.
She's hanging by the neck.
Her hands and feet are bound with ropes.
This man's a murderer.
They've killed her.
No. She is not a woman. She is a mannequin.
Oh, my God.
What?
It's only a mannequin, Paul. A lay figure.
You mean a dummy?
Yes. Every artist has one in his studio. You've seen mine. I drape costumes on it instead of using a live model.
The figure in your studio isn't anything like this one.
I should say it isn't. This is a work of art. It's positively lifelike.
To me, it still looks like a woman hanging there.
Why have you got it trussed up, Henri? As though it were some dangerous animal. Take that rope from around the neck and bring it under the light so that I can see it properly.
Oui, monsieur.
Monty, he's frightened to death of the thing.
I can see that. But why? It's merely a big doll made of wooden cloth and cotton stuffing. Bring it out, Henri.
Oui, monsieur. Tout suite.
That's right. Cut the rope from its neck. Hurry up, she isn't going to bite you.
Oui, monsieur.
Well, aren't you going to cut those cords that bind the hands and feet? I want to see how the joints work.
Monsieur, you perhaps will cut the cords?
Oh, give me the knife.
Easy.
I don't wonder they don't like to touch the thing, Monty. It seems living. Human.
It's the most remarkable mannequin I've ever seen. Its covering is of the finest silk. Look how it's padded. Every muscle, every feature is perfection.
The face is almost beautiful.
It's lovely. A master artist did this job. He was a crackerjack mechanic, too. Listen, as I move these joints about, you don't hear the slightest squeak.
How's the hair fastened on? It actually seems to be growing from the head.
Say, the hair isn't an ordinary wig. Sounds like a wooden base underneath. Tiny holes must have been drilled in the head and the hairs inserted one by one.
Who could have gone to all that trouble?
Search me. Her maker has given her glass eyes, too.
Yes, I've already noted that. And they stare at us as though that dummy understood every word we're saying.
Funny. Those eyes do convey an illusion of intelligence.
Monsieur, you find the mannequin good?
Good? She's perfect.
Then you will buy? You will take away?
Well, I'd like to, Henri. But I can't afford anything so fine.
My price is very low, monsieur.
Yes, I've already heard some examples of what you call low. How much?
Monsieur, we wish to be rid of her. The price, it do not matter so long you take her from the shop.
Monty, wait. There's something funny about this figure. They're too anxious to get rid of it.
You're sure this isn't stolen goods, Henri?
No, monsieur. We are honest people. We prove we buy this mannequin from place in Lyon. We buy a sheep. That is the reason we sell cheap to you.
Well, I don't know what this mystery is, but if you can prove you bought her legally in Lyons, I'll take her.
You buy her, monsieur?
Pack her up, and I'll tell you where to send her.
Oh, oui. Now, here is the box in which she came, monsieur.
It looks like a coffin. Monty, you won't have it delivered to your door in that. It'll frighten your wife to death.
It probably would give Florette a turn, but I'll warn her what to expect. No, better than that. We'll take it home with us on top of a cab. Now, monsieur, you will place my purchase in this box. I'll pay you and be on my way.
Would monsieur mind if I do not touch the mannequin again? You, monsieur, will lift her in the box?
You don't like her a little bit, do you? Now that I've removed the cords with which you had her bound, you probably think her hands will throttle you or something. Well, I'm not afraid of her. Come, pretty lady, prepare to turn.
Monty!
Monsieur!
Monty, I just saw that figure's arms curl about your shoulders. It looked as though she were embracing you.
Now that we're nearly home, Paul, please wipe that look of superstitious gloom from your face. Aren't you yet convinced that my new mannequin is just a mannequin?
Naturally, your explanation of the thing's weird movements is the only reasonable one.
Of course. Hanging in the damp cellar of that shop, its wooden frame became warped and out of adjustment. That's what made its limbs perform those eerie contortions. I confess I was considerably startled, though, when its arms wrapped themselves so lovingly around my neck. I mustn't tell Fleurette I've purchased such an amorous lady. You know how jealous she is. Ah, here we are.
I'm glad. And that figure's coffin-like box above us on the roof of this cab, I felt as though I were riding with a corpse.
I'd better assure Fleurette that that's not what I'm bringing home before she sees the box and starts to wonder. Oh, darn, it's too late. There she is at the window.
Now, Raymond's with her.
Well, thank heaven he's here. I'll have a brother artist to help me gloat over my new purchase. He won't share your dislike of her.
They've left the window. They must be coming to the door.
Yes. Take down that box, cabby.
Oui, monsieur.
I'll send Potter over to help him carry it inside.
Monty!
Hello, Fleurette. Hello, Raymond.
I say, old chap, what have you got in that beastly-looking box?
We saw you and I begin to wonder.
Just wait until you see her.
Wait till we see her.
Yes, darling. I'm bringing home my new sweetheart.
Your new sweetheart?
Don't be jealous yet. Is Potter around?
We left him standing at the door.
Potter, oh, Potter.
Yes, Mr. Montague.
Come here and help the cabby with this box.
Right away, sir.
What is inside that box, Monty?
You'll soon find out. How do you fellows? Bring her in. I'll open the door for you.
Thank you, sir. Here we are. Here we are.
You can lay her down here in the hallway. That's right. Now get me a hammer, Potter. There's one in my studio. Or will you pay the cabby, Paul?
Monty, tell us what you have in that box immediately.
Yes, don't keep us in suspense, old chap.
You'll see for yourselves in a moment. Potter, hurry up.
Here's the hammer, sir. Here's the hammer. Shall I give it the work, sir?
No, I'll open it. There's only a single nail at each end holding the boards. Behold.
Good Lord.
Mr. Montague.
Take her away. She's a corpse.
No, Fleurette. It's just a wax figure.
You're both wrong. It's my new mannequin.
New mannequin, Monty?
Wait till I lift her out and show you.
Oh, she puts her arms on your neck.
You explain that, Paul, while I place her in this chair.
The framework inside is warped, Fleurette, which makes the limbs spring into queer positions. At least that's what Monty says.
The thing's an absolute work of art.
I knew you'd appreciate her, Ray.
But, Monty, these joints aren't warped in any way. They move in my hands without the slightest effort.
Because warping is not the reason why her arms move just like light. She's more than just a mannequin. She's not good. I do not like her.
You're jealous of my new sweetheart. For that's what she is. My newfound love. She's certainly lovely, isn't she, Fleurette?
What was it?
I heard it, too.
Heard what?
Monty, that figure sighed.
You're crazy.
No, I heard her.
So did I.
Me too, sir.
Then the four of you are batty.
Monty, take this thing away. I will not have it here. I'm afraid.
Dear, you're not going to become hysterical over a big stuffed doll. Here, let me hold you in my arms.
The figure made a hissing sound.
It did.
And look at its eyes. They stab me with hate.
Aye, they do. Have you all become raving lunatics?
She or I must leave this house, Monty. I will not stay here with her.
Nor I, sir. I gives notice.
Oh, this is becoming ridiculous.
Now, Monty's right. We're making fools of ourselves. Because this figure is so lifelike, we're imagining things that can't possibly be so.
You certainly are. Potter, stop trembling like a frightened puppy and mix everyone a scotch and soda. Yourself included. It's apparently needed to steady such flighty nerves.
Yes, sir.
Serve it in the studio. Go on in, fellas.
Come on, Paul.
All right.
I come too.
Wait, Florette. Before we leave here, I want you to take a good look at this mannequin and convince yourself it's no more than cloth and cotton stuffing.
I do not wish to look. Her eyes stare at me with hate.
How can eyes made of glass show any emotion?
Monty, I'm afraid of her. No matter what you say, I know she is more than what she seems. And I know she do not like me.
Florette, dear, you should be ashamed of the way you're acting. Come now, snap out of it.
I am very silly, I suppose. That thing, it can be nothing more than just a great big doll.
You know it can't.
Yes, I know. And I'm afraid of her no longer. I prove to you she cannot frighten me, Sherry. Regard it. I slap her face.
No, don't. You might knock her off that chair and break her.
Very well. But because I meant to slap her face, you see, I am not afraid of her anymore.
Your courage is proven. Now let's go in and join the others.
Wait. There. Kiss me, mon petit. You did not kiss me when you arrived.
I was too excited over my purchase, I guess. Now I'll make up for lost time.
Yes. Kiss me. Kiss me much.
Oh! Dear, what's the matter? Paul, Raymond, come here. What is it? What's the matter? Look at Florette. She suddenly collapsed in my arms as though she'd been struck.
Struck?
Yes, Paul. You're a doctor. See what's wrong with her.
Blood oozing from her head.
She's not badly hurt.
No, merely a flesh wound. Just enough to knock her out. What did it?
I don't know.
There's a hammer lying at her feet. Someone must have thrown it at her.
But we were alone here.
You were not alone.
I tell you...
Monty, that mannequin was here. And when you opened the case in which you brought her here, you left this hammer lying beside her hand.
I find what they call a natural explanation for everything, Raymond. Even say she did not throw that hammer at my head last month.
Ray, will you try to talk some sense into this poor deluded child?
My dear Florette, Monty is right in insisting that your accident was due to some normal cause. It's impossible to believe that an inanimate lay figure threw a hammer at you.
That mannequin is not the thing it seems, I tell you. She tried to cause my death because she loved my husband.
My dear child, you can't believe such arrant nonsense as that.
Oh, you are like Monty. You think me just a fool. Paul is the only one who do not say that I am crazy when I speak about that mannequin. But he is gone away from Paris now.
Thank heaven for that. I couldn't stand both him and you talking madness day and night.
Oh, Raymond, I must make you believe what I say for Monty's sake. Since that figure come here, he have changed.
I have not changed.
You have. Ever since you know me, I have been your model. Now no more you let me pose for you. You paint only from that mannequin.
Oh, for the love of... Ray, you know I'm working on a canvas depicting Abelard and Helwaz. Florette posed for Helwaz and the face is finished. Now I'm simply painting in the costume. And she saw because I drape it on the mannequin, instead of making her stand motionless for hours like a wooden clothes horse.
All artists do that, you know, Florette.
But he is not only painting in the costume. He have retouched the face for which I pose until now it look like the mannequin.
Well, what if I have?
Have you, Monty?
Yes.
Why?
I will tell you. The face of Helwaz should be your love. I love Monty, but I am just a simple woman. The figure is more than woman. And she loves him more than I do.
Oh, that's rot. But, well, crazy as it may sound to you, Ray, I did catch an expression of absolute devotion from that mannequin's painted face.
Because she know you.
Raymond has the figure safely inside his studio by this time, and it's not coming back here.
What was that?
Merely the doorbell.
Is she come back?
Rot, it's probably Potter returning from Raymond's place. I'll let him in. Hello, Monty.
Paul.
Hello, Florette.
Oh, Paul, I am glad to see you. You alone do not say I am a fool about that mannequin.
You see, the lay figure is still the paramount topic of conversation, Paul. Just as when you went away from Paris.
I'm not surprised. And I'm here to carry on the conversation, Monty. I've just returned from Lyons, where your big doll came from.
What do you mean?
I went there purposely to learn what I could about the figure, and I discovered some interesting things. Look at this photograph. But first let me cover half of it with my hand. Here.
Why, it's a picture of the mannequin.
No, Monty. It's a portrait of a living woman. Now look at the other half.
A man stands beside her.
Devotion from that mannequin's painted face.
Because she knows you. You told me that she called to you before you ever see her in that shop from which you buy her.
I'm sick of this whole business. I know she's nothing but a jointed image. I'll never have a moment's peace while she remains inside the house. You win, Florette.
You mean...
I'll get rid of her. You've admired her, Ray. You'll take care of her.
I've heard enough of your silly talk about a voice inside this box, Potter. Now that we reach
his wife. They were greatly in love with one another, so much so that when she died, he lost his reason. He is reputed to have made a life-size figure that resembled her, which he kept always at his side until his death.
You think my mannequin...
Yes.
That is why she loved my Monty then. Because he looked like her husband.
But the mannequin is only a copy of the woman.
From what we have seen, I think she's something more than that.
Something more?
Yes. I wish to examine your mannequin carefully.
It is gone.
Gone where?
I gave it to Raymond about an hour ago.
Oh, that's all right. He'll keep it safe.
That bell.
I'll answer it.
She said she would return.
Stop that, Florette.
Miss Montague! Miss Montague! Oh, it is only he.
What are you wearing?
It's grabbed the hunting knife. Her other hand's at my throat, Potter. Potter, get that knife.
She stabbed him, killed him, and now she's coming after me. Help! Help! Help!
Florette, will you please stop pacing the floor like a caged animal? Raymond has the figure safely inside his studio by this time, and it's not coming back here.
What was it?
Merely the doorbell.
It is she come back.
Rot, it's probably Potter returning from Raymond's place. I'll let him in.
Hello, Monty.
Paul.
Hello, Florette.
Oh, Paul, I am glad to see you.
I hear footsteps.
Of a woman.
In my studio.
Come, we're going in there.
Oui, open quick that door.
I have it.
A mannequin.
Oh, she have entered through the window.
A bloodstained knife is in her hand.
It is the one she used on Mr. Raymond. She's coming for me. Oh, Monty, save me.
I won't let her harm you.
Stop that thing, quick, quick.
I've got a knife. Now, I've knocked her down. She's just a padded figure. She couldn't walk as we've seen her. She couldn't try to kill anyone. We're all of us mad and seeing things that can't be true.
No, we won't see things anymore.
Paul, don't slash her with that knife.
I'm going to find the infernal mechanics that make her run.
Oh, you've ripped her body. You've spoiled a thing of beauty. Are you satisfied now? Now when you see she's nothing but cloth and wadded stuffing on a wooden frame?
The framework isn't wooden. It's a human skeleton.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the head is a skull. The hair is growing from a human skull.
Oh.
It's the skeleton.
Why do the dead men in this picture look so much like Monty?
I can't explain their resemblance except by supposing it's one of nature's duplications. The man you see here was a sculptor named Marcel Valmont. The woman was his wife. They were greatly in love with one another, so much so that when she died, he lost his reason. He is reputed to have made a life-size figure that resembled her, which he kept always at his side until his death.
You think my mannequin...
Yes.
That is why she loved my Monty then. Because he looked like her husband.
But the mannequin is only a copy of the woman.
From what we have seen, I think she's something more than that.
Something more?
Yes.
It was him 100 years ago.
We'll have another 30 yarn to spin you folks when we comes back from our vacation.
Becky is just like she said.
She's only cloth and wood, I tell you. She can't be anything else.
Quiet. Listen. I hear footsteps.
Of a woman.
In my studio.
Come, we're going in there.
Oui. Open quick that door.
I have it.
American.
Oh, she have entered through the window.
A bloodstained knife is in her hand.
It is the one she used on Mr. Raymond. She's coming for me. Oh, Monty, save me.
I won't let her harm you.
Stop that thing, quick, quick.
I've got a knife. Now, I've knocked her down. She's just a padded figure. She couldn't walk as we've seen her. She couldn't try to kill anyone. We're all of us mad and seeing things that can't be true.
No, we won't see things anymore.
Paul, don't slash her with that knife.
I'm going to find the infernal mechanics that make her run.
Oh, you've ripped her body. You've spoiled the thing of beauty. Are you satisfied now? Now when you see she's nothing but cloth and wadded stuffing on a wooden frame?
The framework isn't wooden. It's a human skeleton.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, the head is a skull. The hair is growing from a human scalp.
Oh.
It's the skeleton of Marcel Valmont's wife. He put her bones inside the figure that he made.
It seems so.
Her poor bones denied rest in the grave. I've been lonely, Monty. She found and loved you because you look like the man she loved in life.
I think that's the explanation of all that's happened, Monty.
Perhaps it is. Where is her husband's grave, Paul?
At Lyons, in the Cimetière de Loyers.
As soon as you police have finished, Sergeant Boudin,
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
I be today. Yes, sir, 100 sweet 16-year-old. And Satan, now that me and you was at our customary sweet evening walk through the sweet cheer...
Bear with me a few minutes, everybody. I'm going to stop the old time radio shows for now. And we're going to do, we're going to stop this stream for a few moments while we set up for the ending to Gabriel, or last two chapters of Gabriel Knight 2, The Beast Within. So let's start doing that in just a few more minutes here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed The Witch's Tales. That's what we're listening to for the last several hours. A lot of fun, and next weekend we'll do some more of The Witch's Tales. We've got about 1.1 days worth, and then from there, and that will include the episodes of Dark Fantasy, and then from there we'll do all 15,000 episodes of CBS Radio Mystery Theater over the next few weeks. So that should be, I hope, should be a lot of fun for everyone. I always enjoy those tales. They help me to fall asleep too. They always have such a good ending to those stories. I'd like to thank Tea with Capybara for being with us all night, and Haunted Treebeard, as well as some of the people that have been lurking in the background. for the evening. I hope you've all enjoyed these shows. I hope Tea and pray that Tea with Capybara, both of you, will be healed up and feeling much better soon. Give us about 10 minutes. You're going to see the stream stop, and then if you refresh in about 10 minutes from now, you'll start to see the game starting up. All right, we'll be back soon.